Chapter 1 of The Imperialist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. Chapter 1. It would have been idle to inquire into the antecedents or even the circumstances of old Mother Beggarlegs. She would never tell. The children, at all events, were convinced of that, and it was only the children, perhaps, who had the time and the inclination to speculate. Her occupation was clear. She presided like a venerable stooping hawk over a stall in the covered part of the Elgin market-place, where she sold gingerbread horses and large round gingerbread cookies and brown sticky squares of what was known in all circles in Elgin as taffy. She came, it was understood, with the dawn. With the night she vanished, spending the interval on a not improbable broomstick. Her gingerbread was better than anybody's, but there was no comfort in standing, first on one foot and then on the other, while you made up your mind. The horses were spirited, and you could eat them a leg at a time, but there was more in the cookies. She bent such a look on you, so fierce and intolerant of vacillation. She belonged to the group of odd characters, rarer now than they used to be, etched upon the vague consciousness of small towns as in a way mysterious and uncanny. Some said that Mother Beggarlegs was connected with the aristocracy, and some that she had been let off being hanged. The alternative was allowed full swing, but in any case it was clear that such persons contributed little to the common good and, being reticent, were not entertaining. So you bought your gingerbread, concealing, as it were, your weapons, paying your copper coins with a neutral, nervous eye, and made off to a safe distance, whence you turned to shout insultingly, if you were an untrounced young male of Elgin, "Old Mother Beggarlegs, old Mother Beggarlegs." And why Beggarlegs, nobody in the world could tell you. It might have been a dateless waggery, or it might have been a corruption of some more dignified surname, but it was all she ever got. Serious, meticulous persons called her Mrs. Beggarlegs, slightly lowering their voices and slurring it, however, it must be admitted. The name invested her with a graceless anatomical interest. It penetrated her wizened black and derisively exposed her. Her name went far indeed to make her dramatic. Lord Murchison, when he was quite a little boy, was affected by this, and by the unfairness of the way it singled her out. Moved partly by the oppression of the feeling, and partly by a desire for information, he asked her sociably one day, in the act of purchase, why the gilt was generally off her gingerbread. He had been looking long, as a matter of fact, for gingerbread with the gilt on it, being accustomed to the phrase on the lips of his father in connection with small profits. Mother Beggarlegs, so unaccustomed to politeness that she could not instantly recognize it, answered him with an imprecation at which he, no doubt, retreated, suddenly thrown on the defensive, hurling the usual taunt. One prefers to hope he didn't, with the invincible optimism one has for the behavior of lovable people. But whether or not, his kind attempt at colloquy is the first indication I can find of that active sympathy with the disabilities of his fellow beings, which stamped him later so intelligent a meliorist. Even in this boy's beginning he had a heart for the work, and Mother Beggarlegs, but for a hasty conclusion, might have made him a friend. It is hard to invest Mother Beggarlegs with importance, but the date helps me. The date, I mean, of this chapter about Elgin. She was a person to be reckoned with on the 24th of May. I will say at once, for the reminder to persons living in England, that the 24th of May was the Queen's birthday. Nobody in Elgin can possibly have forgotten it. The Elgin children had a rhyme about it. The 24th of May is the Queen's birthday. If you don't give us a holiday, we'll all run away. But Elgin was in Canada. In Canada, the 24th of May was the Queen's birthday. And these were times and regions far removed from the prescription that the anniversary should be observed on any of those various outlying dates, which by now must have produced in her immediate people such indecision as to the date upon which Her Majesty really did come into the world. That day, and that only, was the observed, the celebrated, a day with an essence in it, dawning more gloriously than other days, and ending more regretfully, unless indeed it fell on a Sunday, when it was kept on the Monday, with a slightly clouded feeling that it wasn't exactly the same thing. Travelled persons who had spent the anniversary there were apt to come back with a poor opinion of its celebration in the old country, a pleasant relish to the more than ever appreciated advantages of the new, the advantages that came out so by contrast. More space, such persons indicated, more enterprise they boasted, and even more loyalty they would flourish, all with an affectionate, reminiscent smile at the little ways of a grandmother. A bank holiday, indeed. Here it was a real holiday that woke you with bells and cannon. Who has forgotten the time the ancient piece of ordnance in the square blew out all the windows in the Methodist church, and went on with squibs and crackers till you didn't know where to step on the sidewalks, and ended up splendidly with rockets and fire balloons, and drunken Indians vociferous on their way to the lockup? Such a day for the hotels, with teams hitched 3 abreast in front of their aromatic bar-rooms. Such a day for the circus, with half the farmers of Fox County agape before the posters. With all their chic and shock, they cannot produce such posters nowadays, nor are there any vacant lots to form attractive backgrounds. Such a day for Mother Beggar-Legs. The hotels and the shops and stalls for eating and drinking were the only places in which business was done. The public sentiment put universal shutters up, but the public appetite insisted upon accepting the means to carnival. An air of ceremonial festivity those fastened shutters gave. The sunny little town sat round them, important and significant, and nobody was ever known to forget that they were up and go on a fool's errand. No doubt they had an impressiveness for the young country folk that strolled up and down Main Street in their honest best, turning into snows for ice cream when a youth was disposed to treat. Gallantry exacted 10-cent dishes, but for young ladies alone or family parties, Mrs. Snow would bring 5-cent quantities almost without asking, and for very small boys, 1 dish and the requisite number of spoons. There was discrimination, there was choice in this matter of treating. A happy excitement accompanied it, which you could read in the way Corydon clapped his soft felt hat on his head as he pocketed the change. To be treated to 10-cent dishes 3 times in the course of the day by the same young man gave matter for private reflection and for public entertainment, expressed in the broad grins of less reckless people. I speak of a soft felt hat, but it might be more than that. It might be a dark green one with a feather in it, and here was distinction, for such a hat indicated that its owner belonged to the independent order of foresters, who would leave their spring wheat for 40 miles round to meet in Elgin and march in procession, wearing their hats, and dazzlingly scatter upon Main Street. They gave the day its touch of imagination, those green-cocked hats. They were lyrical upon the highways, along the prosaic sidewalks by 2s and 3s they sang together. It is no great thing, a hat of any quality, but a small thing may ring dramatic on the right metal, and in the vivid idea of Lorne Murchison and his sister Edwina, a Robin Hood walked in every independent forester, especially in the procession. which shows the risks you run if you, a person of honest livelihood and solicited vote, adopt any portion of a habit not familiar to you, and go marching about with a banner and a band. 2 children may be standing at the first street corner, to whom your respectability and your property may at once become illusion, and your outlawry the delightful fact. A cheap trip brought the Order of Green Hats to Elgin, and there were cheap trips on this great day to persuade other persons to leave it. The Grand Trunk had, even then, an idea of encouraging social combination for change of scene, and it was quite a common thing for the operatives of the Milburn Boiler Company to arrange to get themselves carried to the lakeside or the falls at $half a head. The hands got it up themselves, and it was a question in Elgin whether one might sink one's dignity and go as a hand for the sake of the 50-cent opportunity, a question usually decided in the negative. The social distinctions of Elgin may not be easily appreciated by people accustomed to the rough-and-ready standards of a world at the other end of the Grand Trunk, but it will be clear at a glance that nobody whose occupation prescribed a clean face could be expected to travel cheek by jowl as a privilege with persons who were habitually seen with smutty ones, barefaced smut, streaming out at the polite afternoon hour of 6, jangling an empty dinner pail. So much we may decide and leave it, reflecting as we go how simple and satisfactory, after all, are the prejudices which can hold up such obvious justification. There was recently, to be pointed out in England, the heir to a dukedom who loved stoking, and got his face smutty by preference. He would have been deplorably subversive of accepted conventions in Elgin. But, happily or otherwise, such persons and such places have at present little more than an imaginative acquaintance, vaguely cordial on the one side, vaguely critical on the other, and of no importance in the sum. Polite society, to return to it, preferred the alternative of staying at home and mowing the lawn or drinking raspberry vinegar on its own beflagged veranda, looking forward in the afternoon to the lacrosse match. There was nearly always a lacrosse match on the Queen's birthday, and it was the part of elegance to attend and encourage the home team, as well as that of small boys with broken straw hats, who sneaked an entrance and were more enthusiastic than anyone. It was a quarter to get in, so the spectators were naturally composed of persons who could afford the quarter, and persons, like the young Flanagans and Finnegans, who absolutely couldn't, but who had to be there all the same. Lorne and Edwina Murchison never had the quarter, so they witnessed few lacrosse matches, though they seldom failed to refresh themselves by a sight of the players after the game, when, crimson and perspiring, but still glorious in striped jerseys, their lacrosses and running shoes slung over one shoulder, these heroes left the field. The birthday I am thinking of, with Mrs. Murchison as a central figure in the kitchen, peeling potatoes for dinner, there was a lacrosse match of some importance for the Fox County Championship and the Fox County Cup, as presented by the member for the South Riding. Mrs. Murchison remains the central figure, nevertheless, with her family radiating from her, gathered to help, or to hinder, in one of those domestic crises which arose when the Murchisons were temporarily deprived of a girl. Everybody was subject to them in Elgin. Everybody had to acknowledge and face them. Let a new mill be opened, and it didn't matter what you paid her or how comfortable you made her, off she would go, and you might think yourself lucky if she gave a week's warning. Hard times shut down the mills and brought her back again, but periods of prosperity were very apt to find the ladies of Elgin, where I am compelled to introduce Mrs. Murchison, in the kitchen. "You'd better get up. The girl's gone," Lorne had stuck his head into his sister's room to announce, while yet the bells were ringing and the rifles of the local volunteers were spitting out the feu de joie. "I've lit the fire and swept out the dining room. You tell mother. Queen's birthday, too. I guess Lobelia's about as mean as they're made." And the Murchisons had descended to face the situation. Lorne had by then done his part, and gone out into the chromatic possibilities of the day. But the sense of injury he had communicated to Edwina in her bed remained and expanded. Lobelia, it was felt, had scurvily manipulated the situation. Her situation, it might have been put, if any Murchison had been in the temper for jesting. She had taken unjustifiable means to do a more unjustifiable thing, to secure for herself an improper and unlawful share of the day's excitements, transferring her work, by the force of circumstances, to the shoulders of other people, since, as Mrs. Murchison remarked, somebody has to do it. Nor had she, her mistress testified, the excuse of fearing unreasonable confinement. "I told her she might go when she had done her dishes after dinner," said Mrs. Murchison, "and then she had only to come back at 6 and get tea. What's getting tea? I advised her to finish her ironing yesterday, so as to be free of it today, and she said she would be very glad to. Now I wonder if she did finish it." And Mrs. Murchison put down her pan of potatoes with a thump to look in the family clothes basket. "Not she! 5 shirts and all the coloured things. I call it downright deceit." "I believe I know the reason she'll say," said Edwina. "She objects to rag carpet in her bedroom. She told me so." "Rag carpet! Upon my word," Mrs. Murchison dropped her knife to exclaim. "It's what her betters have to do with. I've known the day when that very piece of rag carpet, 60 balls there were in it, and every one I sewed with my own fingers, was the best I had for my spare room, with a bit of ingrain in the middle. Dear me," she went on, with a smile that lightened the whole situation, "how proud I was of that performance. She didn't tell me she objected to rag carpet." "No, mother," Edwina agreed. "She knew better." They were all there in the kitchen, supporting their mother, and it seems an opportunity to name them. Edwina, the eldest, stood by the long kitchen table washing the breakfast cups in soft soap and hot water. The soft soap, Mrs. Murchison had a barrelful boiled every spring in the backyard, an old colonial economy she hated to resign, made a fascinating brown lather with iridescent bubbles. Edwina poured cupfuls of it from on high to see the foam rise, till her mother told her for mercy's sake to get on with those dishes. She stood before a long low window, looking out into the garden, and the light, filtering through apple branches on her face, showed her strongly featured and intelligent for 14. Edwina was named after one grandmother. When the next girl came, Mrs. Murchison, to make an end of the matter, named it Abigail, after the other. She thought both names outlandish and acted under protest, but hoped that now everybody would be satisfied. Lorne came after Edwina, at the period of a naive fashion of christening the young sons of Canada in the name of her Governor-General. It was a simple way of attesting a loyal spirit, but with Mrs. Murchison more particular motives operated. The Marquess of Lorne was not only the deputy of the throne, he was the son-in-law of a good woman of whom Mrs. Murchison thought more, and often said it, for being the woman she was than for being 20 times a queen. And he had made a metrical translation of the Psalms, several of which were included in the revised Psalter for the use of the Presbyterian Church in Canada, from which the whole of Knox Church sang to the praise of God every Sunday. These were circumstances that weighed with Mrs. Murchison, and she called her son after the royal representative, feeling that she was doing well for him in a sense beyond the mere bestowal of a distinguished and a euphonious name, though that, as she would have willingly acknowledged, was well enough in its place. We must take this matter of names seriously. The Murchisons always did. Indeed, from the arrival of a new baby until the important Sunday of the christening, nothing was discussed with such eager zest and such sustained interest as the name he should get. There was a fascinating list at the back of the dictionary, and to the last minute it was problematical. In Stella's case, Mrs. Murchison actually changed her mind on the way to church, and Abby, who had sat through the sermon expecting Dorothy Maud, which she thought lovely, publicly cried with disappointment. Stella was the youngest, and Mrs. Murchison was thankful to have a girl at last whom she could name without regard to her own relations or anybody else's. I have skipped about a good deal, but I have only left out two, the boys who came between Abby and Stella. In their names, the contemporary observer need not be too acute to discover both an avowal and to some extent an enforcement of Mr. Murchison's political views. Neither an Alexander Mackenzie nor an Oliver Mowat could very well grow up into anything but a sound liberal in that part of the world without feeling himself an unendurable paradox. To christen a baby like that was, in a manner, a challenge to public attention. The faint relaxation about the lips of Dr. Drummond, the best of the Liberals himself, though he made a great show of keeping it out of the pulpit, recognized this, and the just perceptible stir of the congregation proved it. Sonorously he said it. "Oliver Mowat, I baptize thee in the name of the Father." The compliment should have all the impressiveness the rite could give it, while the Murchison brothers and sisters, a row in the family pew, stood on one foot with excitement as to how Oliver Mowat would take the drops that defined him. The verdict was, on the way home, that he behaved splendidly. Alexander Mackenzie, the year before, had roared. He was weeping now, at the age of 7, silently but very copiously, behind the woodpile. His father had finally cuffed him for importunity, and the world was no place for a just boy who asked nothing but his rights. Only the woodpile, friendly, mossy logs unsplit, stood inconscient and irresponsible for any share in his black circumstances, and his tears fell among the lichens of the stump he was bowed on, till, observing them, he began to wonder whether he could cry enough to make a pond there, and was presently disappointed to find the source exhausted. The Murchisons were all imaginative. The others, Oliver and Abby and Stella, still tormented. Poor Aleck's rights to a present of pocket-money on the Queen's birthday were common ones and almost statutory. How their father, sitting comfortably with his pipe in the flickering May shadows under the golden pippin, reading the Toronto paper, could evade his liability in the matter was unfathomable to the Murchisons. It was certainly illiberal. They had a feeling that it was illegal. A little teasing was generally necessary, but the resistance today had begun to look ominous, and Aleck, as we know, too temerarious, had retired in disorder to the woodpile. Oliver was wiping Edwina's dishes. He exercised himself ostentatiously upon a plate, standing in the door to be within earshot of his father. "F. Wheeler," he informed his family, "F. Wheeler, he's got 25 cents, and a English sixpence, and a Yankee nickel, and Mr. Wheeler's only a common working man, a lot pooer'n we are." Mr. Murchison removed his pipe from his lips, in order, apparently, to follow unimpeded the trend of the Dominion's leading article. Oliver eyed him anxiously. "Do, father," he continued in logical sequence. "Ah, do." "Make him, mother," said Abby indignantly. "It's the Queen's birthday." "Time enough when the butter bill's paid," said Mrs. Murchison. "Oh, the butter bill! Say, father, aren't you going to?" "What?" asked John Murchison, and again took out his pipe, as if this were the first he had heard of the matter. "Give us our 15 cents each to celebrate with. You can't do it under that," Oliver added firmly. "Crackers are 8 cents a packet this year, the small size." "Nonsense," said Mr. Murchison. The reply was definite and final, and its ambiguity was merely due to the fact that their father disliked giving a plump refusal. Nonsense was easier to say, if not to hear, than no. Oliver considered for a moment, drew Abby to colloquy by the pump, and sought his brother behind the woodpile. Then he returned to the charge. "Look here, father," he said. "Cash down, we'll take 10. John Murchison was a man of few words, but they were usually impregnated with meaning, especially in anger. "No more of this," he said. "Celebrate fiddlesticks. Go and make yourselves of some use. You'll get nothing from me, for I haven't got it." So saying, he went through the kitchen with a step that forbade him to be followed. His eldest son, arriving over the backyard fence in a state of heat, was just in time to hear him. Lorne's apprehension of the situation was instant, and his face fell, but the depression plainly covered such splendid spirits that his brother asked resentfully, "Well, what's the matter with you?" "Matter? Oh, not much. I'm going to see the Cayugas beat the Wanderers, that's all. And Abe McKinnon's mother said he could ask me to come back to tea with them. Can I, mother?" "There's no objection that I know of," said Mrs. Murchison, shaking her apron free of stray potato parings. "But you won't get money for the lacrosse match or anything else from your father today, I can assure you. They didn't do $5 worth of business at the store all day yesterday, and he's as cross as 2 sticks." "Oh, that's all right." Lorne jingled his pocket, and Oliver took a fascinated step toward him. "I made 30 cents this morning, delivering papers for Fisher. His boy's sick. I did the North Ward. Took me over an hour. Guess I can go all right, can't I?" "Why, yes, I suppose you can," said his mother. The others were dumb. Oliver hunched his shoulders and kicked at the nearest thing that had paint on it. Abby clung to the pump handle and sobbed aloud. Lorne looked gloomily about him and went out. Making once more for the back fence, he encountered Alexander in the recognized family retreat. "Oh, my goodness," he said, and stopped. In a very few minutes he was back in the kitchen, followed sheepishly by Alexander, whose grimy face expressed the hope that beat behind his little waistcoat. "Say, you kids," he announced, "Alex got 4 cents, and he says he'll join up. This family's going to celebrate all right. Come on downtown." No one could say that the Murchisons were demonstrative. They said nothing, but they got their hats. Mrs. Murchison looked up from her occupation. "Alec," she said, "out of this house you don't go till you've washed your face. Lorne, come here," she added in a lower voice, producing a bunch of keys. "If you look in the right-hand corner of the top small drawer in my bureau, you'll find about 20 cents. Say nothing about it, and mind you don't meddle with anything else. I guess the Queen isn't going to owe it all to you." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. "We've seen changes, Mr. Murchison. Aye, we've seen changes." Dr. Drummond and Mr. Murchison stood together in the store door, over which the sign, John Murchison Hardware, had explained 30 years of varying commercial fortune. They had pretty well begun life together in Elgin. John Murchison was one of those who had listened to Mr. Drummond's trial sermon, and had given his vote to call him to the charge. Since then there had been few Sundays when, morning and evening, Mr. Murchison had not been in his place at the top of his pew, where his dignified and intelligent head appeared with the isolated significance of a strong individuality. People looked twice at John Murchison in a crowd, so did his own children at home. Hearing some discussion of the selection of a premier, Alec, looking earnestly at him, once said, "Why don't they tell father to be it?" The young minister looked twice at him that morning of the trial sermon, and asked afterward who he was. A Scotchman, Mr. Drummond was told, not very long from the old country, who had bought the Playfair business on Main Street, and settled in the Plummer place, which already had a quarter of a century's standing in the annals of the town. The Playfair business was a respectable business to buy. The Plummer place, though it stood in an unfashionable outskirt, was a respectable place to settle in, and the minister, in casting his lot in Elgin, envisaged John Murchison as part of it, thought of him confidently as a dependence, saw him among the future elders and office-bearers of the congregation, a man who would be punctual with his pew rent, sage in his judgments, and whose views upon church attendance would be extended to his family. So the two came, contemporaries, to add their labor and their lives to the building of this little outpost of empire. It was the frankest transfer, without thought of return. They were there to spend and be spent within the circumference of the spot they had chosen, with no ambition beyond. In the course of nature, even their bones and their memories would enter into the fabric. The new country filled their eyes. The new town was their opportunity, its destiny, their fate. They were altogether occupied with its affairs and the affairs of the growing dominion, yet obscure in the heart of each of them ran the undercurrent of the old allegiance. They had gone the length of their tether, but the tether was always there. Thus, before a congregation that always stood in the early days, had the minister every Sunday morning for 30 years besought the Almighty, with ardor and humility, on behalf of the royal family. It came in the long prayer, about the middle. Not in the perfunctory words of a ritual, but in the language of his choice, which varied according to what he believed to be the spiritual needs of the reigning house, and was at one period, touching certain of its members, though respectful, extremely candid. The General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, now in session, also, was it ever forgotten once? And even the Prime Minister, and those who sit in council with him, with just a hint of extra commendation if it happened to be Mr. Gladstone. The minister of Knox Church, Elgin, Ontario, Canada, kept his eye on them all. Remote as he was, and concerned with affairs of which they could know little, his sphere of duty could never revolve too far westward to embrace them, nor could his influence under any circumstances cease to be at their disposal. It was noted by some that after Mr. Drummond had got his D.D. from an American university, he also prayed occasionally for the president of the neighboring republic. But this was rebutted by others, who pointed out that it happened only on the occurrence of assassinations, and held it reasonable enough. The Cavillers mostly belonged to the congregation of St. Andrew's, established, a glum, old-fashioned lot indeed, who now and then dropped in of a Sunday evening to hear Mr. Drummond preach. There wasn't much to be said for the preaching at St. Andrew's. The established folk went on calling the minister of Knox Church Mr. Drummond long after he was doctor to his own congregation, on account of what they chose to consider the dubious source of the dignity. But the Knox Church people had their own theory to explain this hypercriticism, and would promptly turn the conversation to the merits of the sermon. 25 years it was, in point, this Monday morning, when the doctor, not being established, we need not hesitate, besides by this time nobody did, stood with Mr. Murchison in the store door and talked about having seen changes. He had preached his anniversary sermon the night before to a full church, when, laying his hand upon his people's heart, he had himself to repress tears. He was aware of another strand completed in their mutual bond. The sermon had been a moral, an emotional, and an oratorical success. And in the expansion of the following morning, Dr. Drummond had remembered that he had promised his housekeeper a new gas cooking range, and that it was high time he should drop into Murchison's to inquire about it. Mrs. Forsyth had mentioned at breakfast that they had ranges with exactly the improvement she wanted at Thompson's, but the minister was deaf to the hint. Thompson was a Congregationalist, and, improvement or no improvement, it wasn't likely that Dr. Drummond was going outside the congregation for anything he required. It would have been on a par with a wandering tendency in his flock, upon which he systematically frowned. He was as great an autocrat in this as the rector of any country parish in England undermined by dissent, but his sense of obligation worked unfailingly both ways. John Murchison had not said much about the sermon. It wasn't his way, and Dr. Drummond knew it. "You gave us a good sermon last night, Doctor." "Not much more than that. And I noticed the Milburns there. We don't often get Episcopalians." And again, "the Wilcoxes." Thomas Wilcox, wholesale grocer, was the chief prop of St. Andrew's. "Were sitting just in front of us. We overtook them going home, and Wilcox explained how much they liked the music. 'Glad to see you,' I said. 'Glad to see you for any reason.'" Mr. Murchison's eye twinkled. "But they had a great deal to say about the music." It was not an effusive form of felicitation. The minister would have liked it less if it had been, felt less justified, perhaps, in remembering about the range on that particular morning. As it was, he was able to take it with perfect dignity and good humour, and to enjoy the point against the Wilcoxes, with that laugh of his that did everybody good to hear, so hearty it was, so rich in the grain of the voice, so full of the zest and flavour of the joke. The range had been selected, and their talk of changes had begun with it, Mr. Murchison pointing out the new idea in the boiler, and Dr. Drummond remembering his first kitchen stove that burned wood and stood on its 4 legs, with nothing behind but the stovepipe, and if you wanted a boiler you took off the front lids and put it on, and how remarkable even that had seemed to his eyes, fresh from the conservative kitchen notions of the old country. He had come, unhappily, a widower, to the domestic improvements on the other side of the Atlantic. "Often I used to think," he said to Mr. Murchison, "if my poor wife could have seen that stove, how delighted she would have been. But I doubt this would have been too much for her altogether." "That stove," answered Mr. Murchison. "Well, I remember it. I sold it myself to your predecessor, Mr. Wishart, for $30, the last purchase he ever made, poor man. It was great business for me. I had only 2 others in the store like it. One of them old Milburn bought, the father of this man, do you mind him? The other stayed by me a matter of 7 years. I carried a light stock in those days." It was no longer a light stock. The 2 men involuntarily glanced round them for the satisfaction of the contrast Murchison evoked, though neither of them, from motives of vague delicacy, felt inclined to dwell upon it. John Murchison had the shyness of an artist in his commercial success, and the minister possibly felt that his relation toward the prosperity of a member had in some degree the embarrassment of a tax-gatherer's. The stock was indeed heavy now. You had to go upstairs to see the ranges, where they stood in rows, and every one of them bore somewhere upon it, in raised black letters, John Murchison's name. Through the windows came the iterating ring on the iron from the foundry in Chestnut Street, which fed the shop, with an overflow that found its way from one end of the country to the other. Finicking visitors to Elgin found this wearing, but to John Murchison it was the music that honors the conqueror of circumstances. The ground floor was given up to the small wares of the business, chiefly imported. 2 or 3 young men, steady and knowledgeable-looking, moved about in their shirt-sleeves among shelves and packing-cases. One of them was our friend Alec. Our other friend, Oliver, looked after the books at the foundry. Their father did everything deliberately, but presently, in his own good time, his commercial letter paper would be headed, with regard to these 2, John Murchison and Sons. It had long announced that the business was wholesale and retail. Dr. Drummond and Mr. Murchison, considering the changes in Elgin from the store door, did it at their leisure, the merchant with his thumbs thrust comfortably in the armholes of his waistcoat, the minister, with that familiar trick of his, balancing on one foot and suddenly throwing his slight weight forward on the other. A bundle of nerves, people called the doctor. To stand still would have been a penance to him. Even as he swayed backward and forward in talking, his hand must be busy at the seals on his watch chain, and his shrewd glance travelling over a dozen things you would never dream so clever a man would take notice of. It was a prospect of moderate commercial activity they looked out upon, a street of mellow shop fronts on both sides, of varying height and importance, wearing that air of marking a period, a definite stop in growth, that so often coexists with quite a reasonable degree of activity and independence in colonial towns. One could almost say, standing there in the door at Murchison's, where the line of legitimate enterprise had been overpassed, and where its intention had been none too sanguine, on the one hand in the faded and pretentious red-brick building with the false 3rd story, occupied by Cleary, which must have been let at a loss to dry goods or anything else. On the other hand, in the solid Gregory block, opposite the market, where rents were as certain as the dividends of the Bank of British North America. Main Street expressed the idea that, for the purpose of growing and doing business, it had always found the days long enough. Drays passed through it to the Grand Trunk Station, but they passed one at a time. A certain number of people went up and down about their affairs, but they were never in a hurry. A streetcar jogged by every 10 minutes or so, but nobody ran after it. There was a decent procedure, and it was felt that Beaufield, he was dry goods too, in putting in an elevator, was just a little unnecessarily in advance of the times. Beaufield had only 2 stories like everybody else, and a very easy staircase, up which people often declared they preferred to walk rather than wait in the elevator for a young man to finish serving and work it. These, of course, were the sophisticated people of Elgin. Country folk, on a market day, would wait a quarter of an hour for the young man and think nothing of it. And I imagine Beaufield found his account in the elevator, though he did complain sometimes that such persons went up and down on frivolous pretexts, or to amuse the baby. As a matter of fact, Elgin had begun as the center of trading for the farmers of Fox County, and had soon oversupplied that limit in demand, so that when other interests added themselves to the activity of the town, there was still plenty of room for the business they brought. Main Street was really, therefore, not a fair index. Nobody in Elgin would have admitted it. Its appearance and demeanor would never have suggested that it was now the chief artery of a thriving manufacturing town, with a collegiate institute, 11 churches, 2 newspapers, and an asylum for the deaf and dumb, to say nothing of a fire department unsurpassed for organization and achievement in the province of Ontario. Only at 12 noon it might be partly realized, when the prolonged toots of 7 factory whistles at once let off, so to speak, the hour. Elgin liked the demonstration. It was held to be cheerful and unmistakable, an indication of go-ahead proclivities which spoke for itself. It occurred while yet Dr. Drummond and Mr. Murchison stood together in the store door. "I must be getting on," said the minister, looking at his watch. "And what news have you of Lorne?" "Well, he seems to have got through all right." "What, you've heard already, then?" "He telegraphed from Toronto on Saturday night." Mr. Murchison stroked his chin, the better to retain his satisfaction. "Waste of money. The post would have brought it this morning, but it pleased his mother. Yes, he's through his law school's examination, and at the top, too, as far as I can make out." "Dear me, and you never mentioned it." Dr. Drummond spoke with the resigned impatience of a familiar grievance. It was certainly a trying characteristic of John Murchison that he never cared about communicating anything that might seem to ask for congratulation. "Well, well, I'm very glad to hear it." "It slipped my mind," said Mr. Murchison. "Yes, he's a full-fledged barrister and solicitor now. He can plead your case or draw you up a deed with the best of them. Lorne's made a fair record so far. We've no reason to be ashamed of him." "That you have not." Personal sentiments between these two Scotchmen were indicated rather than indulged. "He's going in with Fulk and Warner, I suppose? You've got that fixed up?" "Pretty well. Old man Warner was in this morning to talk it over. He says they look to Lorne to bring them in touch with the new generation. It's a pity he lost that son of his." "Oh, a great pity. But since they had to go outside the firm, they couldn't have done better. I hope Lorne will bring them a bit of Knox Church business, too. There's no reason why Bob McIntosh should have it all. They'll be glad to see him back at the Hampton Debating Society. He's a great light there, is Lorne. And the young Liberals, I hear, are wanting him for chairman this year." "There's some talk of it. But time enough for that. He'll do first-rate if he gets the law to practice, let alone the making of it." "Maybe so. He's young yet. Well, good morning to you. I'll just step over the way to the Express office and get a proof out of them of that sermon of mine. I noticed their reporter fellow, what's his name, Rollins, with his pencil out last night, and I've no faith in Rollins." "Better cast an eye over it," responded Mr. Murchison cordially, and stood for a moment or two longer in the door, watching the crisp, significant little figure of the minister as he stepped briskly over the crossing to the newspaper office. There Dr. Drummond sat down before he explained his errand, and wrote a paragraph. "We are pleased to learn," it ran, "that Mr. Lorne Murchison, eldest son of Mr. John Murchison of this town, has passed at the capital of the province his final examination in law, distinguishing himself by coming out at the top of the list. It will be remembered that Mr. Murchison, upon entering the law schools, also carried off a valuable scholarship. We are glad to be able to announce that Mr. Murchison, Jr., will embark upon his profession in his native town, where he will enter the well-known firm of Fulk and Warner." The editor, Mr. Horace Williams, had gone to dinner, and Rollins was out, so Dr. Drummond had to leave it with the press foreman. Mr. Williams read it appreciatively on his return, and sent it down with the following addition: "This is doing it as well as it can be done. Elgin congratulates Mr. L. Murchison upon having produced these results, and herself upon having produced Mr. L. Murchison. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. From the day she stepped into it, Mrs. Murchison knew that the Plummer place was going to be the bane of her existence. This may have been partly because Mr. Murchison had bought it, since a circumstance welded like that into one's life is very apt to assume the character of a bane, unless one's temperament leads one to philosophy, which Mrs. Murchison's didn't. But there were other reasons more difficult to traverse. It was plainly true that the place did require a tremendous amount of looking after, as such things were measured in Elgin, far more looking after than the Murchisons could afford to give it. They could never have afforded, in the beginning, to possess it, had it not been sold under mortgage at a dramatic sacrifice. The house was a dignified old affair, built of wood and painted white, with wide green verandas compassing the four sides of it, as they often did in days when the builder had only to turn his hand to the forest. It stood on the very edge of the town. Wheat fields in the summer billowed up to its fences, and corn stacks in the autumn camped around it like a besieging army. The planked sidewalk finished there. After that you took the road, or if you were so inclined, the river, into which you could throw a stone from the orchard of the Plummer place. The house stood roomily and shadily in ornamental grounds, with a lawn in front of it and a shrubbery at each side, an orchard behind and a vegetable garden, the whole intersected by winding gravel walks, of which Mrs. Murchison was wont to say that a man might do nothing but weed them and have his hands full. In the middle of the lawn was a fountain, an empty basin with a plaster triton, most difficult to keep looking respectable and pathetic in his frayed air of exile from some garden of Italy sloping to the sea. There was also a barn, with stabling, a loft, and big carriage doors opening on a lane to the street. The originating plumber, Mrs. Murchison often said, must have been a person of large ideas, and she hoped he had the money to live up to them. The Murchisons at one time kept a cow in the barn, till a succession of girls left on account of the milking, and the lane was useful as an approach to the backyard by the teams that brought the cordwood in the winter. It was trying enough for a person with the instinct of order to find herself surrounded by out-of-door circumstances which she simply could not control, but Mrs. Murchison often declared that she could put up with the grounds if it had stopped there. It did not stop there. Though I was compelled to introduce Mrs. Murchison in the kitchen, she had a drawing-room in which she might have received the lieutenant governor, with French windows and a cut-glass chandelier, and a library with an Italian marble mantelpiece. She had an ice-house and a wine-cellar, and a string of bells in the kitchen that connected with every room in the house. It was a negligible misfortune that not one of them was in order. She had far too much, as she declared, for any one pair of hands and a growing family, and if the ceiling was not dropping in the drawing-room, the cornice was cracked in the library, or the gas was leaking in the dining-room, or the veranda wanted reflooring if anyone coming to the house was not to put his foot through it. And as to the barn, if it was dropping to pieces, it would just have to drop. The barn was definitely outside the radius of possible amelioration. It passed gradually, visibly, into decrepitude, and Mrs. Murchison often wished she could afford to pull it down. It must be realized that, in spite of its air of being impossible to overtake, I must in this connection continue to quote its mistress, there was an attractiveness about the dwelling of the Murchisons. the attractiveness of the large ideas upon which it had been built and designed, no doubt by one of those gentlefolk of reduced income who wander out to the colonies with a nebulous view to economy and occupation, to perish of the readjustment. The case of such persons, when they arrive, is at once felt to be pathetic. There is a tacit local understanding that they have made a mistake. They may be entitled to respect, but nothing can save them from the isolation of their difference and their misapprehension. It was like that with the house. The house was admired, without enthusiasm, but it was not copied. It was felt to be outside the general need, misjudged, adventitious, and it wore its superiority in the popular view like a folly. It was in Elgin, but not of it. It represented a different tradition, and Elgin made the same allowance for its bedroom bells and its old-fashioned dignities as was conceded to its original master's habit of a 6 o'clock dinner with wine. The architectural expression of the town was on a different scale, beginning with frame, rising through the semi-detached, culminating expensively in mansard roofs, cupolas, and modern conveniences, and blossoming, in extreme instances, into Moorish fretwork and silk portières for interior decoration. The Murchison house gained by force of contrast. One felt, stepping into it, under influences of less expediency and more dignity, wider scope and more leisured intention. Its shabby spaces had a redundancy the pleasanter, and its yellow plaster cornices a charm the greater, for the numerous close-set examples of contemporary taste in red brick, which made, surrounded by geranium beds, so creditable an appearance in the West Ward. John Murchison, in taking possession of the house, had felt in it these satisfactions, had been definitely penetrated and soothed by them, the more perhaps because he brought to them a capacity for feeling the worthier things of life, which circumstances had not previously developed. He seized the place with a sense of opportunity leaping sharp and conscious out of early years in the grey wines of a northern Scottish town, and its personality sustained him, very privately, but none the less effectively, through the worry and expense of it for years. He would take his pipe and walk silently for long together about the untidy shrubberies in the evening, for the acute pleasure of seeing the big horse chestnuts in flower. And he never opened the hall door without a feeling of gratification in its weight as it swung under his hand. Insofar as he could, he supplemented the idiosyncrasies he found. The drawing-room walls, though mostly bare in their old-fashioned French paper, lavender and gilt, a grapevine pattern, held a few good engravings. The library was reduced to contain a single bookcase, but it was filled with English classics. John Murchison had been made a careful man, not by nature, by the discipline of circumstances, but he would buy books. He bought them between long periods of abstinence, during which he would scout the expenditure of an unnecessary dollar, coming home with a parcel under his arm for which he vouchsafed no explanation, and which would disclose itself to be Lockhart or Sterne or Borrow or Defoe. Mrs. Murchison kept a discouraging eye upon such purchases, and when her husband brought home Chambers' Dictionary of English Literature, after shortly and definitely repulsing her demand that he should get himself a new winter overcoat, she declared that it was beyond all endurance. Mrs. Murchison was surrounded, indeed, by more of that sort of thing than she could find use or excuse for, since, though books made but a sporadic appearance, current literature, daily, weekly, and monthly, was perpetually under her feet. The Toronto paper came as a matter of course, as the London daily takes its morning flight into the provinces, the local organ as simply indispensable, the Westminster as the corollary of church membership and for Sunday reading. These were constant, but there were also mutables. Once a week, Good Words for the Young, Blackwoods, and the Cornhill they used to be. Years of back numbers Mrs. Murchison had packed away in the attic, where Edwina on rainy days came into the inheritance of them, and made an early acquaintance with fiction in Ready Money Mortiboy and Verner's Pride, while Lorne, flat on his stomach beside her, had glorious hours on The Back of the North Wind. Their father considered such publications and their successors essential, like tobacco and tea. He was also an easy prey to the subscription agent for works published in parts and paid for in installments, a custom which Mrs. Murchison regarded with abhorrence, so much so that when John put his name down for masterpieces of the world's art, which was to cost $20 by the time it was complete, he thought it advisable to let the numbers accumulate at the store. Whatever the place represented to their parents, it was pure joy to the young Murchisons. It offered a margin and a mystery to life. They saw it far larger than it was. They invested it, arguing purely by its difference from other habitations, with a romantic past. "I guess when the Prince of Wales came to Elgin, mother, he stayed here," Lorne remarked as a little boy. Secretly, he and Edwina took up boards in more than one unused room, and rapped on more than one thick wall to find a hollow chamber. The house revealed so much that was interesting, it was apparent to the meanest understanding that it must hide even more. It was never half lighted, and there was a passage in which fear dwelt. Wild were the gallopades from attic to cellar in the early nightfall, when every young Murchison tore after every other, possessed like cats by a demoniac ecstasy of the gloaming. And the garden, with the autumn moon coming over the apple trees and the neglected asparagus thick for ambush, and a casual untrimmed boy or two with the delicious recommendation of being utterly without credentials to join in the rout and be trusted to make for the back fence without further hint at the voice of Mrs. Murchison. These were joys of the very fibre, things to push ideas and envisage life with an attraction that made it worthwhile to grow up. And they had all achieved it, all six. They had grown up sturdily, emerging into sobriety and decorum by much the same degrees as the old house, under John Murchison's improving fortunes, grew cared for and presentable. The new roof went on, slate replacing shingles, the year Abby put her hair up. The bathroom was contemporary with Oliver's leaving school. The electric light was actually turned on for the first time in honor of Lorne's return from Toronto, a barrister and solicitor. Several rooms had been done up for Abby's wedding. Abby had married, early and satisfactorily, Dr. Harry Johnson, who had placidly settled down to await the gradual succession of his father's practice. Dr. Harry and Dr. Henry, they were called. Dr. Harry lived next door to Dr. Henry, and had a good deal of the old man's popular manner. It was an unacknowledged partnership, which often provided two opinions for the same price. The town prophesied well of it. That left only 5 at home, but they always had Abby over in the West Ward, where Abby's housekeeping made an interest, and Abby's baby a point of pilgrimage. These considerations almost consoled Mrs. Murchison, declaring as she did that all of them might have gone but Abby, who alone knew how to be any comfort or any dependence in the house, who could be left with a day's preserving, And I tell you that to be left by Mrs. Murchison with a day's preserving, be it cherries or strawberries, damsons or pears, was a mark of confidence not easy to obtain. Edwina never had it. Edwina, indeed, might have married and removed no prop of the family economy. Mrs. Murchison would have been sorry for the man. She maintained a candor toward and about those belonging to her that permitted no illusions, but she would have stood cheerfully out of the way on her own account. When you have seen your daughter reach and pass the age of 25 without having learned properly to make her own bed, you know, without being told, that she will never be fit for the management of a house, don't you? Very well, then. And forever, no matter what there was to do, with a book in her hand. Mrs. Murchison would put an emphasis on the book, which scarcely concealed a contempt for such absorption. And if, at the end of your patience, you told her for any sake to put it down and attend to matters, obeying in a kind of dream that generally drove you to take the thing out of her hands and do it yourself, rather than jump out of your skin watching her. Sincerely, Mrs. Murchison would have been sorry for the man if he had arrived, but he had not arrived. Edwina justified her existence by taking the university course for women at Toronto, and afterward teaching the English branches to the junior forms in the Collegiate Institute, which placed her arbitrarily outside the sphere of domestic criticism. Mrs. Murchison was thankful to have her there, outside, where little more could reasonably be expected of her than that she should be down in time for breakfast. It is so irritating to be justified in expecting more than seems likely to come. Mrs. Murchison's ideas circulated strictly in the orbit of equity and reason. She expected nothing from anybody that she did not expect from herself. Indeed, she would spare others in far larger proportion. But the sense of obligation which led her to offer herself up to the last volt of her energy made her miserable when she considered that she was not fairly done by in return. Pressed down and running over were the services she offered to the general good, and it was on the ground of the merest justice that she required from her daughters some sort of interest in domestic affairs. From her eldest she got no sort of interest, and it was like the removal of a grievance from the hearth when Edwina took up employment which ranged her definitely beyond the necessity of being of any earthly use in the house. Edwina's occupation to some extent absorbed her shortcomings, which was much better than having to attribute them to her being naturally through other, or naturally clever, according to the bias of the moment. Mrs. Murchison no longer excused or complained of her daughter, but she still pitied the man. The boys, of course, were too young to think of matrimony. They were still the boys, the Murchison boys. They would be the boys at 40 if they remained under their father's roof. In the mother country, men in short jackets and round collars emerge from the preparatory schools. In the daughter lands, boys in tailcoats conduct serious affairs. Alec and Oliver, in the business, were frivolous enough as to the feminine interest. For all Dr. Drummond's expressed and widely known views upon the subject, it was a common thing for one or both of these young men to stray from the family pew on Sunday evenings to the services of other communions, thereafter to walk home in the dusk under the maples with some attractive young person, and be sedately invited to finish the evening on her father's veranda. Neither of them was guiltless of silk ties knitted or handkerchiefs initialed by certain fingers. Without repeating scandal, one might say by various fingers. For while the ultimate import of these matters was not denied in Elgin, there was a general feeling against giving too much meaning to them, probably originating in a reluctance among heads of families to add to their responsibilities. These early spring indications were belittled and laughed at, so much so that the young people themselves hardly took them seriously, but regarded them as a form of amusement, almost conventional. Nothing would have surprised or embarrassed them more than to learn that their predilections had an imperative corollary, that anything should of necessity come of it. Something, of course, occasionally did come of it, and usually after years of attention a young man of Elgin found himself mated to a young woman, but never under circumstances that could be called precipitate or rash. The cautious blood and far sight of the early settlers, who had much to reckon with, were still preponderant social characteristics of the town they cleared the site for. Meanwhile, however, flowers were gathered, and all sorts of evanescent idyls came and went in the relations of young men and maidens. Alec and Oliver Murchison were already in the full tide of them. From this point of view, they did not know what to make of Lorne. It was not as if their brother were in any way ill calculated to attract that interest which gave to youthful existence in Elgin almost the only flavour that it had. Looks are looks, and Lorne had plenty of them, taller by an inch than Alec, broader by 2 than Oliver, with a fine square head and blue eyes in it, and features which conveyed purpose and humour, lighted by a certain simplicity of soul that pleased even when it was not understood. Open, people said he was, and frank. So he was, frank and open, with horizons and intentions. You could see them in his face. Perhaps it was more conscious of them than he was. Ambition, definitely shining goals, adorn the perspectives of young men in new countries less often than is commonly supposed. Lorne meant to be a good lawyer, squarely proposed to himself that the country should hold no better, and as to more selective usefulness, he hoped to do a little stumping for the right side when Frank Jennings ran for the Ontario House in the fall. It wouldn't be his first electioneering. From the day he became chairman of the Young Liberals, the party had an eye on him, and when occasion arose, winter or summer, by bobsleigh or buggy, weather-beaten local bosses would convey him to country schoolhouses for miles about to keep a district sound on railway policy or education or tariff reform. He came home smiling with the triumphs of these occasions, and offered them with the slow, good-humoured, capable drawl that inspired such confidence in him to his family at breakfast, who said, "Great," or "Good for you, Lorne." John Murchison oftenest said nothing, but would glance significantly at his wife, frowning and pursing his lips, when she, who had most spirit of them all, would exclaim, "You'll be premier yet, Lorne." It was no part of the Murchison policy to draw against future balances. They might believe everything, they would express nothing. And I doubt whether Lorne himself had any map of the country he meant to travel over in that vague future, already defining in local approbation, and law business coming freely in with a special eye on the junior partner. But the tract was there, subconscious, plain in the wider glance, the alerter manner, plain even in the grasp and stride which marked him in a crowd, plain too in the preoccupation with other issues, were it only turning over a leader in the morning's Dominion, that carried him along indifferent to the allurements I have described. The family had a bond of union in their respect for Lorne, and this absence of nugatory inclinations in him was among its elements. Even Stella, who, being just 14, was the natural mouthpiece of family sentiment, would declare that Lorne had something better to do than go hanging about after girls, and for her part she thought all the more of him for it. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. "I am requested to announce," said Dr. Drummond after the singing of the last hymn, "the death yesterday morning of James Archibald Ramsay, for 15 years an adherent and for 25 years a member of this church. The funeral will take place from the residence of the deceased on Courthouse Street tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Friends and acquaintances are respectfully invited to attend." The minister's voice changed with the character of its affairs. Still vibrating with the delivery of his sermon, it was now charged with the official business of the interment. In its inflections it expressed both elegy and eulogy, and in the brief pause before and after invited, and the fall of attend, there was the last word of comment upon the mortal term. A crispation of interest passed over the congregation. Every chin was raised. Dr. Drummond's voice had a wonderful claiming power, but he often said he wished his congregation would pay as undivided attention to the sermon as they did to the announcements. "The usual weekly prayer meeting will be held in the basement of the church on Wednesday evening." Then, almost in a tone of colloquy, and with just a hint of satire about his long upper lip, "I should be glad to see a better attendance of the young people at these gatherings. Time was when the prayer meeting counted among our young men and women as an occasion not to be lightly passed over. In these days it would seem that there is too much business to be done, or too much pleasure to be enjoyed, for the oncoming generation to remember their weekly engagement with the Lord. This is not as it should be, and I rely upon the fathers and mothers of this congregation, who brought these children in their arms to the baptismal font, there to be admitted to the good hopes and great privileges of the Church of God. I rely upon them to see that there shall be no departure from the good old rule, and that time is found for the weekly prayer meeting." Mrs. Murchison nudged Stella, who returned the attention, looking elaborately uninterested, with her foot. Alec and Oliver smiled consciously. Their father, with an expression of severe gravity, backed up the minister, who, after an instant's pause, continued. "On Tuesday afternoon next, God willing, I shall visit the following families in the East Ward: Mr. Peterson, Mr. McCormick, Mrs. Samuel Smith, and Mr. John Flint. On Thursday afternoon, in the South Ward, Mrs. Reed, Mr. P.C. Cameron, and Mr. Murchison. We will close by singing the third doxology, Blessed, blessed be Jehovah, Israel's God to all eternity." The congregation trooped out. The Murchisons walked home in a clan, Mr. and Mrs. Murchison, with Stella skirting the outside of the sidewalk beside them, the two young men behind. Abby, when she married Harry, had gone over to the Church of England. The wife must worship with the husband. Even Dr. Drummond recognized the necessity, though he professed small opinion of the sway of the spouse who, with Presbyterian traditions behind her, could not achieve union the other way about. And Abby's sanctioned defection was a matter of rather shamefaced reference by her family. Edwina and Lorne had fallen into the degenerate modern habit of preferring the evening service. "So we're to have the doctor on Thursday," said Mrs. Murchison, plainly not displeased. "Well, I hope the dining-room carpet will be down." "I expect he'll be wanting his tea," replied Mr. Murchison. "He's got you in the right place on the list for that, mother, as usual." "I'd just like to see him go anywhere else for his tea the day he was coming to our house," declared Stella. "But he generally has too much sense." "You boys," said Mrs. Murchison, turning back to her sons, "will see that you're on hand that evening, and I hope the doctor will rub it in about the prayer meeting." Mrs. Murchison chuckled. "I saw it went home to both of you, and well it might. Yes, I think I may as well expect him to tea. He enjoys my scalloped oysters, if I do say it myself." "We'll get Abby over," said Mr. Murchison. "That'll please the doctor." "I must say," remarked Stella, "he seems to think a lot more of Abby now that she's Mrs. Episcopal Johnson." "Yes, Abby and Harry must come," said Mrs. Murchison. "And I was thinking of inviting Mr. and Mrs. Horace Williams. We've been there till I'm ashamed to look them in the face. And I've pretty well decided," she added autocratically, "to have chicken salad. So if Dr. Drummond has made up his mouth for scalloped oysters, he'll be disappointed." "Mother," announced Stella, "I'm perfectly certain you'll have both." "I'll consider it," replied her mother. "Meanwhile, we would be better employed in thinking of what we have been hearing. That's the third sermon from the book of Job in 6 weeks. I must say, with the whole of the 2 Testaments to select from, I don't see why the doctor should be so taken up with Job." Stella was vindicated. Mrs. Murchison did have both. The chicken salad gleamed at one end of the table, and the scalloped oysters smoked delicious at the other. Lorne had charge of the cold tongue, and Edwina was entrusted with the pickled pears. The rest of the family were expected to think about the tea biscuits and the cake, for Lobelia had never yet had a successor that was any hand with company. Mrs. Murchison had enough to do to pour out the tea. It was a table to do anybody credit, with its glossy damask and the old-fashioned silver and best china that Mrs. Murchison had brought as a bride to her housekeeping. For, thank goodness, her mother had known what was what in such matters. A generous, attractive table that you took some satisfaction in looking at. Mrs. Murchison came of a family of noted housekeepers. Where she got her charm, I don't know. 6 o'clock tea, and that the last meal in the day, was the rule in Elgin, and a good enough rule for Mrs. Murchison, who had no patience with the innovation of a late dinner, recently adopted by some people, who could keep neither their servants nor their digestions in consequence. It had been a crisp October day. As Mr. Murchison remarked, the fall evenings were beginning to draw in early. Everybody was glad of the fire in the grate and the closed curtains. Dr. Drummond had come about 5, and the inquiries and comments upon family matters that the occasion made incumbent had been briskly exchanged, with just the word that marked the pastoral visit, and the practical interest that relieved it. And he had thought, on the whole, that he might manage to stay to tea, at which Mrs. Murchison's eyes twinkled as she said affectionately, "Now, doctor, you know we could never let you off." Then Abby had arrived, and her husband, and finally Mr. and Mrs. Williams, just a trifle late for etiquette, but well knowing that it mustn't be enough to spoil the biscuits. Dr. Drummond, in the place of honour, had asked the blessing, and that brief reminder of the semi-official character of the occasion having been delivered, was in the best of humours. The Murchisons were not far wrong in the happy divination that he liked coming to their house. Its atmosphere appealed to him. He expanded in its humour, its irregularity, its sense of temperament. They were doubtful allurements from the point of view of a minister of the gospel, but it would not occur to Dr. Drummond to analyze them. So far as he was aware, John Murchison was just a decent, prosperous, Christian man on whose word and will you might depend, and Mrs. Murchison, a stirring, independent little woman, who could be very good company when she felt inclined. As to their sons and daughters, insofar as they were a credit, he was as proud of them as their parents could possibly be, regarding himself as in a much higher degree responsible for the formation of their characters and the promise of their talents. And indeed, since every one of them had sat under Dr. Drummond from the day he or she was capable of sitting under anybody, Mr. and Mrs. Murchison would have been the last to dispute this. It was not one of those houses where a pastor could always be sure of leaving some spiritual benefit behind, but then he came away himself with a pleasant sense of nervous stimulus which was apt to take his mind off the matter. It is not given to all of us to receive or to extend the communion of the saints. Mr. and Mrs. Murchison were indubitably of the elect, but he was singularly close-mouthed about it, and she had an extraordinary way of seeing the humorous side. Altogether it was paralyzing, and the conversation would wonderfully soon slip round to some robust secular subject, public or domestic. I have mentioned Dr. Drummond's long upper lip. All sorts of racial virtues resided there, but his mouth was also wide and much frequented by a critical, humorous, philosophical smile, which revealed a view of life at once kindly and trenchant. His shrewd grey eyes were encased in wrinkles, and when he laughed his hearty laugh they almost disappeared in a merry line. He had a fund of Scotch stories, and one or two he was very fond of, at the expense of the Methodists, that were known up and down the Dominion, and nobody enjoyed them more than he did himself. He had once worn his hair in a high curl on his scholarly forehead, and a silvering tuft remained brushed upright. He took the old-fashioned precaution of putting cotton wool in his ears, which gave him more than ever the look of something highly concentrated and conserved, but in no way detracted from his dignity. St. Andrew's folk accused him of vanity because of the diamond he wore on his little finger. He was by no means handsome, but he was intensely individual. Perhaps he had vanity. His people would have forgiven him worse things. And at Mrs. Murchison's tea-party he was certainly, as John Murchison afterward said, in fine feather. An absorbing topic held them, a local topic, a topic involving loss and crime and reprisals. The Federal Bank had sustained a robbery of $5,000, and in the course of a few days had placed their cashier under arrest for suspected complicity. Their cashier was Walter Ormiston, the only son of old Squire Ormiston of Moneda Reservation, 10 miles out of Elgin, who had administered the affairs of the Indians there for more years than the Federal Bank had existed. Mr. Williams brought the latest news, as was to be expected. News flowed in rivulets to Mr. Williams all day long. He paid for it, dealt in it, could spread or suppress it. "They've admitted the bail," Mr. Williams announced with an air of self-surveillance. Rawlins had brought the intelligence in too late for the current issue, and Mr. Williams was divided between his human desire to communicate and his journalistic sense that the item would be the main feature of the next afternoon's Express. "I'm glad of that. I'm glad of that," repeated Dr. Drummond. "Thank you, Mrs. Murchison. I'll send my cup. And did you learn, Williams, for what amount?" Mr. Williams ran his hand through his hair in the effort to remember, and decided that he might as well let it all go. The Mercury couldn't fail to get it by tomorrow, anyhow. 3,000, he said. Milburn and Dr. Henry Johnson. "I thought father was bound to be in it," remarked Dr. Harry. "Half and half?" asked John Murchison. "No," contributed Mrs. Williams. "Mr. Milburn 2 and Dr. Henry 1. Mr. Milburn is Walter's uncle, you know." Mr. Williams fastened an outraged glance on his wife, who looked another way. Whatever he thought proper to do, it was absolutely understood that she was to reveal nothing of what came in, and was even carefully to conserve anything she heard outside with a view to bringing it in. Mrs. Williams was too prone to indiscretion in the matter of letting news slip prematurely. and as to its capture, her husband would often confess with private humour that Minnie wasn't much of a mouser. "Well, that's something to be thankful for," said Mrs. Murchison. "I lay awake for 2 hours last night thinking of that boy in jail, and his poor old father, 79 years of age, and such a fine old man, so thoroughly respected." "I don't know the young fellow," said Dr. Drummond, "but they say he's of good character, not over solid, but bears a clean reputation. They're all Tories together, of course, the Ormistons." "It's an old U.E. Loyalist family," remarked Edwina. "Mr. Ormiston has one or two rather interesting revolutionary trophies at his house out there." "None the worse for that, none the worse for that," said Dr. Drummond. "Old Ormiston's father," contributed the editor of the Express, "had a crown grant of the whole of Moneda Reservation at one time. Government actually bought it back from him to settle the Indians there. He was a well-known family compact man, and fought tooth and nail for the clergy reserves in '50. "Well, well," said Dr. Drummond with a twinkle, "we'll hope young Ormiston is innocent nevertheless." "Nasty business for the Federal Bank if he is," Mr. Williams went on. "They're a pretty unpopular bunch as it is." "Of course he's innocent," contributed Stella with indignant eyes. "And when they prove it, what can he do to the bank for taking him up? That's what I want to know." Her elders smiled indulgently. "A lot you know about it, Kitty," said Oliver. It was the only remark he made during the meal. Alec passed the butter assiduously, but said nothing at all. Adolescence was inarticulate in Elgin on occasions of ceremony. "I hear they've piled up some big evidence," said Mr. Williams. "Young Ormiston's been fool enough to do some race betting lately. Minnie, I wish you'd get Mrs. Murchison to show you how to pickle pears. Of course," he added, "they're keeping it up their sleeve." "It's a hard place to keep evidence," said Lorne Murchison at last, with a smile which seemed to throw light on the matter. They had all been waiting, more or less consciously, for what Lorne would have to say. "Lorne, you've got it," divined his mother instantly. "Got what, mother?" "The case. I suspected it from the minute the subject was mentioned. That case came in today." "And you sitting there like a bump on a log and never telling us!" exclaimed Stella with reproach. "Stella, you have a great deal too much to say," replied her brother. "Suppose you try sitting like a bump on a log. We won't complain. Yes, the squire seems to have made up his mind about the defence, and my seniors haven't done much else today." "Rollins saw him hitched up in front of your place for about 2 hours this morning," said Mr. Williams. "I told him I thought that was good enough, but we didn't say anything, Rollins having heard it was to be Flynn from Toronto. And I hadn't forgotten the grand trunk case we put down to you last week without exactly asking. Your old man was as mad as a hornet, wanted to stop his subscription. Rollins had no end of a time to get round him. Little things like that will creep in when you've got to trust to one man to run the whole local show. But I didn't want the Mercury to have another horse on us." "Do you think you'll get a look in, Lorne?" asked Dr. Harry. "Oh, not a chance of it. The old man's as keen as a razor on the case, and you'd think Warner never had one before. If I get a bit of grubbing to do, under supervision, they'll consider I ought to be pleased." It was the sunniest possible tone of grumbling. It enlisted your sympathy by its very acknowledgment that it had not a leg to stand on. "They're pretty wild about it out Moneda way," said Dr. Harry. "My father says the township would put down the bail 3 times over." "They swear by the squire out there," said Mr. Horace Williams, liberally applying his napkin to his moustache. He treated some of them more than square when the fall wheat failed 3 years running, about 10 years back. Do you remember, Mr. Murchison? Lent them money at about half the bank rate, and wasn't in an awful sweat about getting it in at that either. And wasn't there something about his rebuilding the schoolhouse at his own expense not so long ago? Asked Dr. Drummond. Just what he did. I wanted to send Rollins out and make a story of it. We'd have given it a column with full heads, but the old man didn't like it. It's hard to know what some people will like, but it was my own foolishness for asking. A thing like that is public property. There's a good deal of feeling, said Lorne, so much that I understand the bank is moving for change of venue. I hope they won't get it, said Dr. Drummond sharply. A strong local feeling is valuable evidence in a case like this. I don't half approve this notion that a community can't manage its own justice when it happens to take an interest in the case. I've no more acquaintance with the squire than how d'ye do, and I don't know his son from Adam, but I'd serve on the jury tomorrow if the Crown asked it, and there's many more like me. Mr. Williams, who had made a brief note on his shirt cuff, restored his pencil to his waistcoat pocket. I shall oppose a change of venue, said he. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. It was confidently expected by the Murchison family that when Stella was old enough, she would be a good deal in society. Stella, without doubt, was well equipped for society. She had exactly those qualities which appealed to it in Elgin, among which I will mention two. The quality of being able to suggest that she was quite as good as anybody, without saying so, and the even more important quality of not being any better. Other things being equal, those common worldly standards that prevailed in Elgin as well as anywhere else in their degree, other things being equal, this second simple quality was perhaps the most important of all. Mr. and Mrs. Murchison made no claim and small attempt upon society. One doubts whether, with children coming fast and hard times long at the door, they gave the subject much consideration. But if they did, it is highly unlikely to have occurred to them that they were too good for their environment. Yet in a manner they were. It was a matter of quality, of spiritual and mental fabric. They were hardly aware that they had it, but it marked them with a difference. And a difference is the one thing a small community, accustomed comfortably to scan its own intelligible averages, will not tolerate. The unusual may take on an exaggeration of these. An excess of money, an excess of piety, is understood, but idiosyncrasy susceptible to no common translation is regarded with the hostility earned by the white crow, modified among law-abiding humans into tacit repudiation. It is a sound enough social principle to distrust that which is not understood, like the strain of temperament inarticulate but vaguely manifest in the Murchisons. Such a strain may any day produce an eccentric or a genius, emancipated from the common interests, possibly inimical to the general good. And when, later on, your genius takes flight, or your eccentric sells all that he has and gives it to the poor, his fellow townsmen exchange shrewd nods before the vindicating fact. Nobody knew it at all in Elgin, but this was the Murchisons' case. They had produced nothing abnormal, but they had to prove that they weren't going to, and Stella was the last and most convincing demonstration. Edwina, bookish and unconventional, was regarded with dubiety. She was out of the type. She had queer satisfactions and enthusiasms. Once as a little girl she had taken a papoose from a drunken squaw and brought it home for her mother to adopt. Mrs. Murchison's reception of the suggested duty may be imagined, also the comments of acquaintances. A trick like that! The inevitable hour arrived when she should be instructed on the piano, and the second time the music teacher came, her pupil was discovered on the roof of the house, with the ladder drawn up after her. She did not wish to learn the piano, and from that point of vantage informed her family that it was a waste of money. She would hide in the hayloft with a novel. She would be off by herself in a canoe at 6 o'clock in the morning. She would go for walks in the rain of windy October twilights, and be met kicking the wet leaves along in front of her, in a dream. No one could dream with impunity in Elgin, except in bed. Mothers of daughters sympathized in good set terms with Mrs. Murchison. "If that girl were mine," they would say, and leave you with a stimulated notion of the value of corporal punishment. When she took to passing examinations and teaching, Elgin considered that her parents ought to be thankful in the probability that she had escaped some dramatic end. But her occupation further removed her from intercourse with the town's more exclusive circles. She had taken a definite line, and she pursued it, preoccupied. If she was a brand snatched from the burning, she sent up a little curl of reflection in a safe place, where she was not further interrupted. Abby, inheriting all these prejudices, had nevertheless not done so badly. She had taken no time at all to establish herself. She had almost immediately married. In the social estimates of Elgin, the Johnsons were nice people. Dr. Henry was a fine old figure in the town, and Abby's chances were good enough. At all events, when she opened her doors as a bride, receiving for 3 afternoons in her wedding dress, everybody had called. It was very distinctly understood, of course, that this was a civility that need not lead to anything whatever, a kind of bowing recognition, to be formally returned, and quite possibly to end there. With Abby, in a good many cases, it hadn't ended there. She was doing very well, and as she often said with private satisfaction, if she went out anywhere, she was just as likely as not to meet her brothers. Elgin society, shaping itself, I suppose, to ultimate increase and prosperity, had this peculiarity, that the females of a family, in general acceptance, were apt to lag far behind the males. Alec and Oliver enjoyed a good deal of popularity, and it was Stella's boast that if Lorne didn't go out much, it needn't be supposed he wasn't asked. It was an accepted state of things in Elgin that young men might be invited without their sisters, implying an imperturbability greater than London's, since London may not be aware of the existence of sisters, while Elgin knew all sorts of more interesting things about them. The young men were more desirable than the young women. They forged ahead, carrying the family's fortunes, and the nicest of them were the young men in the banks. Others might be more substantial, but there was an allure about a young man in a bank, as difficult to define as to resist. To say of a certain party giver that she had about every bank clerk in town was to announce the success of her entertainment in ultimate terms. These things are not always penetrable, but no doubt his gentlemanly form of labour, and its abridgment in the afternoons, when other young men toiled on till the stroke of 6, had something to do with this apotheosis of the bank clerk, as well as his invariable taste in tailoring, and the fact that some local family influence was probably represented in his appointment. Privilege has always its last little stronghold, and it still operates to admiration on the office stools of minor finance in towns like Elgin. At all events, the sprouting tellers and cashiers held unquestioned sway, Young doctors and lawyers simply didn't think of competing. And since this sort of thing carries its own penalty, the designation which they shared with so many distinguished persons in history became a byword on the lips of envious persons and small boys, by which they wished to express effeminacy and the substantive of the stuck-up. "Do you take me for a bank clerk?" was a form of repudiation among corner loafers, as forcible as it was unjustifiable. I seem to have embarked, by way of getting to the Milburns' party. There is a party at the Milburns, and some of us are going, upon an analysis of social principles in Elgin, an adventure of difficulty, as I have once or twice hinted, but one from which I cannot well extricate myself without at least leaving a clue or two more for the use of the curious. No doubt these rules had their nucleus in the half-dozen families, among whom we may count the shadowy Plumbers, who took upon themselves for Fox County, by the king's pleasure, the administration of justice, the practice of medicine and of the law, and the performance of the charges of the Church of England a long time ago. Such persons would bring their lines of demarcation with them, and in their new milieu of backwoods settlers and small traders would find no difficulty in drawing them again. But it was a very long time ago. The little knot of gentry folk soon found the limitations of their new conditions. Years went by in decades, aggrandizing none of them. They took, perforce, to the ways of the country, and soon nobody kept a groom but the doctor, and nobody dined late but the judge. There came a time when the sheriff's whist club and the archdeacon's port became a tradition to the oldest inhabitant. Trade flourished, education improved, politics changed. Her Majesty removed her troops. The Dominion wouldn't pay, a poor-spirited business, and a bulwark went with the regiment. The original dignified group broke, dissolved, scattered. Prosperous traders foreclosed them. The spirit of the times defeated them. Young Liberals succeeded them in office. Their grandsons married the daughters of well-to-do persons who came from the north of Ireland, the east of Scotland, and the Lord knows where. It was a sorry tale of disintegration, with a cheerful sequel of rebuilding, leading to a little unavoidable confusion as the edifice went up. Any process of blending implies confusion to begin with. We are here at the making of a nation. This large consideration must dispose of small anomalies, such as the acceptance without cant of certain forms of the shop, euphemized as the store, but containing the same old vertebral counter. Not all forms. Dry goods were held in respect, and chemists in comparative esteem. House furnishings and hardware made an appreciable claim, and quite a leading family was occupied with seed grains. Groceries, on the other hand, were harder to swallow, possibly on account of the apron, though the grocer's apron, being of linen, had several degrees more consideration than the shoemaker's, which was of leather. Smaller trades made smaller pretensions. Mrs. Milburn could tell you where to draw the line. They were all hard-working folk together, but they had their little prejudices. The dentist was known as Doc, but he was not considered quite on a medical level. It was doubtful whether you bowed to the piano tuner, and quite a curious and unreasonable contempt was bound up in the word veterinary. Anything wholesale or manufacturing stood, of course, on its own feet. There was nothing ridiculous in molasses, nothing objectionable in a tannery, nothing amusing in soap. Such airs and graces were far from Elgin, too fundamentally occupied with the amount of capital invested, and too profoundly aware how hard it was to come by. The valuable part of it all was a certain bright freedom, and this was of the essence. Trade was a decent communal way of making a living, rooted in independence and the general need. It had none of the meaner aspects. Your bow was negligible to the piano tuner, and everything veterinary held up its head. And all this again qualified, as everywhere, by the presence or absence of the social faculty, that magnetic capacity for coming, as Mrs. Murchison would say, to the fore, which makes little of disadvantages that might seem insuperable, and, in default, renders null and void the most unquestionable claims. Anyone would think of the Delarues. Mr. Delarue had in the dim past married his milliner, yet the Delarues were now very much indeed to the fore. And, on the other hand, the Leverettes of the sawmills, rich and benevolent. The Leverettes were not in society, simply, if you analyzed it, because they did not appear to expect to be in it. Certainly it was well not to be too modest. Assuredly, as Mrs. Murchison said, you put your own ticket on, though that dear soul never marked herself in very plain figures, not knowing, perhaps for one thing, quite how much she was worth. On the other hand, scarce of company, welcome trumpery, Mrs. Murchison always emphatically declared to be no part of her social philosophy. The upshot was that the Murchisons were confined to a few old friends, and looked, as we know, half humorously, half ironically, for more brilliant excursions, to Stella and the boys. It was only, however, the pleasure of Mr. Lorne Murchison's company that was requested at the Milburns' dance. Almost alone among those who had slipped into wider and more promiscuous circles with the widening of the stream, the Milburns had made something like an effort to hold out. The resisting power was not thought to reside in Mr. Milburn, who was personally aware of no special ground for it, but in Mrs. Milburn and her sister, Miss Filkin, who seemed to have inherited the strongest ideas, in the phrase of the place, about keeping themselves to themselves. A strain of this kind is sometimes constant, even so far from the fountainhead, with its pleasing proof that such views were once the most general and the most sacred defence of middle-class firesides, and that Thackeray had, after all, a good deal to excuse him. Crossing the Atlantic, they doubtless suffered some dilution, but all that was possible to conserve them under very adverse conditions, Mrs. Milburn and Miss Filkin made it their duty to do. Nor were these ideas opposed, contested, or much traversed in Elgin. It was recognized that there was something about Mrs. Milburn and her sister, vaguely felt, that you did not come upon that thinness of nostril, and slope of shoulder, and set of elbow, at every corner. They must have got it somewhere. A Filkin tradition prevailed, said to have originated in Nova Scotia. The Filkins never had been accessible, but if they wanted to keep to themselves, let them. In this respect, Dora Milburn, the only child, was said to be her mother's own daughter. The shoulders, at all events, testified to it, and the young lady had been taught to speak, like Mrs. Milburn, with what was known as an English accent. The accent in general use in Elgin was borrowed, let us hope temporarily, from the other side of the line. It suffered local modifications and exaggerations, but it was clearly an American product. The English accent was thoroughly affected, especially the broad A. The time may come when Elgin will be at considerable pains to teach itself the broad A, but that is in the embroidery of the future, and in no way modifies the criticism of Dora Milburn. Lorne Murchison, however, was invited to the dance. The invitation reached him through the post. Coming home from office early on Saturday, he produced it from his pocket. Mrs. Murchison and Abby sat on the veranda, enjoying the Indian summer afternoon. The horse chestnuts dropped crashing among the fallen leaves. The roadside maples blazed, the quiet streets ran into smoky purple, and one belated robin hopped about the lawn. Mrs. Murchison had just remarked that she didn't know why, at this time of year, you always felt as if you were waiting for something. "Well, I hope you feel honored," remarked Abby. Not one of them would have thought that Lorne should feel especially honored, but the insincerity was so obvious that it didn't matter. Mrs. Murchison, cocking her head to read the card, tried hard not to look pleased. "Mrs. Milburn, at home," she read, "dancing. Well, she might be at home dancing for all me. Why couldn't she just write you a little friendly note, or let Dora do it? It's that Ormiston case," she went on shrewdly. "They know you're taking a lot of trouble about it, and the least they could do, too." Lorne sat down on the edge of the veranda with his hands in his trousers pockets, and stuck his long legs out in front of him. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "They have the name of being nifty, but I haven't got anything against the Milburns." "Name!" ejaculated Mrs. Murchison. "How long ago was it the Episcopalians began that sewing circle business for the destitute clergy of Saskatchewan?" "Mother," put in Abby with deprecation. "Well, I won't be certain about the clergy, but I tell you it had to do with Saskatchewan, for that I remember. And anyhow, the first meeting was held at the Milburns. Members lent their drawing rooms. Well, Mrs. Leverett and Mrs. Delarue went to the meeting. They were very thick just then, the Leveretts and the Delarues. They were so pleased to be going that they got there about 5 minutes too soon, and they were the first to come. Well, they rang the bell, and in they went. The girl showed them into the front drawing-room and asked them to sit down, and there in the back drawing-room sat Mrs. Milburn and Miss Filkin, and never spoke to them, took not the smallest notice, any more than if they had been stray cats, not so much. Their own denomination, mind you, too. And there they might have been sitting still if Mrs. Leverett hadn't had the spirit to get up and march out. No, thank you. No Milburns for me." Lorne watched his mother with twinkling eyes till she finished. "Well, mother, after that, if it was going to be a sewing circle, I think I'd send an excuse," he said. "But maybe they won't be so mean at a dance." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Octavius Milburn would not, I think, have objected to being considered, with relation to his own line in life, a representative man. He would have been wary to claim it, but if the stranger had arrived unaided at this view of him, he would have been inclined to think well of the stranger's power of induction. That is what he was, a man of averages, balances, the safe level, no more disposed to an extravagant opinion than to wear one side whisker longer than the other. You would take him any day, especially on Sunday in a silk hat, for the correct medium. By his careful walk with the spring in it, his shrewd glance with the caution in it, his look of being prepared to account for himself categorically from head to foot. He was fond of explaining, in connection with an offer once made him to embark his capital in Chicago, that he preferred a fair living under his own flag to a fortune under the Stars and Stripes. There we have the turn of his mind, convertible into the language of bookkeeping, a balance struck, with the profit on the side of the flag, the patriotic equivalent in good sound terms of dollars and cents. With this position understood, he was prepared to take you up on any point of comparison between the status and privileges of a subject and a citizen, the political morale of a monarchy and a republic, the advantage of life on this and the other side of the line. There was nothing he liked better to expatiate upon, with that valuable proof of his own sincerity always at hand for reference and illustration. His ideal was life in a practical, go-ahead, self-governing colony, far enough from England actually to be disabused of her inherited anachronisms and make your own tariff, near enough, politically, to keep your securities up by virtue of her protection. He was extremely satisfied with his own country. One saw in his talk the phenomenon of patriotism in double bloom, flower within flower. I have mentioned his side whiskers. He preserved that facial decoration of the Prince Consort, and the large steel engraving that represents Queen Victoria in a flowing habit, and the Prince in a double-breasted frock coat and a stock on horseback, hung over the mantelpiece in his drawing-room. If the outer patriotism was a little vague, the inner had vigor enough. Canada was a great place. Mr. Milburn had been born in the country, and had never gone over to England. Canada was good enough for him. He was born, one might say, in the manufacturing interest, and inherited the complacent and conservative political views of a tenderly nourished industry. Mr. Milburn was of those who were building up the country. With sufficient protection, he was prepared to go on doing it long and loyally. Meanwhile, he admired the structure from all points of view. As president of the Elgin Chamber of Commerce, he was enabled once a year to produce no end of gratifying figures. He was fond of wearing on such occasions the national emblem in a little enameled maple leaf, and his portrait and biography occupied a full page in a sumptuous work entitled Canadians of Today, sold by subscription, where he was described as the father of the Elgin boiler. Mr. and Mrs. Milburn were in the drawing-room to receive their young guests, a circumstance which alone imparted a distinction to the entertainment. At such parties, the appearance of the heads of the house was by no means invariable. Frequently they went to bed. The simple explanation was that the young people could stand late hours and be none the worse next day. Their elders had to be more careful if they wanted to get down to business. Moreover, as in all new societies, between the older and the younger generation there was a great gulf fixed, across which intercourse was difficult. The sons and daughters, born to different circumstances, evolved their own conventions. The old people used the ways and manners of narrower days. One paralyzed the other. It might be gathered from the slight tone of patronage in the address of youth to age that the advantage lay with the former. But polite conversation, at best, was sustained with discomfort. Such considerations, however, were far from operating with the Milburns. Mrs. Milburn would have said that they were characteristic of quite a different class of people, and so they were. No one would have supposed, from the way in which the family disposed itself in the drawing-room, that Miss Filkin had only just finished making the claret cup, or that Dora had been cutting sandwiches till the last minute, or that Mrs. Milburn had been obliged to have a distinct understanding with the maid. Mrs. Milburn's servants were all maids, even the charwoman who had buried 3 husbands, on the subject of wearing a cap when she answered the door. Mrs. Milburn sat on a chair she had worked herself, occupied with something in the new stitch. Dora performed lightly at the piano. Miss Filkin dipped into selections from the poets of the century, placed as remotely as possible from the others. Mr. Milburn, with his legs crossed, turned and folded a Toronto evening paper. Mrs. Milburn had somewhat objected to the evening paper in the drawing-room. "Won't you look at a magazine, Octavius?" she said, but Mr. Milburn advanced the argument that it removed any appearance of stiffness, and prevailed. It was impossible to imagine a group more disengaged from the absurd fuss that precedes a party among some classes of people. Indeed, when Mr. Lorne Murchison arrived, like the unfortunate Mrs. Leverett and Mrs. Delarue, he was the first. They looked almost surprised to see him. Lorne told his mother afterward that he thought, in that embarrassing circumstance, of Mrs. Leverett and Mrs. Delarue, and they laughed consumedly together over his discomfiture. But what he felt at the moment was not the humour of the situation. To be the very first and solitary arrival is nowhere esteemed the happiest fortune, but in Elgin a kind of ridiculous humiliation attached to it, a greed for the entertainment, a painful unsophistication. A young man of Elgin would walk up and down in the snow for a quarter of an hour with the thermometer at 0 to escape the ignominy of it. Lorne Murchison would have so walked. Our young man was potentially capable of not minding. By next morning he didn't mind, but immediately he was fast tied in the cobwebs of the common prescription, and he made his way to each of the points of the compass of the Milburns' drawing-room to shake hands, burning to the ears. Before he subsided into a chair near Mr. Milburn, he grasped the collar of his dress coat on each side and drew it forward, a trick he had with his gown in court, a nervous and mechanical action. Dora, who continued to play, watched him over the piano with an amusement not untinged with malice. She was a tall, fair girl, with several kinds of cleverness. She did her hair quite beautifully, and she had a remarkable, effective, useful reticence. Her father declared that Dora took in a great deal more than she ever gave out, an accomplishment in Mr. Milburn's eyes on the soundest basis. She looked remarkably pretty and had remarkably good style, and as she proceeded with her mazurka, she was thinking, "He has never been asked here before. How perfectly silly he must feel coming so early." Presently, as Lorne grew absorbed in talk and forgot his unhappy chance, she further reflected, "I don't think I've ever seen him till now in evening dress. It does make him a good figure." This went on behind a faultless coiffure and an expression almost classical in its detachment. But if Miss Milburn could have thought on a level with her looks, I, for one, would hesitate to take any liberty with her meditations. However, the bell began to ring with the briefest intermissions, the maid in the cap to make constant journeys. She opened the door with a welcoming smile, having practically no deportment to go with the cap. Human nature does not freeze readily anywhere. Dora had to leave the piano. Miss Filkin decided that when 15 had come, she would change her chair. 15 soon came. The young ladies, mostly in light silks or muslins cut square, not low, in the neck, with half sleeves. This moderation was prescribed in Elgin, where evening dress was more a matter of material than of cut, a thing itself symbolical if it were desirable to consider social evolution here. For middle-aged ladies, high necks and long sleeves were usual, and Mrs. Milburn might almost have been expected to appear thus, in a nicely made black brochet, perhaps. It was recognized as like Mrs. Milburn, in keeping with her unbending ideas, to wear a dress cut as square as any young lady's, with just a little lace let in of a lavender stripe. The young men were nearly all in the tailor's convention for their sex the world over, with here and there a short coat that also went to church. But there were some departures from orthodoxy in the matter of collars and ties, and where white bows were achieved, I fear none of the wearers would have dreamed of defending them from the charge of being ready-made. It was a clear, cold January night, and everybody, as usual, walked to the party. The snow creaked and ground underfoot. One could hear the arriving steps in the drawing-room. They stamped and scraped to get rid of it in the porch, and hurried through the hall, muffled figures in overshoes, to emerge from an upstairs bedroom, radiant, putting a last touch to hair and buttonhole, smelling of the fresh winter air. Such gatherings usually consisted entirely of bachelors and maidens, with one or two exceptions so recently yoked together that they had not yet changed the plane of existence. Married people, by general consent, left these amusements to the unculled. They had, as I have hinted, more serious preoccupations, something else to do. Nobody thought of inviting them. Nobody, that is, but Mrs. Milburn, and a few others of her way of thinking, who saw more elegance and more propriety in a mixture. On this occasion she had asked her own clergyman, the pleasant-faced rector of St. Stephen's and Mrs. Emmet, who wore that pathetic expression of fragile wives and mothers who have also a congregation at their skirts. Walter Winter was there too. Mr. Winter had the distinction of having contested South Fox in the Conservative interest 3 times unsuccessfully. Undeterred, he went on contesting things. Invariably beaten, he invariably came up smiling and ready to try again. His imperturbability was a valuable asset. He never lost heart or dreamed of retiring from the arena, nor did he ever cease to impress his party as being their most useful and acceptable representative. His business history was checkered, and his exact financial equivalent uncertain, but he had tremendously the air of a man of affairs. As the phrase went, he was full of politics, the plain repository of deep things. He had a shrewd eye, a double chin, and a bluff, crisp, jovial manner of talking as he lay back in an armchair with his legs crossed, and played with his watch-chain, an important way of nodding assent, a weighty shake of denial. Voting on purely party lines, the town had later rewarded his invincible expectation by electing him mayor, and then provided itself with unlimited entertainment by putting in a Liberal majority on his council, the reports of the weekly sittings being constantly considered as good as a cakewalk. South Fox, as people said, was not a healthy locality for Conservatives. Yet Walter Winter wore a look of remarkable hardiness. He had also tremendously the air of a dark horse, the result both of natural selection and careful cultivation. Even his political enemies took it kindly when he got in for mayor, and offered him amused congratulations. He made a personal claim on their cordiality, which was not the least of his political resources. Nature had fitted him to public uses. The impression overflowed the ranks of his own supporters and softened asperity among his opponents. Illustration lies at this moment close to us. They had not been in the same room a quarter of an hour before he was in deep and affectionate converse with Lorne Murchison, whose party we know, and whose political weight was increasing, as this influence often does, with a rapidity out of proportion with his professional and general significance. "It's a pity now," said Mr. Winter with genial interest. "You can't get that Ormiston defence into your own hands. Very useful thing for you." The younger man shifted a little uncomfortably in his seat. It is one thing to entertain a private vision, and another to see it materialized on other lips. "Oh, I'd like it well enough," he said, "but it's out of the question, of course. I'm 2 small potatoes." "There's a lot of feeling for old Ormiston. Folks out there on the reserve don't know how to show it enough." "They've shown it a great deal too much. We don't want to win on feeling, or have it said either. And we were as near as possible having to take the case to the Hamilton Assizes." "I guess you were. Mr. Winter's suddenly increased gravity expressed his appreciation of the danger. "I saw Lister of the Bank the day they heard from Toronto. Rule refused. Never saw a man more put out. Seems they considered the thing as good as settled. General opinion was it would go to Hamilton, sure. Well, I don't know how you pulled it off, but it was a smart piece of work, sir." Lorne encountered Mr. Winter's frank smile with an expression of crude and rather stolid discomfort. It had a base of indignation, corrected by a concession to the common idea that most events with an issue pendant were the result of a smart piece of work. A kind of awkward shrug was in it. He had no desire to be unpleasant to Walter Winter. On the contrary. Nevertheless, an uncompromising line came on each side of his mouth with his reply. "As far as I know," he said, "the application was dismissed on its demerits." "Of course it was," said Mr. Winter good-humouredly. "You don't need to tell me that. Well now, this looks like dancing. Miss Filkin, I see, is going to oblige on the piano. Now, I wonder whether I'm going to get Miss Dora to give me a waltz or not." Chairs and table were in effect being pushed back, and folding doors opened, which disclosed another room prepared for this relaxation. Miss Filkin began to oblige vigorously on the piano. Miss Dora granted Mr. Winter's request, which he made with elaborate humour as an impudent old bachelor whom the boys would presently take outside and kill. Lorne watched him make it, envying him his assurance, and Miss Milburn was aware that he watched, and aware that he envied. The room filled with gaiety and movement. Mr. Milburn, sidling dramatically along the wall to escape the rotatory couples, admonished Mr. Murchison to get a partner. He withdrew himself from the observation of Miss Dora and Mr. Winter, and approached a young lady on a sofa, who said, "With very great pleasure." When the dance was over, he re-established the young lady on the sofa, and fanned her with energy. Looking across the room, he saw that Walter Winter, seated beside Dora, was fanning himself. He thought it disgusting, and for some reason which he did not pause to explore, exactly like Winter. He had met Miss Milburn once or twice before without seeing her in any special way. Here, at home, the centre of the little conventions that had once protected and revealed her, conventions bound up in the impressive figures of her mother and her aunt, she had a new interest, and all the attraction of that which is not easily come by. It is also possible that although Lorne had met her before, she had not met him. She was meeting him now for the first time, as she sat directly opposite and talked very gracefully to Walter Winter. Addressing Walter Winter, Lorne was the object of her pretty remarks. While Mr. Winter had her superficial attention, he was the bland medium which handed her on. Her consciousness was fixed on young Mr. Murchison, quite occupied with him. She could not imagine why they had not asked him long ago. He wasn't exactly swell, but you could see he was somebody. So already she figured the potential distinction in the set of his shoulders and the carriage of his head. It might have been translated in simple terms of integrity and force by anyone who looked for those things. Miss Milburn was incapable of such detail, but she saw truly enough in the mass. Lorne, on the opposite sofa, looked at her across the town's traditions of Milburn exclusiveness. Oddly enough, at this moment, when he might have considered that he had overcome them, they seemed to gather force, exactly in his line of vision. He had never before been so near Dora Milburn, and he had never before perceived her so remote. He had a sense of her distance beyond those few yards of carpet, quite incompatible with the fact. It weighed upon him, but until she sent him a sudden unexpected smile, he did not know how heavily. It was a dissipating smile. Nothing remained before it. Lorne carefully restored his partner's fan, bowed before her, and went straight across the room. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. It is determined with something like humor that communities very young should occupy themselves almost altogether with matters of grave and serious import. The vision of life at that period is no doubt unimpeded and clear. Its conditions offer themselves with a certain nakedness and force, both as to this world and to that which is to come. The town of Elgin thus knew two controlling interests, the interest of politics and the interest of religion. Both are terms we must nevertheless circumscribe. Politics wore a complexion strictly local, provincial, or dominion. The last step of France in Siam, the disputed influence of Germany in the Persian Gulf, the struggle of the powers in China, were not matters greatly talked over in Elgin. The theatre of European diplomacy had no absorbed spectators here. Nor can I claim that interest in the affairs of Great Britain was in any way extravagant. A sentiment of affection for the reigning house certainly prevailed. It was arbitrary, rococo, unrelated to current conditions, as a tradition sung down in a ballad, an anachronism of the heart, cherished through long rude lifetimes for the beauty and poetry of it, when you consider beauty and poetry can be thought of in this. Here was no court aiding the transmutation of the middle class, no king spending money. Here were no picturesque contacts of royalty and the people, no pageantry, no blazonry of the past, nothing to lift the heart but an occasional telegram from the monarch expressing, upon an event of public importance, a suitable emotion. Yet the common love for the throne amounted to a half-ashamed enthusiasm that burned with something like a sacred flame, and was among the things not ordinarily alluded to because of the shyness that attaches to all feeling that cannot be justified in plain terms. A sentiment of affection for the reigning house certainly prevailed, but it was a thing by itself. The fall of a British government would hardly fail to excite comment, and the retirement of a prime minister would induce both the Mercury and the Express to publish a biographical sketch of him, considerably shorter than the leader embodying the editor's views as to who should get the electric light contract. But the government might become the sole employer of labor in those islands, church and school might part company forever, landlords might be deprived of all but compassionate allowances, and, except for the degree of extravagance involved in these propositions, they would hardly be current in Elgin. The complications of England's foreign policy were less significant still. It was recognized dimly that England had a foreign policy, more or less had to have it, as they would have said in Elgin. It was part of the huge unnecessary scheme of things for which she was responsible. Unnecessary, from Elgin's point of view, as a father's financial obligations might be to a child he had parted with at birth. It all lay outside the facts of life, far beyond the actual horizon, like the affairs of a distant relation from whom one has nothing to hope, not even personal contact, and of whose wealth and greatness one does not boast much because of the irony involved. Information upon all these matters was duly put before Elgin every morning in the telegrams of the Toronto papers. The information came, until the other day, over cables to New York, and was disseminated by American news agencies. It was therefore not devoid of bias, but if this was perceived, it was by no means thought a matter for protesting measures, especially as they would be bound to involve expense. The injury was too vague, too remote, to be more than sturdily discounted by a mental attitude. Belief in England was in the blood. It would not yield to the temporary distortion of facts in the newspapers. At all events, it would not yield with a rush. Whether there was any chance of insidious sapping was precisely what the country was too indifferent to discover. Indifferent, apathetic, self-centered, until whenever, down the wind across the Atlantic, came the faint far music of the call to arms. Then the old dog of war that has his kennel in every man rose and shook himself, and presently there would be a baying. The sense of kinship, lying too deep for the touch of ordinary circumstance, quickened to that, and in a moment we were fighting. We had lost or won. Apart, however, from the extraordinary, the politics of Elgin's daily absorption were those of the town, the province, the dominion. Centres of small circumference yield a quick swing. The concern of the average intelligent Englishman as to the consolidation of his country's interests in the Yangtze Valley would be a languid manifestation beside that of an Elgin elector in the chances of an appropriation for a new courthouse. The single mind is the most fervid. Elgin had few distractions from the question of the courthouse or the branch line to Clayfield. The arts conspired to be absent. Letters resided at the nearest university city. Science was imported as required in practical improvements. There was nothing, indeed, to interfere with Elgin's attention to the immediate, the vital, the municipal. One might almost read this concentration of interest in the white dust of the rambling streets and the shutters closed against it. Like other movements of the single mind, it had something of the ferocious, of the inflexible, of the unintelligent, but it proudly wore the character of the go-ahead, and, as Walter Winter would have pointed out to you, it had granted 11 bonuses to capture sound commercial concerns in 6 years. In wholesome fear of mistake, one would hesitate to put church matters either before or after politics among the preoccupations of Elgin. It would be safer and more indisputable to say that nothing compared with religion but politics, and nothing compared with politics but religion. In offering this proposition also, we must think of our dimensions. There is a religious fervor in Oxford, in Mecca, in Benares, and the sign for these ideas is the same. We have to apply ourselves to the interpretation. In Elgin, religious fervor was not beautiful or dramatic or self-immolating. It was reasonable. You were perhaps your own first creditor. After that, your debt was to your Maker. You discharged this obligation in a spirit of sturdy equity. If the children didn't go to Sunday school, you knew the reason why. The habit of church attendance was not only a basis of respectability, but practically the only one. A person who was never known to put his head inside a church door could not be more severely reprobated, by Mrs. Murchison at all events. It was the normal thing, the thing which formed the backbone of life, sustaining to the serious, impressive to the light, indispensable to the rest, and the thing that was more than any of these, which you can only know when you stand in the churches among the congregations. Within its prescribed limitations, it was, for many, the intellectual exercise, for more, the emotional lift, and for all, the unfailing distraction of the week. The repressed magnetic excitement in gatherings of familiar faces, fellow beings bound by the same convention to the same kind of behavior, is precious in communities where the human interest is still thin and sparse. It is valuable in itself, and it produces an occasional detached sensation. There was the case in Dr. Drummond's church of placid-faced, saintly old Sandy McQuat, the epileptic. It used to be a common regret with Lorne Murchison that as sure as he was allowed to stay home from church, Sandy would have a fit. That was his little boy's honesty. The elders enjoyed the fit and deprecated the disturbance. There was a simple and definite family feeling within communions. "They come to our church," was the argument of first force, whether for calling or for charity. It was impossible to feel toward a Congregationalist or an Episcopalian as you felt toward one who sang the same hymns and sat under the same admonition week by week, year in and year out, as yourself. "Wesleyans, are they?" a lady of Knox Church would remark of the newly arrived, in whom her interest was suggested. "Then let the Wesleyans look after them." A pew holder had a distinct status. An adherent enjoyed friendly consideration, especially if he adhered faithfully, and stray attendants from other congregations were treated with punctilious hospitality, places being found for them in the Old Testament, as if they could hardly be expected to discover such things for themselves. The religious interest had also the strongest domestic character in quite another sense from that of the family prayers which Dr. Drummond was always enjoying. "Set your own house in order, and then your own church," was a wordless working precept in Elgin. Threadbare carpet in the aisles was almost as personal a reproach as a hole under the dining-room table, and self-respect was barely possible to a congregation that sat in faded pews. The minister's gown, even, was the subject of scrutiny as the years went on. It was an expensive thing to buy, but an oyster supper would do it and leave something over for the organ. Which brings us to the very core and center of these activities, their pivot, their focus, and, in a human sense, their inspiration, the minister himself. The minister was curiously special among a people so general. He was, in a manner, raised in life on weekdays, as he was in the pulpit on Sundays. He had what one might call prestige. Some form of authority still survived in his person, to which the spiritual democracy he presided over gave a humorous, voluntary assent. He was supposed to be a person of undetermined leisure. What was writing 2 sermons a week to earn your living by? And he was probably the more reverent or the more revered from the fact that he was in the house all day. A particular importance attached to everything he said and did. He was a person whose life answered different springs, and was sustained on quite another principle than that of supply and demand. The province of public criticism was his, but his people made up for the meekness with which they sat under it by a generous use of the corresponding privilege in private. Comments upon the minister partook of hardiness. It was as if the members were determined to live up to the fact that the office-bearers could reduce his salary if they liked. Needless to say, they never did like. Congregations stood loyally by their pastors, and discussion was strictly intramural. If the Methodists handed theirs on at the end of 3 years with a breath of relief, they exhaled it among themselves. After all, for them it was a matter of luck. The Presbyterians, as in the case of old Mr. Jameson of St. Andrew's, held on till death, pulling a long upper lip. Election was not a thing to be trifled with in heaven or upon earth. It will be imagined whether Dr. Drummond did not see in these conditions his natural and wholesome element, whether he did not fit exactly in. The God he loved to worship as Jehovah had made him a beneficent despot and given him, as it were, a commission. If the temporal power had charged him to rule an eastern province, he would have brought much the same qualities to the task. Knox Church, Elgin, was his dominion, its moral and material affairs his jealous interest, and its legitimate expansion his chief pride. In anniversary sermons, which he always announced the Sunday before, he seldom refrained from contrasting the number on the roll of church membership then and now with the particular increase in the year just closed. If the increase was satisfactory, he made little comment beyond the duty of thanksgiving. Figures spoke for themselves. If it was otherwise, Dr. Drummond's displeasure was not a thing he would conceal. He would wing it eloquently on the shaft of his grief that the harvest had been so light, but he would more than hint the possibility that the laborers had been few. Most important among his statistics was the number of young communicants. Wanderers from other folds, he admitted, with a not wholly satisfied eye upon their early theological training, and to persons duly accredited from Presbyterian churches elsewhere he gave the right hand of fellowship. But the young people of his own congregation were his chief concern always, and if a gratifying number of these had failed to come forward during the year, the responsibility must lie somewhere. Dr. Drummond was willing to take his own share. The ministrations of this pulpit would be more than suspected of having come short, and the admission would enable him to tax the rest upon parents and Bible class teachers with searching effect. The congregation would go gloomily home to dinner, and old Sandy McQuat would remark to his wife, "It's hard to say, why will the doctor get himself in such a state about mere numbers? We're told where 2 or 3 are gathered together, but the doctor's all for a grand congregation." Knox Church under such auspices could hardly fail to enlarge her borders, but Elgin enlarged hers faster. Almost before you knew where you were, there spread out the district of East Elgin, all stacks of tall chimneys and rows of little houses. East Elgin was not an attractive locality. It suffered from inundation sometimes when the river was in spring flood. It gave unresentful room to a tannery. It was the home of dubious practices at the polls, and the invariable hunting ground for domestic servants. Nevertheless, in the view of Knox Church, it could not bear a character wholly degraded. Too many Presbyterians, Scotch foremen, and others had their respectable residence there. For these it was a far cry to Dr. Drummond in bad weather, and there began to be talk of hiring the East Elgin schoolhouse for Sunday exercises, if suitable persons could be got to come over from Knox Church and lead them. I do not know who was found to broach the matter to Dr. Drummond. Report says his relative and housekeeper, Mrs. Forsyth, who perhaps might do it under circumstances of strategical advantage. Mrs. Forsyth, or whoever it was, had her reply in the hidden terms of an equation. Was it any farther for the people of East Elgin to walk to hear him preach than for him to walk to minister to the people of East Elgin, which he did quite once a week, and if so, how much? Mrs. Forsyth, or whoever it was, might eliminate the unknown quantity. It cannot be said that Dr. Drummond discouraged the project. He simply did not mention it, and as it was known to have been communicated to him, this represented effectively the policy of the closed door. He found himself even oftener in East Elgin, walking about on his pastoral errands with a fierce briskness of aspect and a sharp inquiring eye, before which one might say the proposition slunk away. Meanwhile, the Methodists, who, it seemed, could tolerate decentralization, or anything short of round dances, opened a chapel with a cheerful sociable, and popularized the practice of backsliding among those for whom the position was theologically impossible. Good Presbyterians in East Elgin began to turn into makeshift Methodists. The doctor missed certain occupants of the gallery seats, and felt the logic of circumstances. Here we must all yield, and the minister concealed his discomfiture in a masterly initiative. The matter came up again at a meeting of the church managers, brought up by Dr. Drummond, who had the satisfaction of hearing that a thing put into the doctor's hands was already half done. In a very few weeks it was entirely done. The use of the schoolhouse was granted through Dr. Drummond's influence with the board, free of charge, and to understand the triumph of this, it should be taken into account that 3 of the trustees were Wesleyans. Services were held regularly, certain of Dr. Drummond's elders officiating, and the conventicle in the schoolhouse speedily became known as Knox Church Mission. It grew and prospered. The first night I to the hills will lift mine eyes went up from East Elgin on the uplifting tune that belongs to it. The strayed came flocking back. This kind never go forth again. Once they re-find the Ark of the Covenant, there they abide. In the course of time, it became a question of a better one, and money was raised locally to build it. Dr. Drummond pronounced the first benediction in Knox Mission Church, and waited, well knowing human nature in its Presbyterian aspect, for the next development. It came, and not later than he anticipated, in the form of a prayer to Knox Church for help to obtain the services of a regularly ordained minister. Dr. Drummond had his guns ready. He opposed the application. Where a regularly ordained minister was already at the disposal of those who chose to walk 1.5 miles to hear him, the luxury of more locally consecrated services should be at the charge of the locality. He himself was willing to spend and be spent in the spiritual interests of East Elgin. That was abundantly proven. What he could not comfortably tolerate was the deviation of congregational funds, the very blood of the body of belief, into other than legitimate channels. He fought for his view with all his tactician's resources, putting up one office-bearer after another to endorse it, but the matter was decided at the general yearly meeting of the congregation, and the occasion showed Knox Church in singular sympathy with its struggling offspring. Dr. Drummond, for the first time in his ministry, was defeated by his people. It was less a defeat than a defense, an unexpected rally round the corporate right to direct corporate activities, and the congregation was so anxious to wound the minister's feelings as little as possible that the grant in aid of the East Elgin Mission was embodied in a motion to increase Dr. Drummond's salary by $250 a year. The doctor, with a wry joke, swallowed his gilded pill, but no coating could dissimulate its bitterness, and his chagrin was plain for long. The issue with which we are immediately concerned is that 3 months later Knox Church Mission called to minister to it the Reverend Hugh Finley, a young man from Dumfriesshire, and not long out. Dr. Drummond had known beforehand what their choice would be. He had brought Mr. Finley to occupy Knox Church pulpit during his last July and August vacation, and Mrs. Forsyth had reported that such midsummer congregations she had simply never worshipped with. Mrs. Forsyth was an excellent hand at pressed tongue and a wonder at knitted counterpanes, but she had not acquired tact, and never would. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The suggestion that the Reverend Hugh Finley preached from the pulpit of Knox Church better sermons than its permanent occupant would have been justly considered absurd, and nobody pronounced it. The church was full, as Mrs. Forsyth observed on these occasions, but there were many other ways of accounting for that. The Murchisons as a family would have been the last to make such an admission. The regular attendance might have been, as much as anything, out of deference to the wishes of the doctor himself, who invariably and sternly hoped in his last sermon that no stranger occupying his place would have to preach to empty pews. He was thinking, of course, of old Mr. Jameson, with whom he occasionally exchanged, and whose effect on the attendants had not failed to reach him. With regard to Mr. Jameson, he was compelled, in the end, to resort to tactics. He omitted to announce the Sunday before that his venerable neighbor would preach, and the congregation, outwitted, had no resource but to sustain the beard-wagging old gentleman through seventhly to the finish. There came a time when the dear human doctor also omitted to announce that Mr. Finlay would preach, but for other reasons. Meanwhile, as Mrs. Forsyth said, he had no difficulty in conjuring a vacation congregation for his young substitute. They came trooping, old and young. Mr. and Mrs. Murchison would survey their creditable family rank with a secret compunction, remembering its invariable gaps at other times, and then resolutely turn to the praise of God with the reflection that one means to righteousness was as blessed as another. They themselves never missed a Sunday, and as seldom failed to remark on the way back that it was all very interesting, but Mr. Finlay couldn't drive it home like the doctor. There were times, sparse and special occasions, when the doctor himself made one of the congregation. Then he would lean back luxuriously in the corner of his own pew, his wiry little form half lost in the upholstery, his arms folded, his knees crossed, his face all humorous indulgence. Yes, humorous. At the announcement of the text, a twinkle would lodge in the shrewd grey eyes, and a smile but half suppressed would settle about the corners of the flexible mouth. He knew what the young fellow there would be at. And as the young fellow proceeded, his points would be weighed to the accompaniment of the doctor's pendant foot, which moved perpetually, judiciously, while the smile sometimes deepened, sometimes lapsed, since there were moments when any young fellow had to be taken seriously. It was an attitude which only the doctor was privileged to adopt thus outwardly, but in private it was imitated all up and down the aisles, where responsible heads of families sat considering the quality of the manna that was offered them. When it fell from the lips of Mr. Finlay, the verdict was, upon the whole, very favourable, as long as there was no question of comparison with the doctor. There could be, indeed, very little question of such comparison. There was a generation between them, and a school, and to that you had to add every set and cast of mind and body that can make men different. Dr. Drummond, in faith and practice, moved with precision along formal and implicit lines. His orbit was established, and his operation within it as unquestionable as the simplest exhibit of nature. He took, in a wonderful degree, the stamp of the teaching of his adolescent period. Not a line was missing, nor a precept, nor was the mould defaced by a single wavering tendency of later date. Religious doctrine was to him a thing forever accomplished, to be accepted or rejected as a whole. He taught eternal punishment and retribution, reconciling both with divine love and mercy. He liked to defeat the infidel with the crashing question, "Who then was the architect of the universe?" The celebrated among such persons he pursued to their deathbeds. Voltaire and Rousseau owed their reputation, with many persons in Knox Church, to their last moments and to Dr. Drummond. He had a triumphant invective which drew the mind from chasms in logic, and a tender sense of poetic beauty which drew it, when he quoted great lines, from everything else. He loved the euphony of the Old Testament. His sonorous delivery would lift a passage from Isaiah to the height of ritual, and every psalm he read was a Magnificat, whether he would or no. The warrior in him was happy among the princes of Issachar, and the parallels he would find for modern events in the annals of Judah and of Israel were astounding. Yet he kept a sharp eye upon the daily paper, and his reference to current events would often give his listeners an audacious sense of up-to-dateness, which might have been easily discounted by the argument they illustrated. The survivors of a convulsion of nature, for instance, might have learned from his lips the cause and kind of their disaster traced back forcibly to local acquiescence in iniquity, and drawn unflinchingly from the text, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." The militant history of his church was a passion with him. If ever he had to countenance canonization, he would have led off with Jenny Geddes. A tremendous Presbyterian, they called him in the town. To hear him give out a single psalm and sing it with his people would convince anybody of that. There was a choir, of course, but to the front pews, at all events, Dr. Drummond's leading was more important than the choirs. It was a note of dauntless vigor, and it was plain by the regular forward jerk of his surpliced shoulder that his foot was keeping time. "Where the assemblies of the just and congregations are." You could not help admiring, and you could not help respecting. You were compelled by his natural force and his unqualified conviction, his tireless energy, and his sterling sort. It is possible to understand, however, that after sitting for 25 years under direction so unfailing and so uncompromising, the congregation of Knox Church might turn with a moderate curiosity to the spiritual indications of the Reverend Hugh Finley. He was a passionate romantic, and his body had shot up into a fitting temple for such an inhabitant as his soul. He was a great long fellow, with a shock of black hair and deep dreams in his eyes. His head was what people called a type, I suppose, of the simple motive and the noble intention, the detached point of view and the somewhat indifferent attitude to material things, as it may be humanly featured anywhere. His face bore a confusion of ideals. He had the brow of a Covenanter and the mouth of Adonis, the flame of religious ardor in his eyes, and the composure of perceived philosophy on his lips. He was fettered by an impenetrable shyness. It was in the pulpit alone that he could expand, and then only upon written lines, with hardly a gesture and the most perfunctory glances at conscientious intervals toward his hearers. A poor creature, indeed, in this respect, Dr. Drummond thought him. Dr. Drummond, who wore an untrammeled surplice which filled like an agitated sail in his quick tacks from right to left. "The man loses half his points," said Dr. Drummond. I doubt whether he did. People followed so closely, though Sandy McQuat was of the general opinion when he said that it would do nobody any harm if Mr. Finley would lift his head oftener from the book. Edwina Murchison thought him the probable antitype of an Oxford Don. She had never seen an Oxford Don, but Mr. Finley wore the characteristics these schoolmen were dressed in by novelists, and Edwina noted with delight the ingenuity of fate in casting such a person into the pulpit of the Presbyterian Church in a young country. She had her perception of comedy in life. Till Finley came, she had found nothing so interesting. With his arrival, however, other preoccupations fell into their proper places. Finley, indeed, it may be confessed at once, he, and not his message, was her engrossment from the beginning. The message she took with reverent gentleness, but her passionate interest was for the nature upon which it travelled, and never for the briefest instant did she confuse these emotions. Those who write, we are told, transcribe themselves, in spite of themselves. It is more true of those who preach, for they are also candid by profession, and when they are not, there is the eye and the voice to help to betray them. Hugh Finley, in the pulpit, made himself manifest in all the things that matter to Edwina Murchison in the pew. And from the pew to the pulpit, her love went back with certainty, clear in its authority and worshipping the ground of its justification. When she bowed her head, it was he whom she heard in the language of his invocations. His doctrine rode for her on a spirit of wide and sweet philosophy. In his contemplation of the deity, she saw the man. He had those lips at once mobile, governed, and patient, upon which genius chooses oftenest to rest. As to this, Edwina's convictions were so private as to be hidden from herself. She never admitted that she thought Finlay had it, and in the supreme difficulty of proving anything else, we may wisely accept her view. But he had something, the subtle Celt. He had horizons, lifted lines beyond the common vision, and an eye rapt and a heart intrepid. And though for a long time he was unconscious of it, he must have adventured there with a happier confidence because of her companionship. From the first, Edwina knew no faltering or fluttering, none of the baser nervous betrayals. It was all one great delight to her, her discovery and her knowledge and her love for him. It came to her almost in a logical development. It found her grave, calm, and receptive. She had even a private formula of gratitude that the thing which happened to everybody and happened to so many people irrelevantly should arrive with her in such a glorious, defensible, demonstrable sequence. Toward him it gave her a kind of glad secret advantage. He was loved, and he was unaware. She watched his academic awkwardness in church with the inward tender smile of the eternal habile feminine, and when they met she could have laughed and wept over his straitened sentences and his difficult manner, knowing how little significant they were. With his eyes upon her, and his words offered to her intelligence, she found herself treating his shy formality as the convention it was, a kind of make-believe which she would politely and kindly play up to until he should happily forget it, and they could enter upon simpler relations. She had to play up to it for a long time, but her love made her wonderfully clever and patient, and of course the day came when she had her reward. Knowing him as she did, she remembered the day and the difference it made. It was toward the end of an afternoon in early April. The discolored snow still lay huddled in the bleaker fence corners. Wide puddles stood along the roadsides, reflecting the twigs and branches of the naked maples. Last year's leaves were thick and wet underfoot, and a soft, damp wind was blowing. Edwina was on her way home, and Finlay overtook her. He passed her at first, with a hurried, silent lifting of his hat. Then perhaps the deserted street gave a suggestion of unfriendliness to his act, or some freshness in her voice stayed him. At all events, he waited and joined her, with a word or two about their going in the same direction, and they walked along together. He offered her his companionship, but he had nothing to say. The silence in which they pursued their way was no doubt to him just the embarrassing condition he usually had to contend with. To her it seemed pregnant, auspicious. It drew something from the low grey lights of the wet spring afternoon and the unbound, heart-lifting wind. She had a passionate prevision that the steps they took together would lead somehow to freedom. They went on in that strange bound way, and the day drew away from them till they turned a sudden corner, when it lay all along the yellow sky across the river, behind a fringe of winter woods, stayed in the moment of its retreat on the edge of unvexed landscape. They stopped involuntarily to look, and she saw a smile come up from some depth in him. "Ah, well," he said, as if to himself, "it's something to be in a country where the sun still goes down with the thought of the primeval." "I think I prefer the sophistication of chimney pots," she replied. "I've always longed to see a sunset in London, with the fog breaking over Westminster." "Then you don't care about them for themselves, sunsets?" he asked, with the simplest absence of mind. "I never yet could see the sun go down, but I was angry in my heart," she said, and this time he looked at her. "How does it go on?" he said. "Oh, I don't know. Only those 2 lines stay with me. I feel it that way, too. It's the seal upon an act of violence, isn't it? A sunset. Something taken from us against our will. It's a hateful reminder, in the midst of our delightful volitions, of how arbitrary every condition of life is." "The conditions of business are always arbitrary. Life is a business. We have to work at ourselves till it is over. So much cut off and ended it is," he said, glancing at the sky again. "If space is the area of life, and time is its opportunity, there goes a measure of opportunity." "I wonder," said Edwina, "where it goes." "Into the void behind time?" he suggested, smiling straight at her. "Into the texture of the future," she answered, smiling back. "We might bring it to bear very intelligently on the future, at any rate," he returned. "The world is wrapped in destiny, and but revolves to roll it out." "I don't remember that," she said curiously. "No, you couldn't," he laughed outright. "I haven't thought it good enough to publish." "And it isn't the sort of thing," she ventured gaily, "you could put in a sermon." "No, it isn't." They came to a corner of the street which led to Mr. Finley's boarding-house. It stretched narrowly to the north, and there was a good deal more snow on each side of it. They lingered together for a moment, talking, seizing the new joy in it, which was simply the joy of his sudden liberation, with her consciously pushing away the moment of parting. And Finley's eyes rested once again on the evening sky beyond the river. "I believe you are right, and I am a moralizer," he said. "There is pain over there. One thinks a sunset beautiful and impressive, but one doesn't look at it long." Then they separated, and he took the road to the north, which was still snowbound, while she went on into the chilly yellow west, with the odd sweet illusion that a summer day was dawning. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The office of Messrs. Folk, Warner, and Murchison was in Market Street, exactly over Scott's drugstore. Scott, with his globular blue and red and green vessels in the window, and his soda-water fountain inside, was on the ground floor. The passage leading upstairs separated him from Mickey, boots and shoes, and beyond Mickey, Elgin's leading tobacconist shared his place of business with a barber. The last two contributed most to the gaiety of Market Street. The barber with the ribbonded pole, which stuck out at an angle, the tobacconist with a nobly featured squaw in chocolate effigy, who held her draperies under her chin with one hand and outstretched a packet of cigars with the other. The passage staircase between Scott's and Mickey's had a hardened look, and bore witness to the habit of expectoration. Ladies, going up to Dr. Simmons, held their skirts up and the corners of their mouths down. Dr. Simmons was the dentist. You turned to the right. The passage itself turned to the left, and after passing 2 doors bearing the law firm's designation in black letters on ground glass, it conducted you with abruptness to the office of a bicycle agent, and left you there. For greater emphasis, the name of the firm of Messrs. Fulk, Warner, and Murchison was painted on the windows also. It could be seen from any part of the market square, which lay, with the town hall in the middle, immediately below. During 4 days in the week the market square was empty. Odds and ends of straw and paper blew about it. An occasional pedestrian crossed it diagonally for the short-cut to the post office. The town hall rose in the middle, and defied you to take your mind off the ugliness of municipal institutions. On the other days it was a scene of activity. Farmers' wagons, with the shafts turned in, were ranged round 3 sides of it. On a big day they would form into parallel lanes and cut the square into sections as well. The produce of all Fox County filled the wagons, varying agreeably as the year went round. Bags of potatoes leaned against the sidewalk, apples brimmed in bushel measures, ducks dropped their twisted necks over the cart wheels. The town hall, in this play of colour, stood redeemed. The produce was mostly left to the women to sell. On the 4th side of the square, loads of hay and cordwood demanded the master mind, but small matters of fruit, vegetables, and poultry submitted to feminine judgment. The men unhitched and went away on their own business. It was the wives you accosted as they sat in the middle, with their knees drawn up and their skirts tucked close, vigilant in rusty bonnets if you wished to buy. Among them circulated the housewives of Elgin, pricing and comparing and acquiring. You could see it all from Dr. Simmons's window, sitting in his chair that screwed up and down. There was a little difficulty always about getting things home. Only very ordinary people carried their own marketing. Trifling articles, like eggs or radishes, might be smuggled into a brown wicker basket with covers, but it did not consort with elegance to traipse home with anything that looked inconvenient or had legs sticking out of it. So that arrangements of mutual obligation had to be made. The good woman from whom Mrs. Jones had bought her tomatoes would take charge of the spring chickens Mrs. Jones had bought from another good woman just as soon as not, and deliver them at Mrs. Jones's residence, as under any circumstances she was going round that way. It was a scene of activity, but not of excitement, or in any sense of joy. The matter was too hard an importance. It made too much difference on both sides, whether potatoes were 12 or 15 cents a peck. The dealers were laconic, and the buyers anxious. Country neighbors exchanged the time of day, but under the pressure of affairs. Now and then a lady of Elgin stopped to gossip with another. The countrywomen looked on, curious, grim, and a little contemptuous of so much demonstration and so many words. Life on an Elgin market day was a serious presentment even when the sun shone, and at times when it rained or snowed, the aesthetic seemed a wholly unjustifiable point of view. It was not misery. It was even a difficult kind of prosperity, but the margin was small, and the struggle plain. Plain, too, it was that here was no enterprise of yesterday, no fresh broken ground of dramatic promise, but a narrow inheritance of the opportunity to live which generations had grasped before. There were bones in the village graveyards of Fox County to father all these sharp features. Elgin Market Square, indeed, was the biography of Fox County, and, in little, the history of the whole province. The heart of it was there, the enduring heart of the new country already old in acquiescence. It was the deep root of the race in the land, twisted and unlovely, but holding the promise of all. Something like that Lorne Murchison felt about it as he stood for a moment in the passage I have mentioned and looked across the road. The spectacle never failed to cheer him. He was uniformly in gayer spirits, better satisfied with life, and more consciously equal to what he had to do on days when the square was full than on days when it was empty. This morning he had an elation of his own. It touched everything with more vivid reality. The familiar picture stirred a joy in him in tune with his private happiness. Its undernote came to him with a pang as keen. The sense of kinship surged in his heart. These were his people, this his lot as well as theirs. For the first time he saw it in detachment. Till now he had regarded it with the friendly eyes of a participator who looked no further. Today he did look further. The whole world invited his eyes, offering him a great piece of luck to look through. The opportunity was in his hand, which, if he could seize and hold, would lift and carry him on. He was as much aware of its potential significance as anyone could be, and what leapt in his veins till he could have laughed aloud was the splendid conviction of resource. Already in the door of the passage he had achieved. From that point he looked at the scene before him with an impulse of loyalty and devotion. A tenderness seized him for the farmers of Fox County, a throb of enthusiasm for the idea they represented, which had become for him suddenly moving and pictorial. At that moment his country came subjectively into his possession. Great and helpless it came into his inheritance, as it comes into the inheritance of every man who can take it, by deed of imagination and energy and love. He held this microcosm of it, as one might say, in his hand, and looked at it ardently. Then he took his way across the road. A tall, thickly built young fellow detached himself from a group, smiling broadly at the sight of Murchison, and started to meet him. "Hello, Lorne," he said. He had smiled all the way, anticipating the encounter. He was obviously in clothes which he did not put on every day, but the seriousness of this was counteracted by his hard felt hat, which he wore at an angle that disregarded convention. "Hello, Elmore. You back?" "That's about it." "You don't say. Back to stay?" "Far as I can see. Young Alf's made up his mind to learn the dentist business, and the old folks are backing him, so I don't see but I've got to stop on and run the show. Father's getting up in years now." "Why, yes, I suppose he must be. It's a good while since you went west. Well, what sort of a country have they got out Swan River way? Booming right along?" "Boom, nothing. I don't mean to say there's anything the matter with the country. There ain't. But you've got to get up just as early in the mornings out there as you do anywhere, far as I noticed. And it's a lonesome life. Now I am back, I don't know but little old Ontario's good enough for me. And I hear you've taken up the law, Lorne. You always had a partiality for it. Do you remember, up there to the collegiate? I used to think it'd be fine to travel with samples those days, but you were dead gone on the law. And by all reports it pans out pretty well, don't it?" The young men had taken their way among the shifting crowd together. Lorne Murchison, although there was something too large about him for the town's essential stamp, made, by contrast, as he threaded the desultory groups of country people, a type of the conventional and the formed. His companion glanced at him now and then with admiration. The values of carriage and of clothes are relative. In Fifth Avenue, Lorne would have looked countrified. In Piccadilly, colonial. Districts are imaginable, perhaps not in this world, where the frequenters of even those fashionable thoroughfares would attract glances of curiosity by their failure to achieve the common standard in such things. Lorne Murchison, to dismiss the matter, was well up to the standard of Elgin, though he wore his straw hat quite on the back of his head and buried both hands in his trousers pockets. His eye was full of pleasant, easy familiarity with the things he saw, and ready to see larger things. It had that beam of active inquiry, curious but never amazed, that marks the man likely to expand his horizons. Meanwhile, he was on capital terms with his little world, which seemed to take pleasure in hailing him by his Christian name. Even morose Jim Webster, who had failed 3 times in groceries, said, "Morning, Lorne," with a look of toleration. He moved alertly. The poise of his head was sanguine. The sun shone on him. The timidest soul came nearer to him. He and Elmore Crow, who walked beside him, had gone through the lower forms of the Elgin Collegiate Institute together, that really public kind of school which has so much to do with reassorting the classes of a new country. The Collegiate Institute took in raw material and turned out teachers, more teachers than anything. The teachers taught, chiefly in rural districts where they could save money, and with the money they saved, changed themselves into doctors, fellows of the university, mining engineers. The Collegiate Institute was a potential melting pot. You went in as your simple opportunities had made you. How you shaped coming out depended upon what was hidden in the core of you. You could not, in any case, be the same as your father before you. Education in a new country is too powerful a stimulant for that, working upon material too plastic and too hypothetical. It is not yet a normal force, with an operation to be reckoned on with confidence. It is indeed the touchstone for character in a new people, for character acquired, as apart from that inherited. It sometimes reveals surprises. Neither Lorne Murchison nor Elmore Crow illustrates this point very nearly. Lorne would have gone into the law in any case, since his father was able to send him, and Elmore would inevitably have gone back to the crops, since he was early defeated by any other possibility. Nevertheless, as they walked together in my mind along the Elgin Market Square, the Elgin Collegiate Institute rises infallibly behind them, a directing influence and a responsible parent. Lorne was telling his great news. "You don't say," remarked Elmore in response to it. "Lumbago, is it? Pa is subject to that, too. Gets an attack most springs. Mr. Folk'll have to lay right up. It's the only thing." "I'm afraid he will, and Warner never appeared in court in his life." "What do you keep Warner for, then?" "Oh, he does the conveyancing. He's a good conveyancer, but he isn't any pleader and doesn't pretend to be. And it's too late to transfer the case. Nobody could get to the bottom of it as we have in the time, so it falls on me." "Caesar, his ghost! How do you feel about it, Lorne? I'd be scared green. You don't talk nervous. Now I bet you get there with both feet." "I hope to get there," the young lawyer answered. And as he spoke, a concentration came into his face which drove the elation and everything else that was boyish out of it. "It's bigger business than I could have expected for another 5 years. I'm sorry for the old man, though. He's nervous, if you like. They can hardly keep him in bed. Isn't that somebody beckoning to you?" Elmore looked everywhere except in the right direction among the carts. If you had been to the Collegiate, relatives among the carts selling squashes were embarrassing. "There," his companion indicated. "It's mother," replied Mr. Crow with elaborate unconcern. "But I don't suppose she's in anything of a hurry. I'll just go along with you far's the post office." He kept his glance carefully from the spot at which he was signaled, and a hint of copper color crawled up the back of his neck. "Oh, but she is. Come along, Elmore. I can go that way. It'll be longer for you. Not a bit. Lorne cast a shrewd glance at his companion. And as we're passing, you might just introduce me to your mother, see? She won't expect it, Lorne. That's all right, my son. She won't refuse to meet a friend of yours. He led the way as he spoke to the point of vantage occupied by Mrs. Crowe, followed, with plain reluctance, by her son. She was a frail-looking old woman, with a knitted shawl pinned tightly across her chest, and her bonnet, in the course of commercial activity, pushed so far back as to be almost falling off. "You might smarten yourself with that change, Elmore," she addressed him, ignoring his companion. "There's folks coming back for it. $2 bill, wasn't it? 50 cents, 75, $1.50. That's a Yankee dime, and you can march straight back with it. They don't pass but for 9 cents, as you're old enough to know. Keep 25 cents for your dinner. You'll get most for the money at the Barker House, and bring me back another quarter. Better go and get your victuals now. It's gone 12, while they're hot." Elmore took his instructions without visible demur, and then, as Lorne had not seen fit to detach himself, performed the ceremony of introduction. As he performed it, he drew one foot back and bowed himself, which seemed obscurely to facilitate it. The suspicion faded out of Mrs. Crowe's tired old sharp eyes under the formula, and she said she was pleased to make our friend's acquaintance. "Mr. Murchison's changed some since the old days at the collegiate," Elmore explained, "but he ain't any different under his coat. He's practicing the law." "Lawyers," Mrs. Crowe observed, "are folks I like to keep away from." "Quite right, too," responded Lorne, unabashed. "And so you've got my friend here back on the farm, Mrs. Crowe." "Well, yes, he's back on the farm, and when he's wore out his Winnipeg clothes and his big ideas, we're looking to make him some use." Mrs. Crowe's intention, though barbed, was humorous, and her son grinned broadly. "There's more money in the law," he remarked, "once you get a start. Here's Mr. Murchison going to run the Ormiston case. His old man's down sick, and I guess it depends on Lorne now whether Ormiston gets off or goes to penitentiary." Mrs. Crowe's face tied itself up into criticism as she looked our young man up and down. "Depends upon you, does it?" she commented. "Well, all I've got to say is it's a mighty young dependence. Coming on next week, ain't it? He won't be much older by then." "Yes'm." She turned to business. "I don't say but what it's high for rhubarb, but there ain't another bunch in the market, and won't be for a week yet." Under cover of this discussion, Lorne bade the Crows good morning, retreating in the rear of the lady who found the rhubarb high. Mrs. Crowe's drop of acid combined with his saving sense of the humour of it to adjust all his courage and his confidence, and with a braver face than ever he involuntarily hastened his steps to keep pace with his happy chance. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. In the wide stretches of a new country, there is nothing to bound a local excitement or to impede its transmission at full value. Elgin was a manufacturing town in southern Ontario, but they would have known every development of the federal bank case at the North Pole if there had been anybody there to learn. In Halifax they did know it, and in Vancouver, BC, while every 100 miles nearer it warmed as a topic in proportion. In Montreal the papers gave it headlines. From Toronto they sent special reporters. Of course, it was most of all the opportunity of Mr. Horace Williams of the Elgin Express, and of Rawlins, who held all the cards in their hands, and played them, it must be said, admirably, reducing the Mercury to all sorts of futile expedients to score, which the Express would invariably explode with a guffaw of contradiction the following day. It was to the Express that the Toronto reporters came for details and local color, and Mr. Williams gave them just as much as he thought they ought to have, and no more. It was the Express that managed, while elaborately abstaining from improper comment upon a matter sub judice, to feed and support the general conviction of young Ormiston's innocence, and thereby win for itself, though a grit paper, wide reading in that hotbed of Toryism, Moneda Reservation, while the conservative Mercury, with its reckless sympathy for an old party name, made itself criminally liable by reviewing cases of hard dealing by the bank among the farmers, and only escaped prosecution by the amplest retraction and the most contrite apology. As Mr. Williams remarked, there was no use in dwelling on the unpopularity of the bank. That didn't need pointing out. Folks down Moneda way could put any newspaper wise on the number of mortgages foreclosed and the rate for secondary loans exacted by the bank in those parts. That consideration, no doubt, human nature being what it is, contributed the active principle to the feeling so widely aroused by the case. We are not very readily the prey to emotions of faith in our fellows, especially perhaps if we live under conditions somewhat hard and narrow. The greater animosity behind is, at all events, valuable to give force and relief and staying power to a sentiment of generous conviction. But however we may depreciate its origin, the conviction was there, widespread in the townships. Young Ormiston would get clear. The case for the defence might be heard over every bushel of oats in the Elgin market-place. In Elgin itself, opinion was more reserved. There was a general view that these bank clerks were fast fellows, and a tendency to contrast the habits and the pay of such dashing young men, an exercise which ended in a not unnatural query. As to the irritating caste feeling maintained among them, young Ormiston perhaps gave himself as few airs as any. He was generally conceded, indeed, by the judging sex to be nice to everybody. But was not that exactly the nature for which temptations were most easily spread? The town, moreover, had a sapience of its own. Was it likely that the bank would bring a case so publicly involving its character and management without knowing pretty well what it was about? The town would not be committed beyond the circle of young Ormiston's intimate friends, which was naturally small if you compared it with the public. The town wasn't going to be surprised at anything that might be proved. On the other hand, the town was much more vividly touched than the country by the accident which had made Lorne Murchison practically sole counsel for the defence, announced as it was by the Express with every appreciation of its dramatic value. Among what the Express called the farming community, this, insofar as it had penetrated, was regarded as a simple misfortune, a dull blow to expectancy, which expectancy had some work to survive. Elgin, with its finer palate for sensation, saw in it heightened chances, both for Lorne and for the case, and if any ratepayer within its limits had remained indifferent to the suit, the fact that one side of it had been confided to so young and so smart a fellow townsman would have been bound to draw him into the circle of speculation. Youth in a young country is a symbol wearing all its value. It stands not only for what it is. The trick of augury invests it, at a glance, with the sum of its possibilities, the augurs all sincere, confident, and exulting. They have been justified so often. They know, in their wide, fair fields of opportunity, just what qualities will produce what results. There is thus a complacence among adolescent peoples which is vaguely irritating to their elders. But the greybeards need not be over-captious. It is only a question of time, pathetically short-lived in the history of the race. Sanguine persons in Elgin were freely disposed to bet on Lorne Murchison, and there were none so despondent as to take the view that he would not come out of it somehow with an added personal significance. To make a spoon is a laudable achievement, but it may be no mean business to spoil a horn. As the Express put it, there was as little standing room for ladies and gentlemen in the courthouse the first day of the spring assizes as there was for horses in the courthouse square. The county crown attorney was unusually, oddly, reinforced by Cruikshank of Toronto, the great Cruikshank, K.C., probably the most distinguished criminal lawyer in the province. There were those who considered that Cruikshank should not have been brought down, that it argued undue influence on the part of the bank, and his retainer was a fierce fan to the feeling in Moneda. But there is no doubt that his appearance added all that was possible to the universal interest in the case. Henry Cruikshank was an able man, and, what was rarer, a fastidious politician. He had held office in the Dominion cabinet, and had resigned it because of a difference with his colleagues in the application of a principle. They called him, after a British politician of lofty but abortive views, the Canadian Renfair. He had that independence of personality, that intellectual candor, and that touch of magnetism which combine to make a man interesting in his public relations. Cruikshank's name alone would have filled the courthouse, and people would have gone away quoting him. From the first word of the case for the prosecution, there was that in the leading counsel's manner, a gravity, a kindness, an inclination to neglect the commoner methods of scoring, that suggested, with the sudden chill of unexpectedly bad news, a foregone conclusion. The reality of his feeling reference to the painful position of the defendant's father, the sincerity of his regret on behalf of the bank for the deplorable exigency under which proceedings had been instituted, spread a kind of blankness through the court. Men frowned thoughtfully, and one or two ladies shed furtive tears. Even the counsel for the defence, it was afterward remembered, looked grave, sympathetic, and concerned in response to the brief but significant and moving sentences with which his eminent opponent opened the case. It is not my duty to report the trial for any newspaper. I will therefore spare myself more than the most general references. But the facts undoubtedly were that a safe in the strong room of the bank had been opened between certain hours on a certain night, and its contents abstracted. That young Ormiston, cashier of the bank, was sleeping, or supposed to be sleeping, upon the premises at this time, during the illness of the junior whose usual duty it was, and that the Crown was in possession of certain evidence which would be brought forward to prove collusion with the burglary on the part of the defendant, collusion to cover deficits for which he could be held responsible. In a strain almost apologetic, Mr. Cruikshank explained to the jury the circumstances which led the directors to the suspicion, which they now believed only too regrettably well founded. These consisted in the fact that the young man was known to be living beyond his means, and so to be constantly visited by the temptation to such a crime, the special facilities which he controlled for its commission, and, in particular, the ease and confidence with which the actual operation had been carried out, arguing no fear of detection on the part of the burglars, no danger of interference from one who should have stood ready to defend with his life the property in his charge, but who would shortly be seen to have been toward it, first a plunderer in his own person, and afterward the accomplice of plunderers to conceal his guilt. Examination showed the safe to have been opened with the dexterity that demands both time and coolness, and the ash from a pipe knocked out against the wall at the side of the passage, offered ironical testimony to the comfort in which the business had been done. The lawyer gave these considerations their full weight, and it was in dramatic contrast with the last of them that he produced the first significant fragment of evidence against Ormiston. There had been, after all, some hurry of departure. It was shown by a sheet of paper bearing the mark of a dirty thumb and a hasty boot heel, bearing also the combination formula for opening the safe. The public was familiar with that piece of evidence. It had gone through every kind of mill of opinion. It made no special sensation. The evidence of the caretaker who found the formula and of the witnesses who established it to be in young Ormiston's handwriting produced little interest. Mr. Cruikshank, in elaborating his theory as to why, with the formula in their hands, the depredators still found it necessary to pick the lock, offered nothing to speculations already current. The duplicate key with which they had doubtless been enabled to supply themselves was a clumsy copy, and had failed them. That conclusion had been drawn commonly enough. The next scrap of paper produced by the prosecution was another matter. It was the mere torn end of a greasy sheet. Upon it was written, "Not less than 3,000 net," and it had been found in the turning out of Ormiston's dressing table. It might have been anything. A number of people pursed their lips contemptuously, or it might have been, without doubt, the fragment of a disreputable transaction that the prosecuting counsel endeavored to show it. Here, no doubt, was one of the pieces of evidence the prosecution was understood to have up its sleeve, and that portion of the prosecuting counsel's garment was watched with feverish interest for further disclosures. They came rapidly enough, but we must hurry them even more. The name of Miss Florence Belton, when it rose to the surface of the evidence, riveted every eye and ear. Miss Belton was one of those ambiguous ladies who sometimes drift out from the metropolitan vortex and circle restfully in backwaters for varying periods, appearing and disappearing irrelevantly. They dress beautifully. They are known to paint and thought to dye their hair. They establish no relations, being much too preoccupied, making exceptions only as a rule in favor of one or two young men, to whom they extend amenities based, it is the common talk, upon late hours and whiskey and soda. They seem superior to the little prevailing conventions. They excite an unlawful interest. Though nobody knows them black, nobody imagines them white. And when they appear upon Main Street in search of shoelaces or elastic, heads are turned, and nods, possibly nudges, exchanged. Miss Belton had come from New York to the Barker House, Elgin, and young Ormiston's intimacy with her was one of the things that counted against him in the general view. It was to so count more seriously in the particular instance. Witnesses were called to prove that he had spent the evening of the burglary with Miss Belton at her hotel, that he had remained with her until 1 o'clock, that he was in the habit of spending his evenings with Miss Belton. Rollins of the Express did not overdo the sensation which was caused in the courtroom when the name of this lady herself was called to summon her to the witness box. It was indeed the despair of his whole career. He thought despondingly ever after of the thrill to which he himself was not superior, and which, if he had only been able to handle it adequately, might have led him straight up the ladder to a night editorship. Miss Belton appeared from some unsuspected seat near the door, throwing back a heavy veil, and walking as austerely as she could, considering the colour of her hair. She took her place without emotion, and there she corroborated the evidence of the servants of the hotel. To the grave questions of the prosecution she fluently replied that the distraction of these evenings had been cards, cards played certainly for money, and that she certainly had won very considerable sums from the defendant from time to time. In Elgin, the very mention of cards played for money will cause a hush of something deeper than disapproval. There was silence in the court at this. In producing several banknotes for Miss Belton's identification, Mr. Cruikshank seemed to profit by the silence. Miss Belton identified them without hesitation, as she might easily, since they had been traced to her possession. Asked to account for them, she stated, without winking, that they had been paid to her by Mr. Walter Ormiston at various times during the fortnight preceding the burglary, in satisfaction of debts at cards. She, Miss Belton, had left Elgin for Chicago the day after the burglary. Mr. Ormiston knew that she was going. He had paid her the 4 $50 notes actually traced the night before she left, and said, "You don't need to break these here, will you?" He seemed anxious that she should not, but it was the merest accident that she hadn't. In all, she had received from Mr. Ormiston $450. No, she had no suspicion that the young man might not be in a position to make such payments. She understood that Mr. Ormiston's family was wealthy, and never thought twice about it. She spoke with a hard dignity, the lady, and a great effect of doing business, a kind of assertion of the legitimate. The farmers of Fox County told each other in chapfallen appreciation that she was about as level-headed as they make them. Lawyer Cruikshank, as they called him, brought forth from her detail after detail, and every detail fitted damningly with the last. The effect upon young Ormiston was so painful that many looked another way. His jaw was set, and his features contorted to hold himself from the disgrace of tears. He was generally acknowledged to be overwhelmed by the unexpected demonstration of his guilt, but distress was so plain in him that there was not a soul in the place that was not sorry for him. In one or two resolute faces hope still glimmered, but it hardly survived the cross-examination of the Crown's chief witness by the counsel for the defence, which, as far as it went, had a perfunctory air, and contributed little to the evidence before the court. It did not go all the way, however. The case having opened late, the defence was reserved till the following day, when proceedings would be resumed with the further cross-examination of Miss Belton. As the defendant's counsel went down the courthouse steps, Rollins came up to him to take note of his demeanour and anything else that might be going. "Pretty stiff row to hoe you've got there, Lorne," he said. "Pretty stiff," responded Lorne. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Imagination, one gathers, is a quality dispensed with of necessity in the practice of most professions, being that of which nature is, for some reason, most niggardly. There is no such thing as passing in imagination for any department of public usefulness, even the government of Oriental races. The list of the known qualified would be exhausted perhaps in getting the papers set. Yet neither poet nor philosopher enjoys it in monopoly. The chemist may have it, and the inventor must. It has been proved the mainspring of the mathematician, and I have hinted it the property of at least two of the Murchisons. Lorne was indebted to it, certainly, for his constructive view of his client's situation, the view which came to him and stayed with him like a chapter in a novel from the hour in which Ormiston had reluctantly accounted for himself upon the night of the burglary. It was a brilliant view that perceived the young clerk the victim of the conspiracy he was charged with furthering. Its justification lay back, dimly, among the intuitions about human nature which are part of the attribute I have quoted. I may shortly say that it was justified. Another day's attendance at the Elgin courthouse shall not be compulsory here, whatever it may have been there. Young Ormiston's commercial probity is really no special concern of ours. The thing which does matter, and considerably, is the special quality which Lorne Murchison brought to the task of its vindication, the quality that made new and striking appeal, through every channel of the great occasion, to those who heard him. It was that which reinforced and comforted every friend Ormiston had in the courtroom, before Lorne proceeded either to deal with the evidence of the other side, or to produce any jot or tittle of his own. And it was that which affected his distinguished opponent to the special interest which afterward showed itself so pleasantly superior to the sting of defeat. The fact that the defense was quite as extraordinarily indebted to circumstantial evidence as the prosecution in no way detracted from the character of Lorne's personal triumph. Rather, indeed, in the popular view and Rawlins's, enhanced it. There was in it the primitive joy of seeing a ruffian knocked down with his own illegitimate weapons, from the moment the dropped formula was proved to be an old, superseded one, and unexpected indication was produced that Ormiston's room, as well as the bank vault, had been entered the night of the robbery, to the more glorious excitement of establishing Miss Belton's connection, not to be quoted, with a cracksman at that moment being diligently inquired for by the New York police with reference to a dramatically bigger matter. You saw the plot at once as he constructed it. The pipe ash became explicable in the seduction of Miss Belton's charms. The cunning net unwove itself, delicately and deliberately, to tangle round the lady. There was in it that superiority in the art of legerdemain, of mere calm, astonishing manipulation, so applauded in regions where romance has not yet been quite trampled down by reason. Lorne scored. He scored in face of probability, expectation, fact. It was the very climax and coruscation of score. He scored not only by the cards he held, but by the beautiful way he played them, if one may say so. His nature came into this, his gravity and gentleness, his sympathy, his young angry irony. To mention just one thing, there was the way he held Miss Belton up, after the exposure of her arts, as the lady for whom his client had so chivalric a regard that he had for some time refused to state his whereabouts at the hour the bank was entered, in the fear of compromising her. For this, no doubt, his client could have strangled him, but it operated, of course, to raise the poor fellow in the estimation of everybody, with the possible exception of his employers. When, after the unmistakable summing up, the foreman returned in a quarter of an hour with the verdict of not guilty, people noticed that the young man walked out of court behind his father with as drooping a head as if he had gone under sentence, so much so that by common consent he was allowed to slip quietly away. Miss Belton departed, followed by the detective, whose services were promptly transferred to the prosecution, and by a proportion of those who scented further entertainment in her perfumed, perjured wake. But the majority hung back, leaving their places slowly. It was Lorne the crowd wanted to shake hands with, to say just a word of congratulation to, Lorne's triumph that they desired to enhance by a hearty sentence, or at least an admiring glance. Walter Winter was among the most genial. "Young man," he said, "what did I tell you? Didn't I tell you you ought to take this case?" Mr. Winter, with his chest thrust out, plumed and strutted in justifiable pride of prophecy. "Now I'll tell you another thing. Today's event will do more for you than it has for Ormiston. Mark my words." They were all of that opinion, all the fine foretellers of the profit Lorne should draw from his spirited and conspicuous success. They stood about in knots, discussing it. To some extent it eclipsed the main interest and issue of the day, at that moment driving out, free and disconsolate, between the snake fences of the South Riding to Moneda Reservation. The quick and friendly sense of opportunity was abroad on Lorne Murchison's behalf. Friends and neighbours and Dr. Drummond, and people who hardly knew the fellow, exchanged wise words about what his chance would do for him. What it would immediately do was present to nobody so clearly, however, as to Mr. Henry Cruikshank, who decided that he would, after all, accept Dr. Drummond's invitation to spend the night with him, and find out the little he didn't know already about this young man. That evening the Murchisons' doorbell rang twice. The first time it was to admit the Reverend Hugh Finlay, who had come to return Sordello, which he had borrowed from Edwina, and to find out whether she thought with him about the interpretation of certain passages, and if not, there was always the possibility, wherein their divergence lay. The second time the door opened to Dr. Drummond and Mr. Cruikshank, and the electric light had to be turned on in the drawing-room, since the library was already occupied by Mr. Finlay and Edwina, Mr. and Mrs. Murchison never having got over their early habit of sitting in the dining-room after tea. Even then Mrs. Murchison had to put away her work-basket, and John Murchison to knock the ashes out of his pipe, looking at one another with surprised inquiry when Eliza informed them of their visitors. Luckily, Mr. Lorne was also in, and Eliza was sent to tell him, and Mr. Lorne came down the stairs 2 at a time to join the party in the drawing-room, which was presently supplied by Eliza with a dignified service of cake and wine. The hall divided that room from the library, and both doors were shut. We cannot hesitate about which to open. We have only indeed to follow the recognized tradition of Elgin, which would never have entered the library. No vivid conclusion should be drawn, no serious situation may even be indicated. It would simply have been considered, in Elgin, stupid to go into the library. "It isn't a case for the High Commissioner for Canada," Mr. Cruikshank was saying. "It's a case for direct representation of the interests concerned, and their view of the effect upon trade. That's the only voice to speak with if you want to get anything done. Conviction carries conviction. The High Commissioner is a very useful fellow to live in London and look after the ornamental, the sentimental, and immigration. Nobody could do it better than Selkirk. And in England, of course, they like that kind of agency. It's the good old dignified way, but it won't do for everything. You don't find our friend Morgan operating through the American equivalent of a High Commissioner." "No, you don't," said John Murchison. "He goes over there as a principal, and the British government, if he wants to deal with it, is only another principal. That's the way our deputation will go. We're practically all shippers, though of course the matter of tenders will come later. There is big business for them here, national business, and we propose to show it. The subsidy we want will come back to the country 4 times over in 2 years. Freights from Boston alone." "It's the patriotic imperial argument you'll have to press, I doubt," said John Murchison. "They're not business people over there. The men in office are not. How should they be? The system draws them from the wrong class. They're gentlemen, noblemen maybe, first, and they've no practical education. There's only one way of getting it, and that's to make your own living. How many of them have ever made tuppence? That's where the Americans beat them so badly. They've got the sixth sense, the business sense. No, you'll not find them responding greatly to what there is in it for trade. They'd like to, well enough, but they just won't see it. And by George, what a fine suspicion they'll have of ye. As to freights from Boston, he continued as they all laughed, I'm of opinion you'd better not mention them. What, steal the trade of a friendly power? Tut, tut. It was a long speech for John Murchison, but they were all excited to a pitch beyond the usual. Henry Cruikshank had brought with him an event of extraordinary importance. It seemed to sit there with him, significant and propitious, in the middle of the sofa. They all looked at it in the pauses. Dr. Drummond, lost in an armchair, alternately contemplated it and remembered to assert himself part of it. As head of a deputation from the United Chambers of Commerce of Canada, shortly to wait on the British government to press for the encouragement of improved communications within the Empire, Cruikshank had been asked to select a secretary. The appointment, in view of the desirability for political reasons of giving the widest publicity to the hopes and motives of the deputation, was an important one. The action of the Canadian government in extending conditional promises of support had to be justified to the Canadian taxpayer, and that shy and weary person whose shoulders uphold the greatness of Britain had also to receive such conciliation and reassurance as it was possible to administer to him, by way of nerving the administrative arm over there to an act of enterprise. Mr. Cruikshank had had 2 or 3 young fellows, mostly newspaper men, in his mind's eye, but when Lorne came into his literal range of vision, the others had promptly been retired in our friend's favour. Young Mr. Murchison, he had concluded, was the man they wanted, and if his office could spare him, it would probably do young Mr. Murchison no harm in any sort of way to accompany the deputation to London and throw himself into the matter the deputation had at heart. "But it's the Empire," said Lorne, with a sort of shy fire, when Mr. Cruikshank enunciated this. We need not perhaps dwell upon the significance of his agreement. It was then not long since the maple leaf had been stained brighter than ever, not without honour, to maintain the word that fell from him. The 3 older men looked at him kindly. John Murchison, rubbing his chin as he considered the situation, slightly shook his head. One took it that in his view the Empire was not so readily envisaged. "That has a strong bearing," Mr. Cruikshank assented. "It's the whole case, it seems to me," repeated young Murchison. "It should help to knit us up," said Dr. Drummond. "I'll put my name down on the first passenger list, if Knox Church will let me off. See that you have special rates," he added with a twinkle, "for ministers and missionaries." "And only 10 days to get him ready in," said Mrs. Murchison. "It will take some seeing to, I assure you, and I don't know how it's to be done in the time. For once, Lorne, I'll have to order you ready-made shirts, and you'll just have to put up with it. Nothing else could possibly get back from the wash." "I'll put up with it, mother." They went into other details of Lorne's equipment, while Mrs. Murchison's eye still wandered over the necessities of his wardrobe. They arranged the date on which he was to meet the members of the deputation in Montreal, and Mr. Cruikshank promised to send him all available documents and such presentation of the project as had been made in the newspapers. "You shall be put in immediate possession of the bones of the thing," he said. "But what really matters," he added pleasantly, "I think you've got already." It took, of course, some discussion, and it was quite 10 o'clock before everything was gone into and the prospect was clear to them all. As they emerged into the hall together, the door of the room opposite also opened, and the Reverend Hugh Findlay found himself added to their group. They all made the best of the unexpected encounter. It was rather an elaborate best, very polite and entirely grave, except in the instance of Dr. Drummond, who met his subaltern with a smile in which cordiality struggled in vain to overcome the delighted humor. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. It was the talk of the town, the pride of the marketplace, Lorne Murchison's having been selected to accompany what was known as the Crookshank deputation to England. The general spirit of congratulation was corrected by a tendency to assert it another proof of sagacity on the chairman's part. Elgin wouldn't be too flattered. Lawyer Crookshank couldn't have done better. You may be sure the Express was well ahead with it. Honour to our young fellow townsman, a well-merited compliment. And Rollins was round promptly next morning to glean further particulars. He found only Mrs. Murchison on a step-ladder tying up the clematis that climbed about the veranda, and she told him a little about clematis and a good deal about the inconvenience of having to abandon superintending the spring cleaning in order to get Lorne ready to go to the old country at such short notice, but nothing he could put in the paper. Lorne, sought at the office, was hardly more communicative. Mr. Williams himself dropped in there. He said the Express would now have a personal interest in the object of the deputation, and proposed to strike out a broader line than ever. "We've got into the way of taking it for granted," said Mr. Williams, "that the subsidy idea is a kind of medieval idea. Raise a big enough shout, and you get things taken for granted in economics for a long while. Conditions keep changing right along all the time, and presently you've got to reconsider. There ain't any sort of ultimate truth in the finest economic position, my son, not any at all." "We'll subsidize over here, right enough," said Lorne. "That's the idea, that's the prevailing idea, just now. But lots of people think different, more than you'd imagine. I was talking to old man Milburn just now. He's dead against it. Government has no business, he said, to apply the taxes in the interest of any company. It oughtn't to know how to spell subsidy. If the trade was there, it would get itself carried, he said." "Well, that surprises me," said Lorne. "Surprised me, too. But I was on the spot with him, just thought of it in time. 'Well now, Mr. Milburn,' I said, 'you've changed your mind. Thought that was a thing you Conservatives never did,' I said. 'We don't. I haven't,' he said. 'What do you mean?' 25 years ago,' I said, 'when you were considering whether you'd start the Milburn Boiler Works here or in Hamilton, Hamilton offered you a free site, and Elgin offered you a free site and a dam for your water power. You took the biggest subsidy and came here,' I said." Lorne laughed. What did he say to that? "Hadn't a word. 'I guess it's up to me,' he said. Then he turned round and came back. 'Hold on, Williams,' he said. 'You know so much already about my boiler works, it wouldn't be much trouble for you to write out an account of them from the beginning, would it? Working in the last quarter of a century of the town's progress, you know, and all that. Come round to the office tomorrow, and I'll give you some pointers.' And he fixed up a 2-column ad right away. He was afraid I'd round on him, I suppose, if I caught him saying anything more about the immorality of subsidies." "He won't say anything more." "Probably not. Milburn hasn't got much of a political conscience, but he's got a sense of what's silly. Well, now, I expect you want all the time there is." Mr. Williams removed himself from the edge of the table, which was strewn with maps and blue books, printed official and typewritten demi-official papers. Give him a notion of those Assiniboine wheat acres, my boy, and the ranch country we've got. Tell him about the future of quick passage and cold storage. Get him a little ashamed to have made so many fortunes for Yankee beef combines. Persuade him the cheapest market has a funny way of getting the dearest price in the end. Give it him, Lorne, hot and cold and fricasseed. The Express will back you up. He slapped his young friend's shoulder, who seemed occupied with matters that prevented his at once feeling the value of this assurance. "Bye-bye," said Mr. Williams. "See you again before you start." "Oh, of course," Lorne replied. I'll come round. By the way, Mr. Williams, Mr. Milburn didn't say anything about me in connection with this business? Didn't mention, I suppose, what he thought about my going?" "Not a word, my boy. He was away up in abstract principles. He generally is. Bye-bye." "It's gone to his head a little bit, only natural," Horace reflected as he went down the stairs. "He's probably just feeding on what folks think of it. As if it mattered a pin's head what Octavius Milburn thinks or don't think." Lorne, however, left alone with his customs returns and his immigration reports, sat still, attaching a weight quite out of comparison with a pin's head to Mr. Milburn's opinion. He turned it over and over, instead of the tabulated figures that were his business. He had to show himself his way to the conclusion that such a thing could not matter seriously in the end, since Milburn hadn't a dollar involved. It would be different if he were a shareholder in the Maple line. He wished heartily, nevertheless, that he could demonstrate a special advantage to boiler-makers in competitive freights with New York. What did they import, confound them? Pig iron? Plates and rivets? Fortunately, he was in a position to get at the facts, and he got at them with an interest of even greater intensity than he had shown to the whole question since 10 that morning. Even now, the unprejudiced observer, turning up the literature connected with the Cruikshank deputation, may notice a stress laid upon the advantages to Canadian importers of ore in certain stages of manufacture, which may strike him as slightly, very slightly, special. Of course, there are a good many of them in the country, so that Mr. Horace Williams was justified to some extent in his kindly observation upon the excusable egotism of youth. 2 or 3 letters, however, came in while Lorne was considering the relation of plates and rivets to the objects of his deputation. They were all congratulatory. One was from the chairman of the Liberal Association at its headquarters in Toronto. Lorne glanced at them and stowed them away in his pocket. He would read them when he got home, when it would be a pleasure to hand them over to his mother. She was making a collection of them. He had a happy perception that same evening that Mr. Milburn's position was not, after all, finally and invincibly taken against the deputation and everybody concerned with it. He met that gentleman at his own garden gate. Octavius paused in his exit to hold it open for young Murchison, thus even assisting the act of entry, a thing which thrilled Lorne sweetly enough when he had time to ponder its possible significance. Alas, the significance that lovers find! Lorne read a world in the behaviour of Dora's father in holding the gate open. He saw political principle put aside in his favour, and social position forgotten in kindness to him. He saw the gravest, sincerest appreciation of his recent success, which he took as humbly as a dog will take a bone. He read a fatherly thought, at which his pulses bounded in an arrogance of triumph, and his heart rose to ask its trust. And Octavius Milburn had held the gate open because it was more convenient to hold it open than to leave it open. He had not a political view in the world that was calculated to affect his attitude toward a practical matter, and his opinion of Lorne was quite uncomplicated. He thought him a very likely young fellow. Milburn himself, in the Elgin way, preferred to see no great significance of this sort anywhere. Young people were young people. It was natural enough that they should like each other's society. They, the Milburns, were very glad to see Mr. Murchison, very glad indeed. It was frequent matter for veiled humorous reference at the table that he had been to call again, at which Dora would look very stiff and dignified, and have to be coaxed back into the conversation. As to anything serious, there was no hurry, plenty of time to think of that. Such matters dwelt under the horizon. There was no need to scan them closely, and Mr. Milburn went his way, conscious of nothing more than a comfortable gratification that Dora, so far as the young men were concerned, seemed as popular as other girls. Dora was not in the drawing-room. Young ladies in Elgin had always to be summoned from somewhere. For all the Filkin instinct for the conservation of polite tradition, Dora was probably reading the Toronto Society Weekly, illustrated with correspondence all over the province, on the back veranda, and, but for the eruption of a visitor, would probably not have entered the formal apartment of the house at all that evening. Drawing-rooms in Elgin had their prescribed uses, to receive in, to practice in, and for the last sad entertainment of the dead, when the furniture was disarranged to accommodate the trestles. But the common business of life went on outside them, even among prosperous people, the survival perhaps of a habit based upon thrift. The shutters were opened when Lorne entered to let in the spring twilight, and the servant pulled a chair into its proper relation with the room as she went out. Mrs. Milburn and Miss Filkin both came in before Dora did. Lorne found their conversation enchanting, though it was mostly about the difficulty of keeping the lawn tidy. They had had so much rain. Mrs. Milburn assured him kindly that there was not such another lawn as his father's in Elgin. How Mr. Murchison managed to have it looking so nice always, she could not think. Only yesterday she and Mr. Milburn had stopped to admire it as they passed. "Spring is always a beautiful time in Elgin," she remarked. "There are so many pretty houses here, each standing in its own grounds. Nothing very grand, as I tell my friend Miss Cham from Buffalo, where the residences are, of course, on quite a different scale. But grandeur isn't everything, is it?" "No, indeed," said Lorne. "But you will be leaving for Great Britain very soon now, Mr. Murchison," said Miss Filkin. "Leaving Elgin and all its beauties, and I dare say you won't think of them once again till you get back." "I hope I shall not be so busy as that, Miss Filkin." "Oh, no, I'm sure Mr. Murchison won't forget his native town altogether," said Mrs. Milburn, "though perhaps he won't like it so well after seeing dear old England." "I expect," said Lorne simply, "to like it better." "Well, of course we shall all be pleased if you say that, Mr. Murchison," Mrs. Milburn replied graciously. "We shall feel quite complimented. But I'm afraid you will find a great deal to criticize when you come back. That is, if you go at all into society over there. I always say there can be nothing like good English society." "I want to attend a sitting of the House," Lorne said. "I hope I shall have time for that. I want to see those fellows handling their public business. I don't believe I shall find our men so far behind for point of view and grasp and dispatch. Of course, there's always Wallingham to make a standard for us all. But they haven't got so many Wallinghams." "Wasn't it Wallingham, Louisa, that Mr. Milburn was saying at breakfast was such a dangerous man? So able, he said, but dangerous. Something to do with the tariff." "Oh," said Lorne, And he said no more, for at that moment Dora came in. She came in looking very straight and graceful and composed. Her personal note was carried out in her pretty clothes, which hung and sat upon her like the rhythm of verses. They could fall no other way. She had in every movement the definite accent of young ladyhood. She was very much aware of herself, of the situation, and of her value in it. A setting for herself, she saw it, and saw it truly. No one, from the moment she entered the room, looked at anything else. "Oh, Mr. Murchison," she said, "how do you do? Mother, do you mind if I open the window? It's quite warm out of doors. Regular summer." Lorne sprang to open the window, while Miss Filkin, murmuring that it had been a beautiful day, moved a little farther from it. "Oh, please don't trouble, Mr. Murchison. Thank you very much," Miss Milburn continued, and subsided on a sofa. "Have you been playing tennis this week?" Mr. Murchison said that he had been able to get down to the club only once. "The courts aren't a bit in good order. They want about a week's rolling. The balls get up anywhere," said Dora. "Lawn tennis," Mrs. Milburn asserted herself, "is a delightful exercise. I hope it will never go out of fashion. But that is what we used to say of croquet, and it has gone out and come in again." Lorne listened to this with deference. There was a hint of patience in the regard Dora turned upon her mother. Mrs. Milburn continued to dilate upon lawn tennis, dealt lightly with badminton, and brought the conversation round with a graceful sweep to canoeing. Dora's attitude before she had done became slightly permissive, but Mrs. Milburn held on till she had accomplished her conception of conduct for the occasion. Then she remembered a meeting in the schoolhouse. "We are to have an address by an Indian bishop," she told them. "He is on his way to England by China and Japan, and is staying with our dear rector, Mr. Murchison. Such a treat I expect it will be." "What I am dying to know," said Miss Filkin in a sprightly way, "is whether he is black or white." Mrs. Milburn then left the room, and shortly afterward Miss Filkin thought she could not miss the bishop either, conveying the feeling that a bishop was a bishop of whatever colour. She stayed 3 minutes longer than Mrs. Milburn, but she went. The Filkin tradition, though strong, could not hold out entirely against the unwritten laws, the silently claimed privileges of youth in Elgin. It made its pretence and vanished. Even as the door closed, the two that were left looked at one another with a new significance. A simpler relation established itself between them and controlled all that surrounded them. The very twilight seemed conscious with it. The chairs and tables stood in attentive harmony. "You know," said Dora, "I hate your going, Lorne." She did indeed seem moved about the mouth to discontent. There was some little injury in the way she swung her foot. "I was hoping Mr. Fulk wouldn't get better in time. I was, truly." The gratitude in young Murchison's eyes should have been dear to her. I don't know whether she saw it, but she must have been aware that she was saying what touched him, making her point. "Oh, it's a good thing to go, Dora." "A good thing for you. And the regatta coming off the first week in June, and a whole crowd coming from Toronto for it. There isn't another person in town I care to canoe with, Lorne. You know perfectly well." "I'm awfully sorry," said Lorne. "I wish—" "Oh, I'm going, I believe. Stephen Stewart has written from Toronto and asked me to sail with him. I haven't told Mother, but he's my second cousin, so I suppose she won't make a fuss." The young man's face clouded, seeing which she relented. "Oh, of course I'm glad you're going, really," she assured him. "And we'll all be proud to be acquainted with such a distinguished gentleman when you get back. Do you think you'll see the king? You might, in London." "I'll see him if he's visible," laughed Lorne. "That would be something to tell your mother, wouldn't it? But I'm afraid we won't be doing business with His Majesty." "I expect you'll have the loveliest time you ever had in all your life. Do you think you'll be asked out much, Lorne?" "I can't imagine who would ask me. We'll get off easy if the street boys don't shout 'What price Canucks?' at us. But I'll see England, Dora. I'll feel England, eat and drink and sleep and live in England for a little while. Isn't the very name great? I'll be a better man for going, till I die. We're all right out here, but we're young and thin and weedy. They didn't grow so fast in England to begin with, and now they're rich with character and strong with conduct, and hoary with ideals. I've been reading up the history of our political relations with England. It's astonishing what we've stuck to her through, but you can't help seeing why. It's for the moral advantage. Way down at the bottom, that's what it is. We have the sense to want all we can get of that sort of thing. They've developed the finest human product there is, the cleanest, the most disinterested, and we want to keep up the relationship. It's important. Their talk about the value of their protection doesn't take in the situation as it is now. Who would touch us if we were running our own show?" "I don't believe they are a bit better than we are," replied Miss Milburn. "I'm sure I haven't much opinion of the Englishmen that come out here. They don't think anything of getting into debt, and as often as not they drink, and they never know enough to come in out of the rain. But, Lorne—" "Yes, but we're very apt to get the failures, the fellows their folks give £500 or £600 to and tell them they're not expected back till they're making a living. The best men find their level somewhere else, along recognized channels. Lord knows we don't want them. This country's for immigrants. We're manufacturing our own gentlemen quite fast enough for the demand." "I should think we were. Why, Lorne, Canadians, nice Canadians, are just as gentlemanly as they can be. They'll compare with anybody. Perhaps Americans have got more style." She weighed the matter. "But Canadians are much better form, I think. But, Lorne, how perfectly dear of you to send me those roses. I wore them, and nobody there had such beauties. All the girls wanted to know where I got them, but I only told Lily, just to make her feel a pig for not having asked you, my very greatest friend. She just about apologized, told me she wanted to ask about 20 more people, but her mother wouldn't let her. They've lost an uncle or something lately, and if it hadn't been for Clara Sims staying with them, they wouldn't have been giving anything." "I'll try to survive not having been asked, but I'm glad you wore the roses, Dora." "I dropped one, and Phil Carter wanted to keep it. He's so silly." Did you let him keep it?" "Lord Murchison, do you think I'd let any man keep a rose I'd been wearing?" He looked at her, suddenly emboldened. "I don't know about roses, Dora, but pansies, those are awfully nice ones in your dress. I'm very fond of pansies. Couldn't you spare me one? I wouldn't ask for a rose, but a pansy." His eyes were more ardent than what he found to say. Beneath them, Dora grew delicately pink. The pansies drooped a little. She put her slender fingers under one and lifted its petals. "It's too faded for your buttonhole," she said. "It needn't stay in my buttonhole. I know lots of other places," he begged. Dora considered the pansy again, then she pulled it slowly out, and the young man got up and went over to her, proffering the lapel of his coat. "It spoils the bunch," she said prettily. "If I give you this, you will have to give me something to take its place." "I will," said Lorne. I know it will be something better," said Dora, and there was a little effort in her composure. "You send people such beautiful flowers, Lorne." She rose beside him as she spoke, graceful and fair, to fasten it in, and it was his hand that shook. "Then may I choose it?" said Lorne. "And will you wear it?" "I suppose you may. Why do you— Oh, Lorne, stand still." "I'll give you, you sweet girl, my whole heart," he said, in the vague tender knowledge that he offered her a garden where she had but to walk and smile to bring about her unimaginable blooms. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. They sat talking on the veranda in the close of the May evening, Mr. and Mrs. Murchison. The Plummer place was the Murchison place in the town's mouth now, and that was only fair. The Murchisons had overstamped the Plummers. It lay about them like a map of their lives. The big horse chestnut stood again in flower to lighten the spring dusk for them, as it had done faithfully for 30 years. John was no longer in his shirt-sleeves. The growing authority of his family had long prescribed a black alpaca coat. He smoked his meerschaum with the same old deliberation, however, holding it by the bowl as considerately as he held its original, which lasted him 15 years. A great deal of John Murchison's character was there in the way he held his pipe, his gentleness and patience, even the justice and repose and quiet strength of his nature. He smoked and read the paper, the unfailing double solace of his evenings. I should have said that it was Mrs. Murchison who talked. She had the advantage of a free mind, only subconsciously occupied with her white wool and agile needles, and John had frequently to choose between her observations and the politics of the day. "You saw Lorne's letter this morning, father?" John took his pipe out of his mouth. "Yes," he said. "He seems tremendously taken up with Wallingham. It was all Wallingham, from one end to the other." "It's not remarkable," said John Murchison patiently. "You'd think he had nothing else to write about. There was that reception at Lord Whatchamacallum's, the Canadian Commissioners, when the Prince and Princess of Wales came and brought their family. I'd like to have heard something more about that than just that he was there. He might have noticed what the children had on. Now that Abby's family is coming about her, I seem to have my hands as full of children's clothes as ever I had. Abby seems to think there's nothing like my old patterns. I'm sure I'm sick of the sight of them." Mr. Murchison refolded his newspaper, took his pipe once more from his mouth, and said nothing. "John, put down that paper. I declare it's enough to drive anybody crazy. Now, look at that boy walking across the lawn. He does it every night, delivering the express, and you take no more notice. He's wearing a regular path." "Sonny," said Mr. Murchison as the urchin approached, "you mustn't walk across the grass." "Much good that will do," remarked Mrs. Murchison. "I'd teach him to walk across the grass if it were my business. Boy, isn't your name Willie Parker? Then it was your mother I promised the coat and the other things to, and you'll find them ready there, just inside the hall door. They'll make down very well for you, but you can tell her from me that she'd better double seam them, for the stuff's apt to ravel. And attend to what Mr. Murchison says. Go out by the gravel. What do you suppose it's there for?" Mrs. Murchison readjusted her glasses and turned another row of the tiny sock. "I must say it's a pleasure to have the lawn neat and green," she said, with a sigh. "Never did I expect to see the day it would be anything but chickweed and dandelions. We've a great deal to be thankful for, and all our children spared to us, too. John," she continued, casting a shrewd glance over her needles at nothing in particular, Do you suppose anything was settled between Lorne and Dora Milburn before he started?" "He said nothing to me about it." "Oh, very likely he wouldn't. Young people keep such a tremendous lot to themselves nowadays. But it's my belief they've come to an understanding." "Dora might do worse," said John Murchison, judicially. "I should think Dora might do worse. I don't know where she's going to do better. The most promising young man in Elgin, well brought up, well educated, well started in a profession. There's not a young fellow in this town to compare with Lorne, and perfectly well you know it, John. Might do worse. But that's you all over. Belittle your own belongings." Mr. Murchison smiled in amused tolerance. "They've always got you to blow their trumpet, mother," he replied. "And more than me, you ought to hear Dr. Drummond about Lorne. He says that if the English government starts that line of boats to Halifax, the country will owe it to him, much more than to Cruikshank or anybody else." "Dr. Drummond likes to talk," said John Murchison. "Lorne's keeping his end up all right," remarked Stella, jumping off her bicycle in time to hear what her mother said. "It's great, that old Wallingham asking him to dinner, and haven't I just been spreading it?" "Where have you been, Stella?" asked Mrs. Murchison. "Oh, only over to the Milburns. Dora asked me to come and show her the new flower stitch for table centres. Dora's suddenly taken to fancy work. She started a lot too much," Stella added gloomily. "If Dora likes to do fancy work, I don't see why anybody should want to stop her," remarked Mrs. Murchison, with a meaning glance at her husband. "I suppose she thinks she's going to get Lorne," said Stella. Her resentment was only half serious, but the note was there. "What put that into your head?" asked her mother. "Oh, well, anybody can see that he's devoted to her, and has been for ages, and it isn't as if Lorne was one to have girl-friends. She's absolutely the only thing he's ever looked at twice. She hasn't got a ring, that's true, but it would be just like her to want him to get it in England. And I know they correspond. She doesn't make any secret of it." "Oh, I dare say. Other people have eyes in their head as well as you, Stella," said Mrs. Murchison, stooping for her ball. "But there's no need to take things for granted at such a rate. And above all, you're not to go talking, remember." "Well, if you think Dora Milburn's good enough," returned Lorne's youngest sister in threatening accents, "it's more than I do, that's all. Hello, Miss Murchison," she continued, as Edwina appeared. "You're looking extremely dinky-dink. Expecting his reverence?" Edwina made no further reply than a look of scornful amusement, which Stella, bicycling forth again, received in the back of her head. "Father," said Mrs. Murchison, "if you had taken any share in the bringing up of this family, Stella ought to have her ears boxed this minute." "We'll have to box them," said Mr. Murchison, "when she comes back." Edwina had retreated into the house. "Is she expecting his reverence?" asked her father with a twinkle. "Don't ask me. I'm sure it's more than I can tell you. It's a mystery to me, that matter, altogether. I've known him come 3 evenings in a week, and not again for a month of Sundays. And when he does come, there they sit, talking about their books and their authors. You'd think the world had nothing else in it. I know, for I've heard them, hard at it, there in the library. Books and authors won't keep their house or look after their family for them. I can tell them that, if it does come to anything, which I hope it won't." "Finley's fine in the pulpit," said John Murchison cautiously. "Oh, the man's well enough. It's him I'm sorry for. I don't call Edwina fitted to be a wife, and last of all a minister's. Abby was a treasure for any man to get, and Stella won't turn out at all badly. She's taking hold very well for her age. But Edwina simply hasn't got it in her, and that's all there is to say about it." Mrs. Murchison pulled her needles out right side out with finality. I don't deny the girl's talented in her own way, but it's no way to marry on. She'd much better make up her mind just to be a happy, independent old maid. Any woman might do worse. And take no responsibilities. There would always be you, mother, for them to fall back on. It was as near as John Murchison ever got to flattery. No, thank you, then. I've brought up 6 of my own as well as I was able, which isn't saying much, and a hard life I've had of it. Now I'm done with it. They'll have to find somebody else to fall back on. If they get themselves into such a mess, Mrs. Murchison stopped to laugh with sincere enjoyment, they needn't look to me to get them out. I guess you'd have a hand, mother. Not I. But the man isn't thinking of any such folly. What do you suppose his salary is? $850 a year. They raised it last month. And how far would Edwina be able to make that go, with servants getting the money they do and expecting the washing put out as a matter of course? Do you remember Eliza, John, that we had when we were first married? $7 a month she got. She would split wood at a pinch, and I've never had one since that could do up shirts like her. 3 years and a half she was with me, and did everything I didn't do. But that was management, and Edwina's no manager. It would be me that would tell him, if I had the chance. Then he couldn't say he hadn't been warned. But I don't think he has any such idea. Edwina, pronounced Mr. Murchison, might do worse. Well, I don't know whether she might. The creature's well enough to preach before a congregation, but what she can see in him out of the pulpit is more than I know. A great gawk of a fellow, with eyes that always look as if he were in the middle of next week. He may be able to talk to Edwina, but he's no hand at general conversation. I know he finds precious little to say to me. But he's got no such notion. He comes here because, being human, he's got to open his mouth some time or other, I suppose. But it's my opinion he has neither Edwina nor anybody else in his mind's eye at present. He doesn't go the right way about it. Said John Murchison. He brought her a book the last time he came. What do you think the name of it was? The something or other of Plato. Do you call that a natural gift from a young man who is thinking seriously of a girl? Besides, if I know anything about Plato, he was a Greek heathen, and no writer for a Presbyterian minister to go lending around. I'd Plato him to the right about if it was me. She might read worse than Plato, remarked John. Oh, well, she read it fast enough. She's your own daughter for outlandish books. Mercy on us, here comes the man. We'll just say how'd you do to him, and then start for Abby's, John. I'm not easy in my mind about the baby, and I haven't been over since the morning. Harry says it's nothing but stomach, but I think I know whooping cough when I hear it. And if it is whooping cough, the boy will have to come here and rampage, I suppose, till they're clear of it. There's some use in grandmothers, if I do say it myself. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. If anyone had told Mr. Hugh Finlay, while he was pursuing his rigorous path to the ideals of the University of Edinburgh, that the first notable interest of his life, in the calling and the country to which even then he had given his future, would lie in his relations with any woman, he would have treated the prediction as mere folly. To go far enough back in accounting for this, one would arrive at the female sort, sterling and arid, that had presided over his childhood, and represented the sex to his youth, the Aunt Lizzie, widowed and frugal and spare, who had brought him up, the Janet Wilson, who had washed and mended him from babyhood, good gaunt creature, half servant and half friend, the mature, respectable women, and impossible, blousy girls of the Dumfriesshire village whence he came. With such as these, relations, actual or imagined, could only be of the most practical kind, matters to be arranged on grounds of expediency, and certainly not of the first importance. The things of first importance, what you could do with your energy and your brains to beat out some microscopic good for the world, and what you could see and feel and realize in it of value to yourself, left little room for the feminine consideration in Finley's eyes. It was not a thing simply that existed there with any significance. Woman, in her more attractive presentment, was a daughter of the poets, with an esoteric, or perhaps only a symbolic, or perhaps a merely decorative function. In any case, a creature that required an initiation to perceive her, a process to which Finley would have been as unwilling as he was unlikely to submit. Not that he was destitute of ideals about women. They would have formed in that case a strange exception to his general outlook. But he saw them on a plane detached and impersonal, concerned with the preservation of society, the maintenance of the home, the noble devotions of motherhood. Women had been known, historically, to be capable of lofty sentiments and fine actions. He would have been the last to withhold their due from women. But they were removed from the scope of his imagination, partly by the accidents I have mentioned, and partly, no doubt, by a simple lack in him of the inclination to seek and to know them. So that Christy Cameron, when she came to stay with his aunt in Bross during the few weeks after his ordination and before his departure for Canada, found a fair light for judgment and more than a reasonable disposition to acquiesce in the scale of her merits as a woman on the part of Hugh Finley. He was familiar with the scale of her merits before she came. His Aunt Lizzie did little but run them up and down. When she arrived, she answered to every item. She was a good height, but not too tall, a nice figure of a woman, but not what you would call stout, a fresh-faced body whose excellent principles were written in every feature she had. She was 5 years older than Hugh, but even that he came to accept in Aunt Lizzie's skilful exhibition as something to the total of her advantages. A pleasant, independent creature with 100 a year of her own, sensible and vigorous and good-tempered, belonging as well to the preeminently right denomination. She had virtues that might have figured handsomely in an advertisement had Aunt Lizzie, in the plenitude of her goodwill, thought fit to take that measure on Christie's behalf. But nothing was farther from Aunt Lizzie's mind. We must, in fairness, add Christy Cameron to the sum of Finley's acquaintance with the sex, but even then the total is slender, little to go upon. Yet the fact which Mr. Finley would in those days have considered so unimaginable remained. It had come into being, and it remained. The chief interest of his life, the chief human interest, did lie in his relations with Edwina Murchison. He might challenge it, but he could not move it. He might explain, but he could not alter it. And there had come no point at which it would have occurred to him to do either. When at last he had seen how simple and possible it was to enjoy Miss Murchison's companionship upon unoccupied evenings, he had begun to do it with eagerness and zest, the greater because Elgin offered him practically no other. Dr. Drummond lived, for purposes of intellectual contact, at the other end of the century. The other clergy and professional men of the town were separated from Finley by all the mental predispositions that rose from the virgin soil. He was, as Mrs. Murchison said, a great gawk of a fellow. He had little adaptability. He was not of those who spend a year or two in the New World and go back with a transatlantic accent, either of tongue or of mind. Where he saw a lack of dignity, of consideration, or of restraint, he did not insensibly become less dignified or considerate or restrained to smooth out perceptible differences. Nor was he constituted to absorb the qualities of those defects and enrich his nature by the geniality, the shrewdness, the quick mental movement that stood on the other side of the account. He cherished in secret an admiration for the young men of Elgin, with their unappeasable energy and their indomitable optimism, but he could not translate it in any language of sympathy, and but for Edwina, his soul would have gone uncomforted and alone. Edwina, as we know, was his companion. Seeing herself just that, constantly content to be just that, she walked beside him closer than he knew. She had her woman's prescience and trusted it. Her own heart, all sweetly alive, counseled her to patience. Her instincts laid her in bonds to concealment. She knew, she was sure, so sure that she would play sometimes, smiling, with her living heart. The nightingale was not yet heard, for the rose was not yet blown. She could say of his, and what was that but play and tender laughter at the expense of her own? And then, perhaps, looking up from the same book, she would whisper, alone in her room, "Oh, speed the day, thou dear, dear May," and gaze humbly through tears at her own face in the glass, loving it on his behalf. She took her passion with the weight of a thing ordained. She had come upon it where it waited for her, and they had gone on together, carrying the secret. There might be farther to go, but the way could never be long. Finlay said, when he came in, that the heat for May was extraordinary, and Edwina reminded him that he was in a country where everything was accomplished quickly, even summer. "Except, perhaps, civilization," she added. They were both young enough to be pleased with cleverness for its specious self. "Oh, that is slow everywhere," he observed. "But how can you say so, with every modern improvement staring you in the face? Electric cars and telephones? Oh, I didn't say we hadn't the products," and she laughed. "But the thing itself, the precious thing, that never comes just by wishing, does it? The art of indifference, the art of choice." "If you had refinements in the beginning, what would the end be?" he demanded. "Anemia." "Oh, I don't quarrel with the logic of it. I only point out the fact. To do that is to acquiesce, really. I acquiesce, I have to. But one may long for the more delicate appreciations that seem to flower where life has gone on longer." "I imagine," Finlay said, "that to wish truly and ardently for such things is to possess them. If you didn't possess them, you wouldn't desire them. As they say, as they say." "As they say?" "About love. Some novelist does. To be conscious in any way toward it is to be fatally infected." "What novelist?" Edwina asked, with shining interest. "Some novelist. I can't have invented it," he replied, somewhat confounded. He got up and walked to the window, where it stood open upon the veranda. "I don't write novels," he said. "Perhaps you live them," suggested Edwina. "I mean, of course," she added, laughing, "the highest class of fiction." "Heaven forbid." "Why heaven forbid? You are sensitive to life, and a great deal of it comes into your scope. You can't see a thing truly without feeling it. You can't feel it without living it. I don't write novels either, but I experience whole publishers' lists." "That means," he said, smiling, "that your vision is up to date. You see the things, the kind of things that you read of next day, the modern moral sophistications. Don't make me out boastful, she replied. I often do. Mine would be old-fashioned, I am afraid. Old stories of pain. He looked out upon the lawn, white where the chestnut blossoms were dropping, and his eyes were just wistful enough to stir her adoration, and of heroism that is quite dateless in the history of the human heart. At least one likes to hope so. I somehow think, she ventured timidly, that yours would be classic. Finlay withdrew his glance abruptly from the falling blossoms, as if they had tempted him to an expansion he could not justify. He was impatient always of the personal note, and in his intercourse with Miss Murchison he seemed of late to be constantly sounding it. "Oh, I don't know," he said almost irritably. "I only meant that I see the obvious things, while you seem to have an eye for the subtle. There's reward, I suppose, in seeing anything, but about those more delicate appreciations of societies longer evolved, I sometimes think that you don't half realize, in a country like this, how much there is to make up." "Is there anything really to make up?" she asked. "Oh, so much. Freedom from old habits, inherited problems. Look at the absurd difficulty they have in England in handling such a matter as education. Here you can't even conceive it. The schools have been on logical lines from the beginning, or almost. Political activity over there is half strangled at this moment by the secular arm of religion. Here it doesn't even impede the circulation. Conceive any church, or the United Churches, for the matter of that, asking a place in the conduct of the common schools of Ontario? How would the people take it? With anger, or with laughter, but certainly with sense. By all means let the ministers serve education on the school boards, they would say, by election like other people. An opportunity, by the way, which has just been offered to me. I'm nominated for East Elgin in place of Leverett, the tanner, who is leaving the town. I shall do my best to get in, too. There are several matters that want seeing to over there. The girls' playground, for one thing, is practically under water in the spring." "You should get in without the least difficulty." "Oh, yes, there is something in a fresh start. We're on the straight road as a nation in most respects. We haven't any picturesque old prescribed lanes to travel. So you think that makes up?" "It's one thing. You might put down space, elbow room." "An empty horizon," Edwina murmured. "For faith and the future, an empty horizon is better than none. England has filled hers up. She has now these," and he nodded at a window open to the yellow west. Edwina looked with him. "Oh, if you have a creative imagination," she said, "like Wallingham's. But even then your vision must be only political, economic, material. You can't conceive the flowers that will come out of all that. And if you could, it wouldn't be like having them. And the scope of the individual, his chance of self-respect, unhampered by the traditions of class, which either deaden it or irritate it in England, his chance of significance and success, and the splendid, buoyant, unused air to breathe, and the simplicity of life, and the plenty of things. I am to be consoled because apples are cheap? You are to be consoled for 100 reasons. Doesn't it console you to feel under your very feet the forces that are working to the immense amelioration of a not altogether undeserving people? No, said Edwina rebelliously, and indeed he had been a trifle didactic to her grievance. They laughed together, and then with a look at her in which observation seemed suddenly to awake, Finlay said, And those things aren't all, or nearly all. I sometimes think that the human spirit, as it is set free in these wide, unblemished spaces, may be something more pure and sensitive, more sincerely curious about what is good and beautiful." He broke off, still gazing at her, as if she had been an idea and no more. How much more she was, she showed him by a vivid and beautiful blush. "I am glad you are so well satisfied," she said, and then, as if her words had carried beyond their intention, she blushed again. Upon which Hugh Finlay saw his idea incarnate. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. If it were fair or adequate to so quote, I should be very much tempted to draw the history of Lorne Murchison's sojourn in England from his letters home. He put his whole heart into these, his discoveries and his recognitions and his young enthusiasm, all his claimed inheritance, all that he found to criticize and to love. His mother said, half jealously, when she read them, that he seemed tremendously taken up with the old country. And of course she expressed the thing exactly, as she always did. He was tremendously taken up with it. The old country fell into the lines of his imagination, from the towers of Westminster to the shops in the Strand, from the Right Honourable Fawcett Walsingham, who laid great issues before the public, to the man who sang melancholy hymns to the same public up and down the benevolent streets. It was naturally London that filled his view. His business was in London, and his time was short. The country he saw from the train, whence it made a low cloudy frame for London, with decorations of hedges and sheep. How he saw London, how he carried away all he did in the time and under the circumstances, may be thought a mystery. There are doubtless people who would consider his opportunities too limited to gather anything essential. Cruikshank was the only one of the deputation who had been over before, and they all followed him unquestioningly to the Temperance Hotel of his preference in Bloomsbury, where bedrooms were 3 and 6, and tea was understood as a solid meal and the last in the day. Bates would have voted for the Metropole, and McGill had been advised that he saw a good deal of life at the Cecil, but they bowed to Cruikshank's experience. None of them were total abstainers, but neither had any of them the wine habit. They were not inconvenienced, therefore, in taking advantage of the cheapness with which total abstinence made itself attractive, and they took it, though they were substantial men. As one of them put it, they weren't over there to make a splash, a thing that was pretty hard to do in London anyhow, and home comforts came before anything. The conviction about the splash was perhaps a little the teaching of circumstances. They were influential fellows at home, who had lived for years in the atmosphere of appreciation that surrounds success. Their movements were observed in the newspapers, their names stood for wide interests, big concerns. They had known the satisfaction of a positive importance, not only in their community, but in their country, and they had come to England invested as well with the weight that is attached to a public mission. It may very well be that they looked for some echo of what they were accustomed to, and were a little dashed not to find it, to find the merest published announcement of their arrival and their introduction by Lord Selkirk to the Colonial Secretary, and no heads turned in the Temperance Hotel when they came into the dining-room. It may very well be. It is even more certain, however, that they took the lesson as they found it, with the quick eye for things as they are, which seems to come of looking at things as they will be, and with just that humorous comment about the splash. It would be misleading to say that they were humbled. I doubt whether they even felt their relativity, whether they ever dropped consciously there in the Bloomsbury Hotel into their places in the great scale of London. Observing the scale, recognizing it, they held themselves unaffected by it. They kept, in a curious positive way, the integrity of what they were and what they had come for. They maintained their point of view. So much must be conceded. The empire produces a family resemblance, but here and there, when oceans intervene, a different mold of the spirit. Walsingham certainly invited them to dinner one Sunday, in a body, an occasion which gave one or two of them some anxiety, until they found that it was not to be adorned by the ladies of the family. Tricorn was there, president of the Board of Trade, and Fleming, who held the purse strings of the United Kingdom, two ministers whom Walsingham had asked because they were supposed to have open minds, open, that is to say, for purposes of assimilation. Walsingham considered, and rightly, that he had done very well for the deputation in getting these two. There were other colleagues whose attendance he would have liked to compel, but one of them, deep in the country, was devoting his weekends to his new French motor, and the other to the proofs of a book upon neglected periods of Mohammedan history, and both were at the breaking strain with overwork. Walsingham asked the deputation to dinner. Lord Selkirk, who took them to Walsingham, dined them too, and invited them to one of those garden parties for the sumptuous scale of which he was so justly famed. The occasion we have already heard about, upon which royalty was present in 2 generations. They travelled to it by special train, a circumstance which made them grave, receptive, and even slightly ceremonious with one another. Lord Selkirk, with royalty on his hands, naturally could not give them much of his time, and they moved about in a cluster, avoiding the ladies' trains, and advising one another that it was a good thing the High Commissioner was a man of large private means. It wasn't everybody that could afford to take the job. Yet they were not wholly detached from the occasion. They looked at it, after they had taken it in, with an air half amused, half proprietary. All this had, in a manner, come out of Canada, and Canada was theirs. One of them, Bates it was, responding to a lady who was effusive about the strawberries, even took the modest depreciatory attitude of the host. "They're a fair size for this country, ma'am, but if you want berries with a flavour, we'll do better for you in the Niagara district." It must be added that Cruikshank lunched with Walsingham at his club, and with Tricorn at his, and on both occasions the quiet and attentive young secretary went with him, for purposes of reference, his pocket bulging with memoranda. The young secretary felt a little embarrassed to justify his presence at Tricorn's lunch, as the right honourable gentleman seemed to have forgotten what his guests had come for beyond it, and talked exclusively and exhaustively about the new possibilities for fruit farming in England. Cruikshank fairly shook himself into his overcoat with irritation afterward. "It's the sort of thing we must expect," he said, as they merged upon Pall Mall. It was not the sort of thing Lorne expected, but we know him unsophisticated and a stranger to the heart of the empire, which beats through such impediment of accumulated tissue. Nor was it the sort of thing they got from Walsingham, the keen-eyed and probing, whose skill in adjusting conflicting interests could astonish even their expectation, and whose vision of the essentials of the future could lift even their enthusiasm. One would like to linger over their touch with Walsingham, that fusion of energy with energy, that straight, satisfying, accomplishing dart. There is more drama here, no doubt, than in all the pages that are to come. But I am explaining now how little, not how much, the Cruikshank deputation, and especially Lorne Murchison, had the opportunity of feeling and learning in London, in order to show how wonderful it was that Lorne felt and learned so widely. That, what he absorbed and took back with him, is, after all, what we have to do with. His actual adventures are of no great importance. The deputation to urge improved communications within the empire had few points of contact with the great world, but its members were drawn into engagements of their own, more indeed than some of them could conveniently overtake. Mr. Bates never saw his niece in the post office, and regrets it to this day. The engagements arose partly out of business relations. Polton, who was a dyspeptic, complained that nothing could be got through in London without eating and drinking. For his part, he would concede a point any time not to eat and drink, but you could not do it. You just had to suffer. Polton was a principal in one of the railway companies that were competing to open up the country south of Hudson's Bay to the Pacific. But having dealt with that circumstance in the course of the day, he desired only to be allowed to go to bed on bread and butter and a little stewed fruit. Bates, whose name was a nightmare to every other dry goods man in Toronto, naturally had to see a good many of the wholesale people. He, too, complained of the number of courses and the variety of the wines, but only to disguise his gratification. McGill, of the Great Bear Line, had big proposals to make in connection with southern railway freights from Liverpool, and Cameron, for private reasons of magnitude, proposed to ascertain the real probability of a duty to foreigners on certain forms of manufactured leather. He turned out in Toronto a very good class of suitcase. Cruikshank had private connections to which they were all respectful. Nobody but Cruikshank found it expedient to look up the lost leader of the Canadian House of Commons, contributed to a cause still more completely lost in home politics. Nobody but Cruikshank was likely to be asked to dine by a former Governor-General of the Dominion, an invitation which nobody but Cruikshank would be likely to refuse. "It used to be a command in Ottawa," said Cruikshank, who had got on badly with his sovereign's representative there. "But here it's only a privilege. There's no business in it, and I haven't time for pleasure." The nobleman in question had in effect dropped back into the Lords. So far as the Empire was concerned, he was in the impressive rear guard, and this was a little company of fighting men. The entertainments arising out of business were usually on a scale more or less sumptuous. They took place in big, well-known restaurants, and included a look at many of the people who seemed to lend themselves so willingly to the great buzzing show that anybody can pay for in London, their names in the paper in the morning, their faces at Prince's in the evening, their personalities no doubt advantageously exposed in various places during the day. But there were others, humbler ones in Earl's Court Road or Maida Vale, where the members of the deputation had relatives whom it was natural to hunt up. Long years and many billows had rolled between, and more effective separations had arisen in the whole difference of life. Still, it was natural to hunt them up, to seek in their eyes and their hands the old subtle bond of kin, and perhaps, such is our vanity in the new lands, to show them what the stock had come to overseas. They tended to be depressing, these visits. The married sister was living in a small way. The first cousin seemed to have got into a rut. The uncle and aunt were failing with a stooping, trembling, old-fashioned kind of decrepitude, a rigidity of body and mind, which somehow one didn't see much over home. "England," said Polton, the Canadian-born, "is a dangerous country to live in. You run such risks of growing old." They agreed, I fear, for more reasons than this, that England was a good country to leave early, and you cannot blame them. There was not one of them who did not offer in his actual person proof of what he said. Their own dividing chance grew dramatic in their eyes. "I was offered a clerkship with the Cunards the day before I sailed," said McGill. "Great Scott, if I'd taken that clerkship!" He saw all his glorious past, I suppose, in a suburban aspect. "I was kicked out," said Cameron, "and it was the kindest attention my father ever paid me." And Bates remarked that it was worth coming out second class, as he did, to go back in the best cabin in the ship. The appearance and opinions of those they had left behind them prompted them to this kind of congratulation, with just a thought of compunction at the back of it for their own better fortunes. In the further spectacle of England, most of them saw the repository of singularly old-fashioned ideas, the storehouse of a good deal of money, and the market for unlimited produce. They looked cautiously at imperial sentiment. They were full of the terms of their bargain, and had, as they would have said, little use for schemes that did not commend themselves on a basis of common profit. Cruikshank was the biggest and the best of them, but even Cruikshank submitted the common formulas, submitted them and submitted to them. Only Lorne Murchison among them looked higher and further. Only he was alive to the inrush of the essential. He only lifted up his heart. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Lorne was thus an atom in the surge of London. The members of the deputation, as their business progressed, began to feel less like atoms and more like a body exerting an influence, however obscurely hid in a temperance hotel, upon the tide of international affairs. But their secretary had naturally no initiative that appeared, no importance that was taken account of. In these respects, no less than in the others, he justified Mr. Cruikshank's selection. He did his work as unobtrusively as he did it admirably well, and for the rest he was just washed about, carried hither and thither, generally on the tops of omnibuses, receptive, absorbent, mostly silent. He did try once or twice to talk to the bus drivers. He had been told it was a thing to do if you wanted to get hold of the point of view of a particular class. But the thick London idiom defeated him, and he found they grew surly when he asked them too often to repeat their replies. He felt a little surly himself after a while when they asked him, as they nearly always did, if he wasn't an American. Yes, he would say in the end, but not the United States kind, resenting the necessity of explaining to the Briton beside him that there were other kinds. The imperial idea goes so quickly from the heart to the head. He felt compelled, nevertheless, to mitigate his denial to the bus drivers. "I expect it's the next best thing," he would say, "but it's only the next best." It was as if he felt charged to vindicate the race, the whole of Anglo-Saxondom, there in his supreme moment, his splendid position on the top of an omnibus lumbering west out of Trafalgar Square. One introduction of his own he had. Mrs. Milburn had got it for him from the rector, Mr. Emmet, to his wife's brother, Mr. Charles Chafe, who had interests in Chiswick and a house in Warwick Gardens. Lorne put off presenting the letter, did not know, indeed, quite how to present it, till his stay in London was half over. Finally, he presented himself with it, as the quickest way, at the office of Mr. Chafe's works at Chiswick. He was cordially received, both there and in Warwick Gardens, where he met Mrs. Chafe and the family. When he also met Mr. Alfred Hesketh, Lorne went several times to the house in Warwick Gardens, and Hesketh, a nephew, was there on the very first occasion. It was an encounter interesting on both sides. He, Hesketh, was a young man with a good public school and a university behind him, where his very moderate degree, however, failed to represent the activity of his mind or the capacity of his energy. He had a little money of his own, and no present occupation. He belonged to the surplus. He was not content to belong to it. He cast about him a good deal for something to do. There was always the bar, but only the best fellows get on there, and he was not quite one of the best fellows. He knew that. He had not money enough for politics, or interest enough for the higher departments of the public service, nor had he those ready arts of expression that lead naturally into journalism. Anything involving further examinations he rejected on that account, and the future of glassware, in view of what they were doing in Germany, did not entice him to join his uncle in Chiswick. Still, he was aware of enterprise, convinced that he had loafed long enough. Lorne Murchison had never met anyone of Hesketh's age in Hesketh's condition before. Affluence and age he knew, in honorable retirement. Poverty and youth he knew, embarked in the struggle. Indolence and youth he also knew, as it cumbered the ground. But youth and a competence, equipped with education, industry, and vigor, searching vainly in fields empty of opportunity, was to him a new spectacle. He himself had intended to be a lawyer since he was 14. There never had been any impediment to his intention, any qualification to his desire. He was still under his father's roof, but that was for the general happiness. Any time within the last 18 months, if he had chosen to hurry fate, he might have selected another. He was younger than Hesketh by a year, yet we may say that he had arrived, while Hesketh was still fidgeting at the starting point. "Why don't you farm?" he asked once. "Farming in England may pay in a quarter of a century, not before. I can't wait for it. Besides, why should I farm? Why didn't you?" "Well," said Lorne, "in your case it seems about the only thing left. I? Oh, it doesn't attract us over there. We're getting away from it, leaving it to the newcomers from this side. Curious circle, that. I wonder when our place gets overcrowded, where we shall go to plough." Hesketh's situation occupied them a good deal, but their great topic had a wider drift, embracing nothing less than the empire, pausing nowhere short of the flag. The imperial idea was very much at the moment in the public mind. It hung heavily like a banner in every newspaper. It was filtering through the slow British consciousness, solidifying as it travelled. In the end, it might be expected to arrive at a shape in which the British consciousness must either assimilate it or cast it forth. They were saying in the suburbs that they wanted it explained. At Hatfield they were saying, some of them with folded arms, that it was self-evident. Other members of that great house, swinging their arms, called it blackness of darkness and ruin, so had a prophet divided it against itself. Wallingham, still in the cabinet, was going up and down the country trying not to explain too much. There was division in the cabinet, sore travail among private members. The conception being ministerial, the opposition applied itself to the task of abortion, fearing the worst if it should be presented to the country fully formed and featured, the smiling offspring of progress and imagination. Travellers to Greater Britain returned waving joyous torches in the insular fog. They shed a brilliance and infectious enthusiasm, but there were not enough to do more than make the fog visible. Many persons found such torches irritating. They pointed out that as England had groped to her present greatness, she must be trusted to feel her way further. Free trade, they said, has made us what we are. Put out these lights. Mr. Chafe was one of these. He was a cautious, heavy fellow, full of Burgundy and distrust. The basis of the imperial idea inspired him with suspicion and hostility. He could accept the American tariff on English manufactures. That was a plain position, simple damage, a blow full in the face, not to be dodged. But the offer of better business in the English colonies in exchange for a duty on the corn and meat of foreign countries, he could see too deep for that. The colonials might or might not be good customers. He knew how many decanters he sold in the United States in spite of the tariff. He saw that the tax on foodstuffs was being commended to the working man with the argument of higher wages. Higher wages, with the competition of foreign labor, spelt only one word to English manufacturers, and that was ruin. The bugbear of higher wages, immediate, threatening, near, the terror of the last 30 years, closed the prospect for Charles Chafe. He could see nothing beyond. He did not say so, but to him the prosperity of the British manufacturer was bound up in the indigence of the operative. Thriving workmen, doing well and looking to do better, rose before him in terms of menace, though their prosperity might be rooted in his own. Give them cheap food and keep them poor, was the sum of his advice. His opinions had the emphasis of the unexpected, the unnatural. He was one of the people whom Wallingham's scheme, in its legitimate development of a tariff on foreign manufactures, might be expected to enrich. This fact, which he constantly insisted on, did give them weight. It made him look like a cunning fellow not to be caught with chaff. He and his business had survived free trade, though he would not say this either, and he preferred to go on surviving it rather than take the chances of any Zollverein. The name of the thing was enough for him, a word made in Germany, thick and mucky, like their tumblers. As to the colonies, Mr. Chafe had been told of a certain spider who devoured her young ones. He reversed the figure, and it stood, in the imperial connection, for all the argument he wanted. Alfred Hesketh had lived always in the hearing of such doctrine. It had stood to him for political gospel by mere force of repetition. But he was young, with the curiosity and enterprise and impatience of dogma of youth. He belonged by temperament and situation to those plastic thousands in whom Walsingham hoped to find the leaven that should leaven the whole lump. His own blood stirred with the desire to accomplish, to carry further, and as the scope of the philanthropist did not attract him, he was vaguely conscious of having been born too late in England. The new political appeal of the colonies, clashing suddenly upon old insular harmonies, brought him a sense of wider fields and chances. His own case he freely translated into his country's, and offered an open mind to politics that would help either of them. He looked at the new countries with interest, an interest evoked by their sudden dramatic leap into the forefront of public concern. He looked at them with what nature intended to be the eye of a practical businessman. He looked at Lorne Murchison, too, and listened to him with steady, critical attention. Lorne seemed, in a way, to sum it all up in his person, all the better opportunity a man had out there, and he handled large matters of the future with a confidence and a grip that quickened the circulation. Hesketh's open mind gradually became filled with the imperial view, as he had the capacity to take it. And we need not be surprised if Lorne Murchison, gazing in the same direction, supposed that they saw the same thing. Hesketh confessed, declared that Murchison had brought him round, and Lorne surveyed this achievement with a thrill of the happiest triumph. Hesketh stood, to him, a product of that best which he was so occupied in admiring and pursuing. Perhaps he more properly represented the second best, but we must allow something for the confusion of early impressions. Hesketh had lived always in the presence of ideals disengaged in England as nowhere else in the world. In Oxford, Lorne knew, they clustered thick. There is no doubt that his manners were good and his ideas unimpeachable in the letter. The young Canadian read the rest into him and loved him for what he might have been. "As an Englishman," said Hesketh one evening as they walked together back from the Chafes along Knightsbridge, talking of the policy urged by the colonial representatives at the last conference, "I could wish the idea were more our own, that we were pressing it on the colonies instead of the colonies pressing it on us." "Doesn't there come a time in the history of most families," Lorne replied, "when the old folks look to the sons and daughters to keep them in touch with the times? Why shouldn't a vigorous policy of empire be conceived by its younger nations, who have the ultimate resources to carry it out? We've got them, and we know it, the iron and the coal and the gold and the wheat-bearing areas. I dare say it makes us seem cheeky, but I tell you the last argument lies in the soil and what you can get out of it. What has this country got in comparison? A market of 40 million people whom she can't feed and is less and less able to find work for. Do you call that a resource? I call it an impediment, a penalty. It's something to exploit for the immediate profit in it, something to bargain with. But even as a market, it can't preponderate always, and I can't see why it should make such tremendous claims." "England isn't superannuated yet, Murchison." "Not yet. Please God, she never will be. But she isn't as young as she was. And it does seem to me—" "What seems to you?" "Well, I'm no economist, and I don't know how far to trust my impressions, and you needn't tell me I'm a rank outsider, for I know that. But coming here as an outsider, it does seem to me that it's from the outside that any sort of helpful change in the conditions of this country has got to come. England still has military initiative, though it's hard to see how she's going to keep that unless she does something to stop the degeneration of the class she draws her army from. But what other kind do we hear about? Company promoting, beekeeping, asparagus growing, poultry farming for ladies, the opening of a new Oriental teapot in Regent Street, with samisen players between 4 and 6, and Japanese attendants who take the change on their hands and knees. London's one great stomach. How many eating places have we passed in the last 10 minutes? The place seems all taken up with inventing new ways of making rich people more comfortable and better amused. I'm fed up with the sight of shiny carriages with cockaded flunkies on 'em, wooden smart, rolling about with an elderly woman and a parasol and a dog. England seems to have fallen back on itself, got content to spend the money there is in the country already. And about the only line of commercial activity the stranger sees is the onslaught on that accumulation. London isn't the headquarters for big, new, developing enterprises any more. If you take out Westminster and Wallingham, London is a collection of traditions and great houses and newspaper offices and shops. That sort of thing can't go on forever. Already capital is drawing away to conditions it can find a profit in. Steel works in Canada, woolen factories in Australia, Jute mills in India. Do you know where the boots came from that shod the troops in South Africa? Cawnpore. The money will go, you know, and that's a fact. The money will go, and the people will go, anyhow. It's only a case of whether England sends them with blessing and profit and greater glory, or whether she lets them slip away in spite of her. I dare say it will, replied Hesketh. I've got precious little, but what there is I'd take out fast enough if I saw a decent chance of investing it. I sometimes think of trying my luck in the States. 2 or 3 fellows in my year went over there and aren't making half a bad thing of it. Oh, come, said Lorne, half swinging round upon the other, with his hands in his pockets. It isn't exactly the time, is it, to talk about chucking the Empire? Well, no, it isn't, Hesketh admitted. One might do better to wait, I dare say. At all events, till we see what the country says to Wallingham. They walked on for a moment or two in silence. Then Lorne broke out again. I suppose it's unreasonable, but there's nothing I hate so much as to hear Englishmen talk of settling in the United States. It's risky, I admit, and I've never heard anybody yet say it was comfortable. In a few years, 50 maybe, it won't matter. Things will have taken their direction by then. But now it's a question of the lead. The Americans think they've got it, and unless we get Imperial Federation, of course they have. It's their plain intention to capture England commercially. We're a long way from that, said Hesketh. Yes, but it's in the line of fate. Industrial energy is deserting this country, and you have no large movement, no counter-advance to make against the increasing forces that are driving this way from over there. Nothing to oppose to assault. England is in a state of siege, and doesn't seem to know it. She's so great, Hesketh, it's pathetic. She offers an undefended shore to attack, and a stupid confidence, a kindly blindness, above all to Americans, whom she patronizes in the gate. I believe we do patronize them, said Hesketh. It's rotten bad form. Oh, form. I may be mad, but one seems to see in politics over here a lack of definition and purpose, a tendency to cling to the abstract and to precedent. The mainstay of the Mandarin, one of the papers calls it. That's a good word. That give one the feeling that this kingdom is beginning to be aware of some influence stronger than its own. It lies, of course, in the great West, where the corn and the cattle grow. And between Winnipeg and Chicago, choose quickly, England. His companion laughed. Oh, I'm with you, he said, but you take a pessimistic view of this country, Murchison. It depends on what you call pessimism, Lorne rejoined. I see England down the future, the heart of the empire, the conscience of the world, and the Mecca of the race. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The Cruikshank deputation returned across that North Atlantic which it was their desire to see so much more than ever the track of the flag, toward the middle of July. The shiny carriages were still rolling about in great numbers when they left. London's air of luxury had thickened with the advancing season and hung heavily in the streets. People had begun to picnic in the park on Sundays. They had been from the beginning a source of wonder and of depression to Lorne Murchison, the people in the park, those I mean who walked and sat and stood there for the refreshment of their lives, for whom the place has a lyrical value as real as it is unconscious. He noted them ranged on formal benches, quiet, respectable, absorptive, or gathered heavily shoulder to shoulder, docile under the tutelage of policemen, listening to anyone who would lift a voice to speak to them. London, beating on all borders, hemmed them in. England outside seemed hardly to contain for them a wider space. Lorne, with his soul full of free airs and forest depths, never failed to respond to a note in the park that left him heavy-hearted, longing for an automatic distributing system for the empire. When he saw them bring their spirit lamps and kettles and sit down in little companies on 4 square yards of turf, under the blackened branches, in the roar of the traffic, he went back to Bloomsbury to pack his trunk, glad that it was not his lot to live with that enduring spectacle. They were all glad, every one of them, to turn their faces to the West again. The unready conception of things, the political concentration upon parish affairs, the cumbrous social machinery, oppressed them with its dull anachronism in a marching world. The problems of sluggish overpopulation clouded their eager outlook. These conditions might have been their inheritance. Perhaps Lorne Murchison was the only one who thanked heaven consciously that it was not so, but there was no man among them whose pulse did not mark a heart rejoiced as he paced the deck of the Allan liner the first morning out of Liverpool, because he had leave to refuse them. None dreamed of staying, of settling, though such a course was practicable to any of them except Lorne. They were all rich enough to take the advantages that money brings in England, the comfort, the importance, the state. They had only to add their wealth to the sumptuous side of the dramatic contrast. I doubt whether the idea even presented itself. It is the American who takes up his appreciative residence in England. He comes as a foreigner, observant, amused, having disclaimed responsibility for 100 years. His detachment is as complete as it would be in Italy, with the added pleasure of easy comprehension. But homecomers from Greater Britain have never been cut off, still feel their uneasy share in all that is, and draw a long breath of relief as they turn again to their life in the lands where they found wider scope and different opportunities, and that new quality in the blood which made them different men. The deputation had accomplished a good deal. Less, Cruikshank said, than he had hoped, but more than he had expected. They had obtained the promise of concessions for Atlantic services, both mail and certain classes of freight, by being able to demonstrate a generous policy on their own side. Pacific communications the home government was more chary of. There were matters to be fought out with Australia. The Pacific was further away, as Cruikshank said, and you naturally can't get fellows who have never been there to see the country under the Selkirks and south of the bay, any of them except Wallingham, who had never been there either, but whose imagination took views of the Falcon. They were reinforced by news of a shipping combination in Montreal to lower freights to South Africa against the Americans. It wasn't news to them, some of them were in it, but it was to the public, and it helped the sentiment of their aim, the feather on the arrow. They had secured something, both financially and morally. What best pleased them, perhaps, was the extent to which they got their scheme discussed. Here Lorne had been invaluable. Murchison had done more with the newspapers, they agreed, than any of them with cabinet ministers. The journalist everywhere is perhaps more accessible to ideas, more susceptible to enthusiasm than his fellows, and Lorne was charged with the object of his deputation in its most communicable, most captivating form. At all events, he came to excellent understanding, whether of agreement or opposition, with the newspaper men he met. Cruikshank knew a good many of them, and these occasions were more fruitful than the official ones. And there is no doubt that the guarded approval of certain leading columns had fewer ifs and buts and other qualifications in consequence, while the disapproval of others was marked by a kind of unwilling sympathy and a freely accorded respect. Lorne found London editors surprisingly unbiased, London newspapers surprisingly untrammeled. They seemed to him to suffer from no dictated views, no interests in the background, or special local circumstances. They had open minds, most of them, and when a cloud appeared, it was seldom more than a prejudice. It was only his impression, and perhaps it would not stand cynical inquiry, but he had a grateful conviction that the English press occupied in the main a lofty and impartial ground of opinion, from which it desired only a view of the facts in their true proportion. On his return he confided it to Horace Williams, who scoffed and ran the national politics of the Express in the local interests of Fox County as hard as ever. But it had fallen in with Lorne's beautiful beliefs about England, and he clung to it for years. The Williamses had come over the second evening following Lorne's arrival, after tea. Rollins had gone to the station just to see that the Express would make no mistake in announcing that Mr. L. Murchison had returned to the paternal roof, and the Express had announced it with due congratulation. Family feeling demanded that for the first 24 hours he should be left to his immediate circle, but people had been dropping in all the next day at the office, and now came the Williamses, traipsing, as Mrs. Murchison said, across the grass, though she was too content to make it more than a private grievance, to where they all sat on the veranda. "What I don't understand," Horace Williams said to Mr. Murchison, "was why you didn't give him a blow on the whistle. You and Milburn and a few others might have got up quite a toot. You don't get the secretary to a deputation for tying up the Empire home every day." "You did that for him in the Express," said John Murchison, smiling as he pressed down with an accustomed thumb the tobacco into his pipe. "Oh, we said nothing at all. Wait till he's returned for South Fox," Williams responded jocularly. "Why not the Imperial Council of the future at Westminster while you're about it?" remarked Lorne, flipping a pebble back upon the gravel path. "That will keep, my son. But one of these days, you mark my words, Mr. L. Murchison will travel to Elgin Station with flags on his engine, and he'll be very much surprised to find the band there, and a large number of his fellow citizens, all able-bodied shouting men, and every factory whistle in Elgin let off at once, to say nothing of kids with tin ones. And if the Murchison stove and furnace works siren stands out of that occasion, I'll break in and pull it myself." "It won't stand out," Stella assured him. "I'll attend to it. Don't you worry." "I suppose you had a lovely time, Mr. Murchison?" said Mrs. Williams, gently tilting to and fro in a rocking-chair, with her pretty feet in their American shoes well in evidence. It is a fact, or perhaps a parable, that should be interesting to political economists, the adaptability of Canadian feet to American shoes, but fortunately it is not our present business. Though I must add that the rocker was also American, and the hammock in which Stella reposed came from New York, and upon John Murchison's knee, with the local journal, lay a pink evening paper published in Buffalo. "Better than I can tell you, Mrs. Williams, in all sorts of ways. But it's good to be back, too. Very good." Lorne threw up his head and drew in the pleasant evening air of midsummer with infinite relish, while his eye travelled contentedly past the chestnuts on the lawn, down the vista of the quiet, tree-bordered street. It lay empty in the solace of the evening. A blue hill crossed it in the distance, and gave it an unfettered look. The wind stirred in the maples. A pair of schoolgirls strolled up and down bareheaded. Now and then a buggy passed. "There's room here," he said. "Find it kind of crowded up over there?" asked Mr. Williams. "Worse than New York?" "Oh, yes. Crowded in a patient sort of way. It's enough to break your heart. That you don't see in New York. The poor of New York, well, they've got the idea of not being poor. In England, they're resigned. They've got callous. My goodness, the fellows out of work over there, you can see they're used to it. See it in the way they slope along and the look in their eyes. Poor dumb dogs. They don't understand it, but they've just got to take it. Crowded? Rather. We don't say rather in this country, mister, observed Stella. Well, you can say it now, Kitty. They laughed at the little passage. The traveller's importation of one or two Britishisms had been the subject of a skirmish before, but silence fell among them for a moment afterward. They all had in the blood the remembrance of what Lorne had seen. "Well, you've been doing big business," said Horace Williams. Lorne shook his head. "We haven't done any harm," he said, "but our scheme's away out of sight now. At least it ought to be." "Lost in the bigger issue," said Williams, and Lorne nodded. The bigger issue had indeed, in the meantime, obscured the political horizon, and was widely spreading. A mere colonial project might well disappear in it. England was absorbed in a single contemplation. Walsingham, though he still supported the disabilities of a right honourable evangelist with a gospel of his own, was making astonishing conversions. The edifice of the national economic creed seemed coming over at the top. It was a question of the resistance of the base, and the world was watching. Cruikshank says if the main question had been sprung a month ago, we wouldn't have gone over. As it is, on several points we've got to wait. If they reject the preferential trade idea over there, we shall have done a little good, for any government would be disposed to try to patch up something to take the place of Imperial Union in that case, and a few thousands more for shipping subsidies and cheap cablegrams would have a great look of strengthening the ties with the colonies. But if they commit themselves to a Zollverein with us and the rest of the family, you won't hear much more about the need to foster communications. Communications will foster themselves. "Just so," remarked John Murchison. "They'll save their money." "I wouldn't think so before. I couldn't," Lorne went on, "but I'm afraid it's rather futile, the kind of thing we've been trying to do. It's fiddling at a superstructure without a foundation. What we want is the common interest, common taxation for defense, common representation, domestic management of domestic affairs, and you've got a working empire." "Just as easy as slipping off a log," remarked Horace Williams. "Common interest, yes," said his father. "Common taxation, no, for defense or any other purpose. The colonies will never send money to be squandered by the London War Office. We'll defend ourselves as soon as we can manage it, and buy our own guns and our own cruisers. We're better business people than they are, and we know it." "I guess that's right, Mr. Murchison," said Horace Williams. "Our own army and navy, in the sweet by and by. And let him understand they'll be welcome to the use of it, but quite in a family way, no sort of compulsion." "Well," said Lorne, "that's compatible enough." "And your domestic affairs must include the tariff," Mr. Murchison went on. "There's no such possibility as a tariff that will go round, and tariffs are kittle-cattle to shoe behind." "Has anybody got a Scotch dictionary?" inquired Stella. "This conversation is making me tired." "Suppose you run away and play with your hoop," suggested her brother. "I can't see that as an insuperable difficulty, father. Tariffs could be made adaptable, relative to the common interest as well as to the individual one. We could do it if we liked." "Your adaptability might easily lead to other things. What's to prevent retaliation among ourselves? There's a slump in textiles, and the home government is forced to let in foreign wool cheaper. Up goes the Australian tax on the output of every mill in Lancashire. The last state of the empire might be worse than the first. It wouldn't be serious. If I pinched Stella's leg, as I'm going to in a minute, she will no doubt kick me, and her instincts are such that she will probably kick me with the leg I pinched. But that won't prevent our going to the football match together tomorrow and presenting a united front to the world. They all laughed, and Stella pulled down her lengthening petticoats with an air of great offence. But John Murchison shook his head. "If they manage it, they will be clever," he said. "Talking of Lancashire," said Williams, "there are some funny fellows over there writing in the press against a tax on foreign cotton because it's going to ruin Lancashire. And at this very minute thousands of looms are shut down in Lancashire because of the high price of cotton produced by an American combine. And worse coming, 7 pence a pound I hear they're going to have it, against the 4 pence halfpenny they've got it up to already. That's the sort of thing they're afraid to discourage by a duty." "Would a duty discourage it?" asked John Murchison. "Why not, if they let British-grown cotton in free? They won't discourage the combine much. That form of enterprise has got to be tackled where it grows. But the Yankee isn't the only person in the world that can get to understand it. What's to prevent preferential conditions creating British combines to compete with the American article? And what's to prevent Lancashire getting cheaper cotton in consequence? 2 combines are better than 1 monopoly any day." "Maybe so. It would want looking into. We won't see a duty on cotton, though, or wool either, for that matter. The manufacturers would be pleased enough to get it on the stuff they make, but there would be a fine outcry against taxing the stuff they use." "Did you see much of the aristocracy, Mr. Murchison?" asked Mrs. Williams. "No," replied Lorne, "but I saw Wallingham." "You saw the whole House of Lords," interposed Stella, "and you were introduced to 3. "Well, yes, that's so. Fine-looking set of old chaps they are, too. We're a little too funny over here about the Lords. We haven't had to make any." "What were they doing the day you were there, Lorne?" asked Williams. "Motor car legislation," replied Lorne. "Considerably excited about it, too. One of them had had 3 dogs killed on his estate. I saw his letter about it in the Times." "I don't see anything to laugh at in that," declared Stella. "Dogs are dogs." "They are, sister, especially in England." "Laundresses aren't washerwomen there," observed Mrs. Murchison. "I'd like you to see the colour of the things he's brought home with him, Mrs. Williams. Clean or dirty, to the laundry they go. Weeks it will take to get them right again. Ingrained London smut, and nothing else." "In this preference business, they've got to lead the way," Williams reverted. "We're not so grown up but what Grandma's got to march in front. Now, from your exhaustive observation of Great Britain, extending over a period of 6 weeks, is she going to?" "My exhaustive observation," said Lorne, smiling, "enables me to tell you one thing with absolute accuracy, and that is that nobody knows. They adore Wallingham over there, he's pretty nearly a god, and they'd like to do as he tells them, and they're dead sick of theoretic politics, but they're afraid. Oh, they're afraid." "They'll do well to caw canny," said John Murchison. "There's 2 things in the way at a glance," Lorne went on. "The conservatism of the people. It isn't a name, it's a fact. The hostility and suspicion. Natural enough. They know they're stupid, and they half suspect they're fair game. I suppose the Americans have taught them that. Slow, oh, slow. More interested in the back garden fence than anything else. Pick up a paper, at the moment when things are being done, mind, all over the world, done against them, when their shipping is being captured and their industries destroyed and their goods undersold beneath their very noses, and the thing they want to know is, why are the swallows late? I read it myself, in a halfpenny morning paper, too, that they think rather dangerously go ahead, a whole column headed to inquire what's the matter with the swallows. The Times, the same week, had a useful leader on alterations in the church service and a special contribution on prayers for the dead. Lord, they need 'em. Those are the things they think about. The session's nearly over, and there's 2 church discipline bills and 5 church bills, bishoprics and benefices and Lord knows what, still to get through. Lot of anxiety about him, apparently. As to a business view of politics, I expect the climate's against it. They'll see over a thing, they're fond of doing that, or under it, or round one side of it, but they don't seem to have any way of seeing through it. What they just love is a good round catchword. They've only got to hear themselves say it often enough, and they'll take it for gospel. They're convinced out of their own mouths. There was the driver of a bus I used to ride on pretty often, and if he felt like talking, he'd always begin with, "As I was a-saying of yesterday." Well, that's the general idea, to repeat what they were a-sayin' of yesterday, and it doesn't matter 2 cents that the rest of the world has changed the subject. They've been a-sayin' a long time that they object to import duties of any sort or kind, and you won't get them to see the business in changing. If they do this, it won't be because they want to. It will be because Wallingham wants them to. "I guess that's so," said Williams. "And if Wallingham gets them to, he ought to have a statue in every capital in the empire. He will, too. Good cigar, this, Lorne. Where'd you get it?" "They are Indian cheroots. Planters, they call 'em, made in Madras. I got some through a man named Hesketh, who has friends out there, at a price you wouldn't believe for as decent a smoke. You can't buy 'em in London, but you will, all right, and here too, as soon as we've got the sense to favor British-grown tobacco." "Lorne appreciates his family better than he did before," remarked his youngest sister, "because we're British-grown." "You were saying you noticed 2 things specially in the way," said his father. "Oh, the others, of course, the awful poverty. The 12 millions that haven't got enough to do with. I expect it's an outside figure, and it covers all sorts of qualifying circumstances, but it's the one the free fooders quote, and it's the one Wallingham will have to handle. They've muddled along until they've got 12 million people in that condition, and now they have to carry on with the handicap. We ask them to put a tax on foreign food to develop our wheat areas and cattle ranges. We say, give us a chance and we'll feed you and take your surplus population. What is to be done with the 12 million while we are growing the wheat? The colonies offer to create prosperity for everybody concerned at a certain outlay. We've got the raw materials, and they can't afford the investment because of the 12 millions and what may happen meanwhile. They can't face the meanwhile. That's what it comes to." "Fine old crop of catchwords in that situation," Mr. Williams remarked, and his eye had the spark of the practical politician. "Can't you hear him at it, eh?" "It scares them out of everything but hand-to-mouth politics. Any other remedy is too heroic. They go on pointing out and contemplating and grieving, with their percentages of misery and degeneration, and they go on poulticing the cancer with benevolence. There are people over there who want the state to feed the school children. Oh, they're kind, good, big-hearted people, and they've got the idea that if they can only give enough away, everything will come right. I was talking with a man one day, and I asked him whether the existence of any class justified governing a great country on the principle of an almshouse. He asked me who the almsgivers ought to be in any country. Of course, it was tampering with my figure. In an almshouse there aren't any, but that's the way it presents itself to the best of them. Another fellow was frantic at the idea of a tax on foreign food. He nearly cried, but would be very glad to see the government do more to assist emigration to the colonies. I tried to show him that it would be better to make it profitable to emigrate first, but I couldn't make him see it. Oh, and there's the old thing against them, of course. The handling of imperial and local affairs by one body. Anybody's good enough to attend to the Baghdad Railway, and nobody's too good to attend to the town pump. Is it any wonder the Germans beat them in their own shops, and Russia walks into Tibet? The eternal marvel is that they stand where they do. At the top, said Mr. Williams. Oh, at the top. Think of what you mean when you say England. I see that the demand for a tariff on manufactured goods is growing, Williams remarked. Even the anti-food tax organs are beginning to shout for that. If they had put it on 20 years ago, said Lorne, there would be no 12 million people making a problem for want of work, and it would be a good deal easier to do imperial business today. You'll find, said John Murchison, removing his pipe, that protection'll have to come first over there. They'll put up a fence and save their trade, in their own good time, not next week or next year. And when they've done that, they'll talk to us about our big ideas, not before. And if Wallingham hadn't frightened them with the imperial job, he never would have got them to take up the other. It's just his way of getting both done. I hope you're right, father, said Lorne with a covert glance at his watch. Horace, Mrs. Williams, I'll have to get you to excuse me. I have an engagement at 8. He left them with a happy spring in his step, left them looking after him, talking of him, with pride and congratulation. Only Stella, with a severe lip and a disapproving eye, noted the direction he took as he left the house. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Peter McFarlane had carried the big Bible up the pulpit steps of Knox Church and arranged the glass of water and the notices to be given out beside it, twice every Sunday for 20 years. He was a small, spare man, with thin grey hair that fell back from the narrow dome of his forehead to his coat collar, decent and severe. He ascended the pulpit exactly 3 minutes before the minister did, and the dignity with which he put one foot before the other made his appearance a ceremonious feature of the service, and a thing quoted. "I was there before Peter," was a triumphant evidence of punctuality. Dr. Drummond would have liked to make it a test. It seemed to him no great thing to expect the people of Knox Church to be there before Peter. McFarlane was also in attendance in the vestry to help the minister off with his gown and hang it up. Dr. Drummond's gown needed neither helping nor hanging. The doctor was deftness and neatness and impatience itself, and would have it on the hook with his own hands, and never a fold crooked. After Mr. Finlay, on the contrary, Peter would have to pick up and smooth out. 10 to 1 the garment would be flung on a chair. Still, he was invariably standing by to see it flung, and to hand Mr. Finlay his hat and stick. He was surprised and put about to find himself one Sunday evening too late for this attendance. The vestry was empty, the gown was on the floor. Peter gathered it up with as perturbed an air as if Mr. Finlay had omitted a point of church observance. "I doubt they get into slack ways in these missions," said Peter. He had been unable, with Dr. Drummond, to see the necessity for such extensions. Meanwhile, Hugh Finlay, in secular attire, had left the church by the vestry door, and was rapidly overtaking groups of his hearers as they walked homeward. He was unusually aware of his change of dress because of a letter in the inside pocket of his coat. The letter, in that intimate place, spread a region of consciousness round it which hastened his blood and his step. There was purpose in his whole bearing. Edwina Murchison, looking back at some suggestion of Lorne's, caught it, and lost for a moment the meaning of what she said. When he overtook them with plain intention, she walked beside the two men, withdrawn and silent, like a child. It was unexpected and overwhelming, his joining them after the service, accompanying them, as it were, in the flesh, after having led them so far in the spirit. He had never done it before. She felt her heart confronted with a new and immediate issue, and suddenly afraid. It shrank from the charge for which it longed, and would have fled. Yet, paralyzed with delight, it kept time with her sauntering feet. They talked of the sermon, which had been strongly tinged with the issue of the day. Dreamer as he was by temperament, Finlay held to the wisdom of informing great public questions with the religious idea, vigorously disclaimed that it was anywhere inadmissible. "You'll have to settle with the doctor, Mr. Finlay," Lorne warned him gaily, "if you talk politics in Knox Church. He thinks he never does." "Do you think," said Finlay, "that he would object to one's going as far afield as I did tonight?" "He oughtn't to," said Lorne. "You should have heard him when old Sir John Macdonald gerrymandered the electoral districts and gave votes to the Moneda Indians. The way he put it, the Tories in the congregation couldn't say a word, but it was a treat for his fellow Grits." Finlay smiled gravely. "Political convictions are a man's birthright," he said. "Any man or any minister is a poor creature without them. But, of course, there are limits beyond which pulpit influence should not go, and I am sure Dr. Drummond has the clearest perception of them. He seems to have been a wonderful fellow, Macdonald, a man with extraordinary power of imaginative enterprise. I wonder whether he would have seen his way to linking up the empire as he linked up your provinces here." "He'd have hated uncommonly to be in opposition, but I don't see how he could have helped it," Lorne said. "He was the godfather of Canadian manufacturers, you know. The Tories have always been the industrial party. He couldn't have gone for letting English stuff in free or cheap, and yet he was genuinely loyal and attached to England. He would discriminate against Manchester with tears in his eyes. Imperialist in his time spelled conservative. Now it spells liberal. The Conservatives have always talked the loudest about the British bond, but when it lately came to doing, we're on record on the right side, and they're on record on the wrong. But it must make the old man's ghost sick to see his court suit stolen," Edwina finished for him. "As Disraeli said, wasn't it Disraeli?" She heard and hated the note of constraint in her voice. "Am I reduced," she thought indignantly, "to falsetto?" and chose, since she must choose, the betrayal of silence. "It did one good to hear the question discussed on the higher level," said Lorne. "You would think, to read the papers, that all its merits could be put into dollars and cents. I've noticed some of them in terms of sentiment, affection for the mother country." "Yes, that's lugged in, but it doesn't cover the moral aspect," Lorne returned. "It's too easy and obvious as well. It gives the enemy cause to offend." "Well, there's a tremendous moral aspect," Finlay said. "Tremendous moral potentialities hidden in the issue. England has more to lose than she dreams." That's just where I felt, as a practical politician, a little restless while you were preaching, said Lorne, laughing. You seemed to think the advantage of imperialism was all with England. You mustn't press that view on us, you know. We shall get harder to bargain with. Besides, from the point of your sermon, it's all the other way. Oh, I don't agree. The younger nations can work out their own salvation unaided, but can England alone? Isn't she too heavily weighted? Oh, materially, very likely, but morally, no, said Lorne stoutly. There, if you like, she has accumulations that won't depreciate. Money isn't the only capital the colonies offer investment for. I'm afraid I see it in the shadow of the degeneration of age and poverty, said Finlay, smiling, or age and wealth, if you prefer it. And we in the disadvantage of youth and easy success, Lorne retorted. We're all very well, but we're not the men our fathers were. We need a lot of licking into shape. Look at that disgraceful business of ours in the Ontario legislature the other day, and look at that fellow of yours walking out of office at Westminster last session because of a disastrous business connection which he was morally as clear of as you or I. I tell you, we've got to hang on to the things that make us ashamed, and I guess we've got sense enough to know it. But this is my corner. I'm going to look in at the Milburns, Edwina. Good night, Mr. Finlay. Edwina, walking on with Finlay, became suddenly aware that he had not once addressed her. She had the quick impression that Lorne left him bereft of a refuge. His plight heartened her. If the politicians on both sides were only as mutually appreciative, she said, the empire would soon be knit. For a moment he did not answer. I am afraid the economic situation is not quite analogous, he said, stiffly and absently, when the moment had passed. Why does your brother always call me Mr. Finlay? He demanded presently. It isn't friendly. The note of irritation in his voice puzzled her. I think the form is commoner with us, she said, even among men who know each other fairly well. Her secret glance flashed over the gulf that nevertheless divided Finlay and her brother, that would always divide them. She saw it with something like pain, which struggled through her pride in both. And then, you know, your calling. I suppose it is that, he replied, ill-content. I've noticed Dr. Drummond's way, she told him with rising spirits. It's delightful. He drops the Mr. with fellow ministers of his own denomination only, never with Wesleyans or Baptists for a moment. He always comes back very genial from the General Assembly and full of stories. I said to Grant, or MacDonald said to me, and he always calls you Finlay, she added shyly. By the way, I suppose you know he's to be the new moderator? Is he, indeed? Yes, of course, I knew. We couldn't have a better. They walked on through the early autumn night. It was just not raining. The damp air was cool and pungent with the smell of fallen leaves, which lay thick under their feet. Edwina speared the dropped horse-chestnut husks with the point of her umbrella as they went along. She had picked up half a dozen when he spoke again. I have to tell you something about myself, Miss Murchison. I should like, said Edwina steadily, to hear. It is a matter that has, I am ashamed to confess, curiously gone out of my mind of late. I should say until lately. There was little until lately. I am so poor a letter writer to remind me of it. I am engaged to be married. But how interesting, exclaimed Edwina. He looked at her, taken aback. His own mood was heavy. It failed to answer this lightness from her. It is hard to know what he expected, what his unconscious blood expected for him, But it was not this. If he had little wisdom about the hearts of women, he had less about their behavior. She said nothing more, but inclined her head in an angle of deference and expectation toward what he should further communicate. "I don't know that I have ever told you much about my life in Scotland," he went on. "It has always seemed to me so remote and disconnected with everything here. I could not suppose it would interest anyone. I was cared for and educated by my father's only sister, a good woman. It was as if she had whole charge of the part of my life that was not absorbed in work. I don't know that I can make you understand. She was identified with all the rest. I left it to her. Shortly before I sailed for Canada, she spoke to me of marriage in connection with my work and welfare, and with a niece of her husband's who was staying with us at the time, a person suitable in every way. Apart from my aunt, I do not know. However, I owed everything to her, and I took her advice in the matter. I left it to her. She is a managing woman, but she can nearly always prove herself right. Her mind ran a great deal, a little too much, perhaps, upon creature comforts, and I suppose she thought that in emigrating a man might do well to companion himself." "That was prudent of her," said Edwina. He turned a look upon her. "You are not making a mock of it?" he said. "I am not making a mock of it." "My aunt now writes to me that Miss Christie's home has been broken up by the death of her mother, and that if it can be arranged, she is willing to come to me here. My aunt talks of bringing her. I am to write." He said the last words slowly, as if he weighed them. They had passed the turning to the Murchisons, walking on with the single consciousness of a path under them and space before them. Once or twice before that had happened, but Edwina had always been aware. This time she did not know. "You are to write," she said. She sought in vain for more words. He also, throwing back his head, appeared to search the firmament for phrases, without result. Silence seemed enforced between them, and walked with them on into the murky landscape over the fallen leaves. Passing a street lamp, they quickened their steps, looking furtively at the light, which seemed leagued against them with silence. "It seems so extraordinarily far away," said Hugh Findlay of Bros Dumfries at length. "But it will come near," Edwina replied. "I don't think it ever can." She looked at him with a sudden leap of the heart, a wild, sweet dismay. "They, of course, will come, but the life of which they are a part, and the man whom I remember to have been me, there is a gulf fixed." "It is only the Atlantic," Edwina said. She had recovered her vision. In spite of the stone in her breast, she could look. The weight and the hurt she would reckon with later. What was there, after all, to do? Meanwhile, she could look, and already she saw with passion what had only begun to form itself in his consciousness, his strange, ironical, pitiful plight. He shook his head. "It is not marked in any geography," he said, and gave her a troubled smile. "How can I make it clear to you? I have come here into a new world, of interests unknown and scope unguessed before. I know what you would say, but you have no way of learning the beauty and charm of mere vitality. You have always been so alive. One finds a physical freedom in which one's very soul seems to expand. One hears the happiest calls of fancy, and the most wonderful, most delightful thing of all is to discover that one is oneself, strangely enough, able to respond." The words reached the woman beside him like some cool dropping balm, healing, inconceivably precious. She knew her share in all this that he recounted. He might not dream of it, might well confound her with the general pulse, but she knew the sweet and separate subcurrent that her life had been in his, felt herself underlying all these new joys of his, could tell him how dear she was, but it seemed that he must not guess. It came to her with force that his dim perception of his case was grotesque, that it humiliated him. She had a quick desire that he should at least know that civilized, sentient beings did not lend themselves to such outrageous comedies as this which he had confessed. It had somehow the air of a confession. She could not let him fall so lamentably short of man's dignity, of man's estate, for his own sake. "It is a curious history," she said. "You are right in thinking I should not find it quite easy to understand. We make those arrangements so much more for ourselves over here. Perhaps we think them more important than they are." "But they are of the highest importance." He stopped short, confounded. "I shall try to consecrate my marriage," he said presently, more to himself than to Edwina. Her thought told him bitterly, "I am afraid it is the only thing you can do with it." But something else came to her lips. "I have not congratulated you. I am not sure," she went on, with astonishing candor, "whether I can. But I wish you happiness with all my heart. Are you happy now?" He turned his great dark eyes on her. "I am as happy, I dare say, as I have any need to be." "But are you happier since your letter came?" "No," he said. The simple word fell on her heart, and she forbore. They went on again in silence until they arrived at a place from which they saw the gleam of the river and the line of the hills beyond. Edwina stopped. "We came here once before together, in the spring. Do you remember?" she asked. "I remember very well." She had turned, and he with her. They stood together with darkness about them, through which they could just see each other's faces. "It was spring then, and I went back alone. You are still living up that street? Good night, then, please. I wish again to go back alone." He looked at her for an instant in dumb bewilderment, though her words were simple enough. Then, as she made a step away from him, he caught her hand. "Edwina," he faltered, "what has happened to us? This time I cannot let you." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. "Lorne," said Dora Milburn, in her most animated manner, "who do you think is coming to Elgin? Your London friend, Mr. Hesketh. He's going to stay with the Emmets, and Mrs. Emmet is perfectly distracted. She says he's accustomed to so much, she doesn't know how he will put up with their plain way of living, though what she means by that, with late dinner and afternoon tea every day of her life, is more than I know." "Why, that's splendid," replied Lorne. "Good old Hesketh! I knew he thought of coming across this fall, but the brute hasn't written to me. We'll have to get him over to our place. When he gets tired of the Emmets' plain ways, he can try ours. They're plainer. You'll like Hesketh. He's a good fellow, and more go-ahead than most of them." "I don't think I should ask him to stay, if I were you, Lorne. Your mother will never consent to change her hours for meals. I wouldn't dream of asking an Englishman to stay if I couldn't give him late dinner. They think so much of it. It's the trial of mother's life that father will not submit to it. As a girl, she was used to nothing else. Afternoon tea we do have, he can't prevent that, but father kicks at anything but 1 o'clock dinner and meat tea at 6, and I suppose he always will." "Doesn't one tea spoil the other?" Lorne inquired. "I find it does when I go to your minister's and peck at a cress sandwich at 5. You haven't any appetite for a reasonable meal at 6. But I guess it won't matter to Hesketh. He's got a lot of sense about things of that sort. Why, he served out in South Africa, volunteered. Mrs. Emmett needn't worry. And if we find him pining for afternoon tea, we can send him over here." "Well, if he's nice. But I suppose he's pretty sure to be nice. Any friend of the Emmets. What is he like, Lorne?" "Oh, he's just a young man with a moustache. You seem to see a good many over there. They're all alike while they're at school, in round coats, and after they leave school they get moustaches, and then they're all alike again." "I wish you wouldn't tease. How tall is he? Is he fair or dark? What color are his eyes?" Lorne buried his head in his hands in a pretended agony of recollection. "So far as I remember, not exactly tall, but you wouldn't call him short. Complexion, well, don't you know, that kind of middling complexion. Color of his eyes, does anybody ever notice a thing like that? You needn't take my word for it, but I should say they were a kind of average-colored eyes." "Lorne, you are—" "I suppose I'll just have to wait till I see him. But the girls are wild to know, and I said I'd ask you. He'll be here in about 2 weeks, anyhow, and I dare say we won't find him so much to make a fuss about. The best sort of Englishmen don't come over such a very great deal, as you say. I expect they have a better time at home." "Hesketh's a very good sort of Englishman," said Lorne. "He's awfully well off, isn't he?" "According to our ideas, I suppose he is," said Lorne. "Not according to English ideas." "Still less according to New York ones, then," asserted Dora. "They wouldn't think much of it there, even if he passed for rich in England." It was a little as if she resented Lorne's comparison of standards, and claimed the American one as at least cis-Atlantic. "He has a settled income," said Lorne, "and he's never had to work for it, whatever luck there is in that. That's all I know, Dora." "Now, Lorne, you're not to be troublesome." "Your mother hasn't come in at all this evening. Don't you think it's a good sign?" "She isn't quite so silly as she was," remarked Dora. "Why I should not have the same freedom as other girls in entertaining my gentlemen friends, I never could quite see." "I believe if we told her we had made up our minds, it would be all right," he pleaded. "I'm not so sure, Lorne. Mother's so deep. You can't always tell just by what she does. She thinks Stephen Stewart likes me. It's too perfectly idiotic. We are the merest friends. And when it's any question of you and Stephen, well, she doesn't say anything, but she lets me see. She thinks such a lot of the Stewarts because Stephen's father was Ontario Premier once, and got knighted." "I might try that for myself if you think it would please her," said the lover. "Please her? And I should be Lady Murchison," she let fall upon his ravished ears. "Why, Lorne, she'd just worship us both. But you'll never do it." "Why not?" Dora looked at him with pretty speculation. She had reasons for supposing that she did admire the young man. "You're too nice," she said. "That isn't good enough," he responded, and drew her nearer. "Then why did you ask me?" "No, Lorne, you're not to. Suppose father came in." "I shouldn't mind. Father's on my side, I think." "Father isn't on anybody's side," said his daughter wisely. "Dora, let me speak to him." Miss Milburn gave a clever imitation of a little scream of horror. "Indeed I won't. Lorne, you are never, never to do that, as if we were in a ridiculous English novel. That's the part of an English novel I always like, said Lorne. The going and asking. It must about scare the hero out of a year's growth, but it's a glorious thing to do. It would be next day, anyhow. It's just the sort of thing to please Mother, Dora meditated, but she can't be indulged all the time. No, Lorne, you'll have to leave it to me, when there's anything to tell. There's everything to tell now, said he, who had indeed nothing to keep back. But you know what Mother is, Lorne. Suppose they hadn't any objection, she would never keep it to herself. She'd want to go announcing it all over the place. She'd think it was the proper thing to do. But, Dora, why not? If you knew how I want to announce it, I should like to publish it in the Sunrise and the Wind, so that I couldn't go out of doors without seeing it myself. I shouldn't mind having it in Toronto society, when the time comes, but not yet, Lorne, not for ages. I'm only 22. Nobody thinks of settling down nowadays before she's 25 at the very earliest. I don't know a single girl in this town that has. Among my friends, anyway. That's 3 years off, and you can't expect me to be engaged for 3 years. No, said Lorne. Engaged 6 months. Married the rest of the time. Or the periods might run concurrently if you preferred. I shouldn't mind. An engaged girl has the very worst time. She gets hardly any attention, and as to dances, well, it's a good thing for her if the person she's engaged to can dance, she added teasingly. Lorne coloured. You said I was improving, Dora, he said, and then laughed at the childish claim. But that isn't really a thing that counts, is it? If our lives only keep step, it won't matter much about the Washington Post. And so far as attention goes, you'll get it as long as you live, you little princess. Besides, isn't it better to wear the love of one man than the admiration of half a dozen? And be teased and worried half out of your life by everybody you meet? Now, Lorne, you're getting serious and sentimental, and you know I hate that. It isn't any good either. Mother always used to say it made me more stubborn to appeal to me. Horrid nature to have, isn't it? Lorne's hand went to his waistcoat pocket and came back with a tiny packet. It's come, Dora, by this morning's English mail. Her eyes sparkled, and then rested with guarded excitement upon the little case. Oh, Lorne! She said nothing more, but watched intently while he found the spring and disclosed the ring within. Then she drew a long breath. Lorne Murchison, what a lovely one! Doesn't it look, said he, just a little serious and sentimental? But such good style, too, she declared, bending over it. And quite new. I haven't seen anything a bit like it. I do love a design when it's graceful. Solitaires are so old-fashioned. He kept his eyes upon her face, feeding upon the delight in it. Exultation rose up in him. He knew the primitive guile of man, indifferent to such things, alluring with them the other creature. He did not stop to condone her weakness, rather he seized it in ecstasy. It was all part of the glad scheme to help the lover. He turned the diamonds so that they flashed and flashed again before her. Then, trusting his happy instinct, he sought for her hand, but she held that back. I want to see it, she declared, and he was obliged to let her take the ring in her own way and examine it, and place it in every light, and compare it with others worn by her friends, and make little tentative charges of extravagance in his purchase of it, while he sat elated and adoring, the simple fellow. Reluctantly at last she gave up her hand. But it's only trying on, not putting on, she told him. He said nothing till it flashed upon her finger, and in her eyes he saw a spark from below of that instinctive cupidity toward jewels that man can never recognize as it deserves in woman, because of his desire to gratify it. "You'll wear it, Dora?" he pleaded. "Lorne, you are the dearest fellow, but how could I? Everybody would guess." Her gaze, nevertheless, rested, fascinated, on the ring, which she posed as it pleased her. "Let them guess. I'd rather they knew, but it does look well on your finger, dear." She held it up once more to the light, then slipped it decisively off, and gave it back to him. "I can't, you know, Lorne. I didn't really say you might get it, and now you'll have to keep it till the time comes. But this much I will say, it's the sweetest thing, and you've shown the loveliest taste, and if it weren't such a dreadful giveaway, I'd like to wear it awfully." They discussed it with argument, with endearment, with humour and reproach, but her inflexible basis soon showed through their talk. She would not wear the ring. So far he prevailed that it was she, not he, who kept it. Her insistence that he should take it back brought something like anger out of him, and in the surprise of this she yielded so much. She did it unwillingly at the time, but afterward, when she tried on the thing again in the privacy of her own room, she was rather satisfied to have it safe under lock and key, a flashing, smiling mystery to visit when she liked, and reveal when she would. "Lorne could never get me such a beauty again if he lost it," she advised herself, "and he's awfully careless. And I'm not sure that I won't tell Eva de la Rue, just to show it to her. She's as close as wax." One feels a certain sorrow for the lover on his homeward way, squaring his shoulders against the foolish perversity of the feminine mind, resolutely guarding his heart from any hint of real reprobation. Through the sweetness of her lips and the affection of her pretty eyes, through all his half-possession of all her charms and graces, must have come dully the sense of his great occasion manqué, that dear day of love when it leaves the mark of its claim. And in one's regret there is perhaps some alloy of pity, that less respectful thing. We know him elsewhere capable of essaying heights, yet we seem to look down upon the drama of his heart. It may be well to remember that the level is not everything in love. He who carefully adjusts an intellectual machine may descry a higher mark. He can construct nothing in a mistress. He is, therefore, able to see the facts and to discriminate the desirable. But Lorne loved with all his imagination. This way dares the imitation of the gods, by which it improves the quality of the passion, so that such a love stands by itself to be considered apart from the object, one may say. A strong and beautiful wave lifted Lorne Murchison along to his destiny, since it was the pulse of his own life, though Dora Milburn played moon to it. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Alfred Hesketh had, after all, written to young Murchison about his immediate intention of sailing for Canada and visiting Elgin. His letter arrived a day or two later. It was brief and businesslike, but it gave Lorne to understand that since his departure the imperial idea had been steadily fermenting, not only in the national mind, but particularly in Hesketh's. That it produced in his case a condition only to be properly treated by personal experience. Hesketh was coming over to prove whatever advantage there was in seeing for yourself. That he was coming with the right bias, Lorne might infer, he said, from the fact that he had waited a fortnight to get his passage by the only big line to New York that stood out for our mercantile supremacy against American combination. "He needn't bother to bring any bias," Lorne remarked when he had read this, "but he'll have to pay a lot of extra luggage on the one he takes back with him." He felt a little irritation being offered the testimony of the Cunard ticket. Back on his native soil, its independence ran again like sap in him. Nobody wanted a present of goodwill. The matter stood on its merits. He was glad, nevertheless, that Hesketh was coming, gratified that it would now be his turn to show prospects and turn figures into facts, and make plain the imperial profit from the further side. Hesketh was such an intelligent fellow, there would be the keenest sort of pleasure in demonstrating things, big things to him, little things too, ways of living, differences of habit. Already in the happy exercise of his hospitable instinct, he saw how Hesketh would get on with his mother, with Stella, with Dr. Drummond. He saw Hesketh interested, domiciled, remaining. The ranch life this side of the Rockies, Lorne thought, would tempt him, or something new and sound in Winnipeg. He kept his eye open for chances, and noted one or two likely things. "We want labor, mostly," he said to Edwina, "but nobody is refused leave to land because he has a little money." "I should think not, indeed," remarked Mrs. Murchison, who was present. "I often wish your father and I had had a little more when we began. That whole Gregory block was going for $3,000 then. I wonder what it's worth now." "Yes, but you and father are worth more, too," remarked Stella acutely. "In fact, all the elder members of the family have approximated in value, Stella," said her brother, "and you may too, in time." "I'll take my chance with the country," she retorted. They were all permeated with the question of the day. Even Stella, after holding haughtily aloof for some time, had been obliged to get into step, as she described it, with the silly old empire. Whatever it was in England, here it was a family affair. I mean, in the town of Elgin, in the shops and the offices, up and down the tree-bordered streets, as men went to and from their business, atomic creatures building the reef of the future, but conscious and wanting to know what they were about. Political parties had long declared themselves. The Hampton Debating Society had had several grand field nights. Prospective lifelong friendships, male and female, in every form of the collegiate, had been put to this touchstone, sometimes with shattering effect. If you would not serve with Walsingham the greatness of Britain, you were held to favor going over to the United States. There was no middle course. It became a personal matter in the ward schools, and small boys pursued small boys with hateful cries of "annexationist." The subject even trickled about the apple barrels and potato bags of the market square. Here it should have raged, pregnant as it was with bucolic blessing. But our agricultural friends expect nothing readily, except adverse weather, least of all a measure of economic benefit to themselves. Those of Fox County thought it looked very well, but it was pretty sure to work out some other way. Elmore Crow failed heavily to catch a light, even from Lorne Murchison. "You keep your hair on, Lorne," he advised. "We ain't going to get such big changes yet, and if we do, the bloomin' syndicates'll spoil 'em for us." There were even dissentients among the farmers. The voice of one was raised who had lived laborious years, and many of them in the hope of seeing his butter and cheese go unimpeded across the American line. It must be said, however, that still less attention was paid to him, and it was generally conceded that he would die without the sight. It was the great topic. The day Walsingham went his defiant furthest in the House, and every colonial newspaper set it up in acclaiming headlines, Horace Williams, enterprising fellow, remembered that Lorne had seen the great man under circumstances that would probably pan out, and sent round Rawlins. Rawlins was to get something that would do to call Walsingham in the bosom of his family, and as much as Lorne cared to pour into him about his own view of the probable issue. Rawlins failed to get the interview, came back to say that Lorne didn't seem to think himself a big enough boy for that, but he did not return empty-handed. Mr. Murchison sent Mr. Williams the promise of some contributions upon the question of the hour, which he had no objection to sign, and which Horace should have for the good of the cause. Horace duly had them, the Express duly published them, and they were copied in full by the Dominion and several other leading journals, with an amount of comment which everyone but Mrs. Murchison thought remarkable. "I don't pretend to understand it," she said, "but anybody can see that he knows what he's talking about." John Murchison read them with a critical eye and a pursed-out lip. "He takes too much for granted." "What does he take for granted?" asked Mrs. Murchison. "Other folks being like himself," said the father. That, no doubt, was succinct and true. Nevertheless, the articles had competence as well as confidence. The writer treated facts with restraint and conditions with sympathy. He summoned ideas from the obscurity of men's minds and marshalled them in the light, so that many recognized what they had been trying to think. He wrote with homeliness as well as force, wishing more to make the issue recognizable than to create fine phrases, with the result that one or two of his sentences passed into the language of the discussion, which, as any of its standard-bearers would have told you, had little use for rhetoric. The articles were competent. If you listened to Horace Williams, you would have been obliged to accept them as the last or latest word of economic truth, though it must be left to history to endorse Mr. Williams. It was their enthusiasm, however, that gave them the wing on which they travelled. People naturally took different views, even of this quality. "Young Murchison's working the imperial idea for all it's worth," was Walter Winters, and Octavius Milburn humorously summed up the series as "tall talk." Alfred Hesketh came, it was felt, rather opportunely into the midst of this. Plenty of people, the whole of Market Square and East Elgin, a good part too probably of the town ward, were unaware of his arrival. But for the little world he penetrated, he was clothed with all the interest of the great contingency. His decorous head in the Emmett's pew on Sunday morning stood for a symbol as well as for a stranger. The nation was on the eve of a great far-reaching transaction with the mother country, and thrilling with the terms of the bargain. Hesketh was regarded by people in Elgin who knew who he was, with the mingled cordiality and distrust which might have met a principal. They did not perhaps say it, but it was in their minds. "There's one of them," was what they thought when they met him in the street. At any other time he would have been just an Englishman. Now he was invested with the very romance of destiny. The perception was obscure, but it was there. Hesketh, on the other hand, found these good people a very well-dressed, well-conditioned, decent lot, rather sallower than he expected, perhaps, who seemed to live in a fair-sized town in a great deal of comfort, and was wholly unconscious of anything special in his relation to them or theirs to him. He met Lorne just outside the office of Warner, Fulk and Murchison the following day. They greeted heartily. "Now, this is good," said Lorne, and he thought so. Hesketh confided his first impression. "It's not unlike an English country town," he said. Only the streets are wider, and the people don't look so much in earnest." "Oh, they're just as much in earnest some of the time," Lorne laughed, "but maybe not all the time." The sun shone crisply round them. There was a brisk October market. On the other side of the road Elmore Crow dangled his long legs over a cart flap and chewed a cheroot. Elgin was abroad, doing business on its wide margin of opportunity. Lorne cast a backward glance at conditions he had seen. "I know what you mean," he said. "Sharp of you to spot it so soon, old chap. You're staying with the English church minister, aren't you, Mr. Emmett? Some connection of yours, aren't they?" "Mrs. Emmett is Chaffe's sister. Mrs. Chafe, you know, is my aunt," Hesketh reminded him. "I say, Murchison, I left old Chafe wilder than ever. Wallingham's committee keeps sending him leaflets and things. They take it for granted he's on the right side, since his interests are. The other day they asked him for a subscription. The old boy sent his reply to the Daily News and carried it about for a week. I think that gave him real satisfaction, but he hates the things by post." Lorne laughed delightedly. "I expect he's snowed under with them. I sent him my own valuable views last week." "I'm afraid they'll only stiffen him. That got to be his great argument after you left, the fact that you fellows over here want it. He doesn't approve of a bargain if the other side sees a profit. Curiously enough, his foremen and people out in Chiswick are all for it. I was talking to one of them just before I left. 'Stands to reason, sir,' he said. 'We don't want to pay more for a loaf than we do now, but we'll do it, sir, if it means downing them Germans,' he said." Lorne's eyebrows half perceptibly twitched. "They do sir you a lot over there, don't they?" he said. "It was as much as I could do to get at what a fellow of that sort meant, tumbling over the sirs he propped it up with. Well, all kinds of people, all kinds of argument, I suppose, when it comes to trying to get 'em solid. But I was going to say, we are all hoping you'll give us a part of your time while you're in Elgin. My family are looking forward to meeting you. Come along and let me introduce you to my father now. He's only round the corner." "By all means," said Hesketh, and they fell into step together. As Lorne said, it was only a short distance, but far enough to communicate a briskness, an alertness, from the step of one young man to that of the other. "I wish it were 5 miles," Hesketh said, all his stall-fed muscles responding to the new call of his heart and lungs. "Any good walks about here? I asked Emmett, but he didn't know. Supposed you could walk to Clayfield if you didn't take the car. He seems to have lost his legs. I suppose parsons do." "Not all of them," said Lorne. "There's a fellow that has a church over in East Elgin, Finlay his name is, that beats the record of anything around here. He just about ranges the county in the course of a week." "The place is too big for one parish, no doubt," Hesketh remarked. "Oh, he's a Presbyterian. The Episcopalians haven't got any hold to speak of over there." "Here we are," said Lorne, and turned in at the door. The old wooden sign was long gone. John Murchison and Sons glittered instead in the plate-glass windows, but Hesketh did not see it. "Why do you think he'll be in here?" he asked, on young Murchison's heels. "Because he always is when he isn't over at the shop," replied Lorne. "It's his place of business, his store, you know. There he is. Hard luck, he's got a customer. We'll have to wait." He went on ahead with his impetuous step. He did not perceive the instant's paralysis that seemed to overtake Hesketh's, whose foot dragged, however, no longer than that. It was an initiation. He had been told he might expect some. He checked his impulse to be amused, and guarded his look round not to show unseemly curiosity. His face, when he was introduced to Alick, who was sorting some odd dozens of tablespoons, was neutral, and pleasant. He reflected afterward that he had been quite equal to the occasion. He thought, too, that he had shown some adaptability. Alec was not a person of fluent discourse, and when he had inquired whether Hesketh was going to make a long stay, the conversation might have languished but for this. "Is that Birmingham?" he asked, nodding kindly at the spoons. "Came to us through a house in Liverpool," Alec responded. "I expect you had a stormy crossing, Mr. Hesketh?" "It was a bit choppy. We had the fiddles on most of the time," Hesketh replied. "Most of the time. Now, how do you find the bicycle trade over here? Languishing as it is with us?" "Oh, it keeps up pretty well," said Alec, "but we sell more spoons. And what do you think of this country, far as you've seen it?" "Oh, come now, it's a little soon to ask, isn't it? Yes, I suppose bicycles go out of fashion, and spoons never do. I was thinking," added Hesketh, casting his eyes over a serried rank, "of buying a bicycle." Alec had turned to put the spoons in their place on the shelves. "Better take your friend across to Cox's," he advised Lorne over his shoulder. "He'll be able to get a motor bike there." A suggestion which gave Mr. Hesketh to reflect later that if that was the general idea of doing business, it must be an easy country to make money in. The customer was satisfied at last, and Mr. Murchison walked sociably to the door with him. It was the secretary of the local Oddfellows Lodge, who had come in about a furnace. "Now's our chance," said Lorne. "Father, this is Mr. Hesketh from London. My father, Hesketh. He can tell you all you want to know about Canada, this part of it, anyway. Over 30 years, isn't it, father, since you came out?" "Glad to meet you," said John Murchison. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Hesketh. We've heard much about you." "You must have been quite among the pioneers of Elgin, Mr. Murchison," said Hesketh as they shook hands. Alec hadn't seemed to think of that. Hesketh put it down to the counter. "Not quite," said John. "We'll say among the early arrivals." "Have you ever been back in your native Scotland?" asked Hesketh. "Aye, twice." "But you prefer the land of your adoption?" "I do, but I think by now it'll be kin," said Mr. Murchison. "It was good to see the heather again, but a man lives best where he's taken root." "Yes, yes. You seem to do a large business here, Mr. Murchison." "Pretty well for the size of the place. You must get Lorne to take you over Elgin. It's a fair sample of our rising manufacturing towns." "I hope he will. I understand you manufacture to some extent yourself?" "We make our own stoves and a few odd things." "You don't send any across the Atlantic yet?" queried Hesketh jocularly. "Not yet. No, sir." Then did Mr. Hesketh show himself in true sympathy with the novel and independent conditions of the commonwealth he found himself in. "I beg you won't use that form with me," he said. "I know it isn't the custom of the country, and I am a friend of your son's, you see." The iron merchant looked at him, just an instant's regard, in which astonishment struggled with the usual deliberation. Then his considering hand went to his chin. "I see. I must remember," he said. The son, Lorne, glanced, in the pause, beyond John Murchison's broad shoulders, through the store door, and out into the moderate commerce of Main Street, which had carried the significance and the success of his father's life. His eye came back and moved over the contents of the place, taking stock of it, one might say, and adjusting the balance with pride. He had said very little since they had been in the store. Now he turned to Hesketh quietly. "I wouldn't bother about that if I were you," he said. "My father spoke quite colloquially." "Oh," said Hesketh. They parted on the pavement outside. "I hope you understand," said Lorne, with an effort at heartiness, "how glad my parents will be to have you if you find yourself able to spare us any of your time." "Thanks very much," said Hesketh. "I shall certainly give myself the pleasure of calling as soon as possible." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Imperialist by Sara Jeannette Duncan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. "Dear me," said Dr. Drummond. "Dear me. Well, and what does Edwina Murchison say to all this?" He and Hugh Finlay were sitting in the doctor's study, the pleasantest room in the house. It was lined with standard religious philosophy, standard poets, standard fiction, all that was standard, and nothing that was not. And the shelves included several volumes of the doctor's own sermons, published in black morocco through a local firm that did business by the subscription method, with Drummond in gold letters on the back. There were more copies of these, perhaps, than it would be quite thoughtful to count, though a good many were annually disposed of at the church bazaar, where the doctor presented them with a generous hand. A sumptuous desk and luxurious leather-covered armchairs furnished the room. A beautiful little Parian copy of a famous Cupid and Psyche decorated the mantelpiece, and betrayed the touch of pagan in the Presbyterian. A bright fire burned in the grate, and there was not a speck of dust anywhere. Dr. Drummond, lost in his chair, with one knee dropped on the other, joined his fingers at the tips and drew his forehead into a web of wrinkles. Over it his militant grey crest curled up. Under it his eyes darted two shrewd points of interrogation. "What does Miss Murchison say to it?" he repeated with craft and courage, as Finlay's eyes dropped and his face slowly flushed under the question. It was in this room that Dr. Drummond examined intending communicants and cases likely to come before the session. He never shirked a leading question. "Miss Murchison," said Finlay after a moment, "was good enough to say that she thought her father's house would be open to my friends when they arrived, but I thought it would be more suitable to ask your hospitality, sir." "Did she so?" asked Dr. Drummond gravely. It was more a comment than an inquiry. "Did she so?" Infinite kindness was in it. The young man assented with an awkward gesture, half bend, half nod, and neither for a moment spoke again. It was one of those silences with a character, conscious, tentative. Half-veiled, disavowed thoughts rose up in it, awakened by Edwina's name, turning away their heads. The ticking of the doctor's old-fashioned watch came through it from his waistcoat pocket. It was he who spoke first. "I christened Edwina Murchison," he said. "Her father was one of those who called me as a young man to this ministry. The names of both her parents are on my first communion roll. Aye." The fire snapped, and the watch went on ticking. "So, Edwina thought well of it all. Did she so?" The young man raised his heavy eyes and looked unflinchingly at Dr. Drummond. "Miss Murchison," he said, "is the only other person to whom I have confided the matter. I have written, fixing that date, with her approval, at her desire. Not immediately. I took time to think it over. Then it seemed better to arrange for the lady's reception first, so before posting I have come to you." "Then the letter has not gone?" "It is in my pocket." "Finlay, you will have a cigar? I don't smoke myself, my throat won't stand it. But I understand these are passable. Grant left them here. He's a chimney, that man Grant, at it day and night." This was a sacrifice. Dr. Drummond hated tobacco, the smell of it, the ash of it, the time consumed in it. There was no need at all to offer Finley one of the Reverend Grant's cigars. Propitiation must indeed be desired when the incense is abhorred. But Finley declined to smoke. The doctor, with his hands buried deep in his trousers pockets, where something metallic clinked in them, began to pace and turn. His mouth had the set it wore when he handled a difficult motion in the General Assembly. "I'm surprised to hear that, Finley, though it may be well not to be surprised at what a woman will say, or won't say." "Surprised?" said the younger man confusedly. "Why should anyone be surprised?" "I know her well. I've watched her grow up. I remember her mother's trouble because she would scratch the paint on the pew in front of her with the nails in her little boots. John Murchison sang in the choir in those days. He had a fine bass voice. He has it still. And Mrs. Murchison had to keep the family in order by herself. It was sometimes as much as she could do, poor woman. They sat near the front, and many a good hard look I used to give them while I was preaching. Knox Church was a different place then. The choir sat in the back gallery, and we had a precentor, a fine fellow. He lost an arm at Ridgeway in the Fenian raid. Well, I mind him and the frown he would put on when he took up the fork. But for that matter, every man jack in the choir had a frown on in the singing, though the bass fellows would be the fiercest. We've been twice enlarged since, and the organist has long been a salaried professional. But I doubt whether the praise of God is any heartier than it was when it followed Peter Craig's tuning fork. Aye, you'd always hear John Murchison's note in the finish." Finley was listening with the look of a charmed animal. Dr. Drummond's voice was never more vibrant, more moving, more compelling than when he called up the past, and here to Finley the past was itself enchanted. "She always had those wonderful dark eyes. She's pale enough now, but as a child she was rosy. Taking her place of a winter evening, with the snow on her fur cap and her hair, I often thought her a picture. I liked to have her attention while I was preaching, even as a child. And when she was absent, I missed her. It was through my ministrations that she saw her way to professing the Church of Christ, and under my heartfelt benediction that she first broke bread in her father's house. I hold the girl in great affection, Finley, and I grieve to hear this." The other drew a long breath, and his hand tightened on the arm of his chair. He was, as we know, blind to many of the world's aspects, even to those in which he himself figured, and Dr. Drummond's plain hypothesis of his relations with Edwina came before him in forced illumination, flash by tragic flash. This kind of revelation is more discomforting than darkness, since it carries the surprise of assault, and Finley groped in it, helpless and silent. "You are grieved, sir?" he said mechanically. "Man, she loves you!" exclaimed the doctor, in a tone that would no longer forbear. Hugh Finley seemed to take the words just where they were levelled, in his breast. He half leaped from his chair. The lower part of his face had the rigidity of iron. "I am not obliged to discuss such a matter as that," he said hoarsely, "with you or with any man." He looked confusedly about him for his hat, which he had left in the hall, and Dr. Drummond profited by the instant. He stepped across and laid a hand on the younger man's shoulder. Had they both been standing, the gesture would have been impossible to Dr. Drummond with dignity. As it was, it had not only that, but benignance, a kind of tender goodwill, rare in expression with the minister, rare for that matter in feeling with him too, though the chord was always there to be sounded. "Finlay," he said, "Finlay." Between two such temperaments, the touch and the tone together made an extraordinary demonstration. Finlay, with an obvious effort, let it lie upon him. The tension of his body relaxed. That of his soul he covered, leaning forward and burying his head in his hands. "Will you say I have no claim to speak?" asked Dr. Drummond, and met silence. "It is upon my lips to beg you not to send that letter, Finlay." He took his hand from the young man's shoulder, inserted a thumb in each of his waistcoat pockets, and resumed his walk. "On my own account I must send it," said Finlay. "On Miss Murchison's, she bids me to. We have gone into the matter together." "I can imagine what you made of it together. There's a good deal of her father in Edwina. He would be the last man to say a word for himself. You told her this tale you have told me, and she told you to get Miss Christie out and marry her without delay, eh? And what would you expect her to tell you, a girl of that spirit?" "I cannot see why pride should influence her." "Then you know little about women. It was pride, pure and simple, Finlay, that made her tell you that, and she'll be a sorry woman if you act on it." "No," said Finlay, suddenly looking up. "I may know little about women, but I know more about Edwina Murchison than that. She advised me in the sense she thought right and honourable, and her advice was sincere. And, Dr. Drummond, deeply as I feel the bearing of Miss Murchison's view of the matter, I could not in any case allow my decision to rest upon it. It must stand by itself." "You mean that your decision to marry, to oblige your aunt, should not be influenced by the fact that it means the wrecking of your own happiness and that of another person. I can't agree, Finlay. I spoke first of Edwina Murchison, because her part and lot in it are most upon my heart. I feel, too, that someone should put her case. Her own father would never open his lips. If you're to be hauled over the coals about this, I'm the only man to do it, and I'm going to." A look of sharp determination came into the minister's eyes. He had the momentary air of a small Scotch terrier with a bidding. Finlay looked at him in startled recognition of another possible phase of his dilemma. He thought he knew it in every wretched aspect. It was a bold reference of Dr. Drummond's. It threw down the last possibility of withdrawal for Finlay. They must have it out now, man to man, with a little, perhaps, even in that unlikely place, of penitent to confessor. It was an exigency. It helped Finlay to pull himself together, and there was something in his voice, when he spoke, like the vibration of relief. "I am pained and distressed more than I have any way of telling you, sir," he said, "that the state of feeling between Miss Murchison and myself should have been so plain to you. It is incomprehensible to me that it should be so, since it is only very lately that I have understood it truly myself. I hope you will believe that it was the strangest, most unexpected, most sudden revelation." He paused and looked timidly at the doctor. He, the great fellow, in straining bondage to his heart, leaning forward with embarrassed tension in every muscle. Dr. Drummond, alert, poised, critical, balancing his little figure on the hearthrug. "I preach faith in miracles," he said. "I dare say between you and her it would be just that." "I have been deeply culpable. Common sense, common knowledge of men and women, should have warned me that there might be danger. But I looked upon the matter as our own, as between us only. I confess that I have not till now thought of that part of it. But surely you cannot mean to tell me that what I have always supposed my sincere and devoted friendship for Miss Murchison has been in any way prejudicial?" "To her in the ordinary sense, to her prospects of marriage, and her standing in the eyes of the community? No, Finlay, no. I have not heard the matter much referred to. You seem to have taken none of the ordinary means. You have not distinguished her in the eyes of gossip. If you had, it would be by no means the gravest thing to consider. Such tokens are quickly forgotten, especially here, where attentions of the kind often, I've noticed, lead to nothing. It is the fact, and not the appearance of it, that I speak of, that I am concerned with. The fact is beyond mending, said Finlay dully. Aye, the fact is beyond mending. It is beyond mending that Edwina Murchison belongs to you, and you to her, in no common sense. It's beyond mending that you cannot now be separated without such injury to you both as I would not like to look upon. It's beyond mending, Finlay, because it is one of those things that God has made. But it is not beyond marring, and I charge you to look well what you are about in connection with it. A flash of happiness, of simple delight, lit the young man's sombre eyes as the phrases fell. To the minister they were mere forcible words. To Finlay they were soft rain in a famished land. Then he looked again heavily at the pattern of the carpet. "Would you have me marry Edwina Murchison?" he said, with a kind of shamed yielding to the words. "I would, and no other. Man, I saw it from the beginning," exclaimed the doctor. "I don't say it isn't an awkward business, but at least there'll be no heartbreak in Scotland. I gather you never said a word to the Bross lady on the subject, and very few on any other. You tell me you left it all with that good woman, your aunt, to arrange after you left. Do you think a creature of any sentiment would have accepted you on those terms? Not she. So far as I can make out, Miss Cameron is just a sensible, wise woman that would be the first to see the folly in this business if she knew the rights of it. Come, Finlay, you're not such a great man with the ladies. You can't pretend she has any affection for you." The note of raillery in the doctor's voice drew Finlay's brows together. "I don't know," he said, "whether I have to think of her affections, but I do know I have to think of her dignity, her confidence, and her belief in the honourable dealing of a man whom she met under the sanction of a trusted roof. The matter may look light here, it is serious there. She has her circle of friends. They are acquainted with her engagement. She has made all her arrangements to carry it out. She has disposed of her life. I cannot ask her to reconsider her lot because I have found a happier adjustment for mine." "Finlay," said Dr. Drummond, "you will not be known in Bross or anywhere else as a man who has jilted a woman. Is that it?" "I will not be a man who has jilted a woman." There is no sophist like pride. Look at the case on its merits. On the one side, a disappointment for Miss Cameron. I don't doubt she's counting on coming, but at worst a worldly disappointment. And the very grievous humiliation for you of writing to tell her that you have made a mistake. You deserve that, Finlay. If you wouldn't be a man who has jilted a woman, you have no business to lend yourself to such matters with the capacity of a blind kitten. That is the damage on the one side. On the other— "I know all that there is to be said," interrupted Finlay, "on the other." "Then face it, man. Go home and write the whole truth to Bross. I'll do it for you. No, I won't, neither. Stand up to it yourself. You must hurt one of two women. Choose the one that will suffer only in her vanity. I tell you, that Scotch entanglement of yours is pure cardboard farce. It won't stand examination. It's appalling to think that out of an extravagant, hypersensitive conception of honour, egged on by that poor girl, you could be capable of turning it into the reality of your life." I've taken all these points of view, sir, and I can't throw the woman over. The objection to it isn't in reason, it's somehow in the past, and the blood. It would mean the sacrifice of all that I hold most valuable in myself. I should expect myself after that to stick at nothing. Why should I? There is one point of view that perhaps you have not taken, said Dr. Drummond in his gravest manner. You are settled here in your charge. In all human probability, you will remain here in East Elgin, as I have remained here, building and fortifying the place you have won for the Lord in the hearts of the people. Edwina Murchison's life will also go on here. There is nothing to take it away. You have both strong natures. Are you prepared for that? We are both prepared for it. We shall both be equal to it. I count upon her, and she counts upon me, to furnish, in our friendship, the greater part of whatever happiness life may have in store for us. Then you must be a pair of born lunatics, said Dr. Drummond, his jaw grim, his eyes snapping. What you propose is little less than a crime, Finlay. It can come to nothing but grief, if no worse. And your wife, poor woman, whatever she deserves, it is better than that. My word, if she could choose her prospect, think you she would hesitate? Finlay, I entreat you as a matter of ordinary prudence, go home and break it off. Leave Edwina out of it. You have no business to make this marriage, whether or no. Leave other considerations to God and to the future. I beseech you, bring it to an end. Finlay got up and held out his hand. I tell you, from my heart, it is impossible, he said. I can't move you, said Dr. Drummond. Then let us see if the Lord can. You will not object, Finlay, to bring the matter before him, here and now, in a few words of prayer? I should find it hard to let you go without them. They went down upon their knees where they stood, and Dr. Drummond did little less than order divine interference, but the prayer that was inaudible was to the opposite purpose. 10 minutes later the minister himself opened the door to let Finlay out into the night. You will remember, he said as they shook hands, that what I think of your position in this matter makes no difference whatever to the question of your aunt's coming here with Miss Cameron when they arrive. You will bring them to this house as a matter of course. I wish you could be guided to a different conclusion, but, after all, it is your own conscience that must be satisfied. They will be better here than at the Murchisons, he added with a last shaft of reproach, and they will be very welcome. It said much for Dr. Drummond that Finlay was able to fall in with the arrangement. He went back to his boarding-house and added a postscript embodying it to his letter to Bross. Then he walked out upon the midnight, 2 feverish miles to the town, and posted the letter. The way back was longer and colder. End of chapter 21.